a lot of media actually asked a lot of questions that I was shocked about. Um, Man, it's just between being tired and overwhelmed with the emotion. I'm like at a loss for words for the first time in my life. Not truly a loss for words, but just like sort of like I'm soaking it all in for once. Like I couldn't soak any of it in when we were on our trip. And now I realize what was accomplished. The craziest part, and I don't say it to brag about it, but when I first left Milwaukee, I said I was going to walk by myself. And along the way, a lot of people's feet broke down, their bodies broke down, their knees broke down. And I ended up being the last person that was taking every step. Everyone wanted to take every step to Washington, D.C. And once everyone broke down, it's USA Today. It's USA Today. After everybody broke down, like their bodies broke down and stuff, it was like me and another guy left, and then his feet were bleeding. We had to beg him to stop, you know what I mean? Because he was going to go. We're like, dude, we don't know what kind of permanent damage you're going to have. So in the end, I had to walk alone a lot, like of the mornings. And it was really difficult to go through that, to actually like my knees and legs and calf muscles going out, knowing I had to continue to walk and push through. Knowing I was the last one that had took every step made it a lot more difficult in the end, but more emotional of a journey. And it also made me realize how hard it actually was. Bodies had broke down.
Speak today, Frank. What is it that you want to tell America?
I'm not gonna give you that. Then you know what I'm saying, you'll have an insight on my speech. No, I'm just kidding. Well, a couple things. We're here to demand change, and we're tired of asking for justice. Now we're just asking for it to stop. Ask for racist police to not be able to do the things that they do, so that we ask for justice. Policies and training and police officers that know what's going on with us. And, just talk about a lot about voting and just everything that's going on. It's just let people know that there's a lot of racism still that exists in this country. There's a separation in this country. And
boom, what's up, folks? We're back.
We can have
boom.
Change in this country. You know what I mean? Black people are.
What is up, folks? We are back. We're going to be covering the March on Washington. Welcome back, guys. So happy you guys could make it. Please share this out if you can. Things might not get crazy until later on. Intel, what's up, brother? Guys, buckle up. It's going to be a long day. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. You're back with Unspecified Podcast and Review. I'm happy you made it. I'm just repeating myself. We're covering the March on Washington. This is in D.C. And the reception here is terrible. It's just, man, the streamers are having the hardest time keeping reception.
That was a sad reality, but to know that we got through it all, and to know that black people can come together and support each other and become things, and that black people that were strangers are not family, it could change a lot of narratives in our community and a lot of narratives that people paint on TV about black people.
All right. Steven, what's up, man? What's up, guys? Brofist. Let's make sure. So sorry, guys.
Voter suppression. So I encourage.
Man, these streamers are having one heck of a time with reception.
Urge you to fight for the John Lewis.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, guys. What is up? Oh, man.
on Washington.
What in the world? I'm so sorry, guys.
DC to come up to commemorate the March of Washington. Black
Ah. What in the world is going on?
is
Adam's feed's really bad, keeps going in and out. Yours is really clear. Try getting into a different entrance. That's a good idea. We can try that.
schools and violence.
All right. I think I got that figured out.
If we
Very
don't do
cool.
this, there'll be- if we do this, it'll be less need for the police. We must divest from the police and invest in black futures in the
Fuck 45, says Robert.
True that.
Better friends with Reds than dead by feds. I like Robert. I like you, Robert. You seem cool. Seem like a cool person. Stay where you are. All the streams are freezing constantly.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Bear with me. Sorry, man. I'm working on some background stuff, guys. All right, how's everybody doing? How are we doing? How are we doing?
Would you mind if we get a photo?
All right. What's up, Lee? What's up, guys? Dustin, very good. Very good to hear.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Tired, but good. I hear you. I hear you. Well, buckle up. Buckle up, guys. All right. Just had to fix some stuff. Some stuff is... It's like it just can't work right, you know? It's so silly. All right, very cool. Mike, what's up, man? Brofist, what's up, everybody? Brofist to you guys. Much love. All right, let's see. What are we doing?
Together and support each other and become things, and that black people that were strangers are now family. It could change a lot of narratives in our community and a lot of narratives that people paint on TV about black people.
Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that.
Oh, blah. All the love we've seen night after night in Portland and Kenosha, right? How about all that love? No, seriously, absolutely, Nikki. I hope everything stays peaceful. Honestly. What's up? What's up, James? What's up, Wolf? What's up, Brofist? Everybody, what's up, man? Good morning. Good morning, Brofist. Getting all my background stuff
Our
taken
streets,
care
Robert.
of. Looking for extra links if I can find any. Nope. I'm running. Let's see.
It's kind of us.
Yeah.
Thanks for being there, Militant Mom. Love, love, love. Thanks for watching, Cindy. So much hate in the comment section here. I'm glad you're deleting that bullshit. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Power to the people.
Well, we have our wonderful
It is
mod
important
team.
We
that
have the best mod team.
The best censoring
come
team.
here today on this historic day, remembering all of our ancestors.
Whatever.
Who stood
When you got two
right
trans
here
people reporting on social justice issues, the right tends to hit you
over
pretty hard.
65
Yeah.
years ago. And we have
Mods,
a lot
woo-hoo. Go
of
team,
work
mods,
left
go.
to do.
Get them.
I want to first acknowledge Sharpton and the National Action Network, the Martin Luther King.
Zona, what's up? Good morning. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Mississippi Gulf Coast, what's up?
Because I was definitely thinking a lot of the speakers were going to be a lot more reform-oriented rather than abolition-oriented, so...
Who successfully defunded $100 from the Austin Police Department. We must understand that in our communities, we have to tell our local communities, if you want to stop urban violence, take your foot off the socio-economic element of our community. Give us our resources.
After
and we
Rand
will
Paul
take
got
back our
attacked, where do
community.
you think
don't have to
we go from here? I didn't see Rand Paul's attack. I'm gonna have to view that.
Because
Sending love
policing
to
in
Ed
America
Did they like get him out of his
Australia,
vehicle or
Wish I
something?
could be there fighting the fight with you all.
because a foundation
I'm sure there's fights that you can be fighting in Australia.
Coast Guard. Much love.
Liz, good morning. What's up? Good to see you. What's up? Good to see you. Let me see. How much am I missing? I saw them pushing on him and screaming. Really?
Our next speaker is a native Washingtonian and lifelong community advocate. After graduating from high school at 13, he went on to become the youngest student to ever matriculate.
Okay. All right. I'm back. What's up? I'm back in the chat. I hope everything stays peaceful. Amy, what's up? Yes, this is live. How you doing?
Oklahoma. I am out of this feed. Good luck to the positive people. Have a good day, Kevin. Thanks for checking it out. Don't forget to like the page. You see future streams. Refugees in Australian detention centers.
Is this live? What's up, MLP? Good to see you. Good morning. Oh, man. What a time to be alive, guys. Unprecedented things happening left and right. Okay, so we're rocking and rolling. Everything is done in the background. And the only thing I need now is for the streamer's connection to get better. This is the only, like, reliable stream at the moment.
In our efforts to negotiate the social contract, we must never let finite disappointments undermine.
Just terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, man. Okay. Holy crap. MLP, thank you. What's up? Of course. Unspecified and coffee in the morning. James, thank you so much for that super chat. Oh, dude, I love how much that $5.56, 556. That's so sick, man. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. That's so cool. There were a few threatened to over multiple streams, kick bikers. A few cops fell over. Just insane. Oh boy.
Internet out here is fucking terrible.
What in the world, man?
This is awful.
These streams are like terrible, 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 terrible quality. I'm in desperate need of a cup of coffee, guys. Brofist, what's up, American Patriot? I see you out there, man. Let's see.
This is so annoying.
That link doesn't work, MLP. I'm sorry. It's like a cross-platform thing. So, like, if you guys have Android and y'all send me a link, it probably won't work for me. Alright, I'm going to work on some better links for right now, guys. Bear with us. And how far out are we from the 50-day siege at the White House? I forget. I think it's like in September there's going to be a 50-day siege, is how they worded it.
I'm stuck outside.
Businessman, lecturer, and professor. He is a nationally and globally recognized.
Chicago police unveil city's safety plan.
And his experience in leadership development. Please welcome Reverend Matthew Clark.
It's on the Wi-Fi. The cell towers are overloaded, and the news company has all these these backpacks they carry around with them that have encoders in them, and they scramble your signal.
So the news agencies carry around encoders, and they like screw everybody's signal up. I need coffee. Oh yeah, they were marching with some signs that read "Shut down DC," so it reminded me of that. The 50-day siege. Holy crap. When's it all gonna calm down, guys? Let's cut through all the BS. When is this either gonna come to a head, or when is this gonna go away? You know? Let's get real here. Trying to check my messages. Sorry, guys. Might be a couple of people trying to send Unspecified podcast and review some links. I'm trying to get to those right now. I'll be honest, guys, it looks dead. Folks must not be up and out yet. It does not look like
The mother of Marquise and Anthony Alston, and grandmother to Lyric Marche, Kenethia Alston will come first. Of course, she's a dedicated advocate seeking truth and transparency for the killing of her son, Marquise Alston, by the D.C. Police Department in 2018. Following her, Marion Gray Hopkins, a D.C. native, a PG County resident. In 2000, she began her work as an activist in the movement for social justice, civil liberties, and police accountability.
Thank you so much, MLP.
Following the senseless killing of her unarmed 19-year-old son, Gary Hopkins Jr., by police officers in November 1999. She now speaks out locally, nationally, and internationally on all of these systemic injustices. Let's hear from these mothers, y'all. Give them a round of applause for their strength and their courage. Kenethia Alston and Marion Gray Hopkins.
Man, the new normal is like... What do you guys think about the new normal? What are your guys' thoughts?
Shot 15 to 18 times is what the community says. And because the autopsy DC provided me stated they would not repeat the gunshot wounds, I don't know how many times my child was shot. We're here, Miss Alston, to notify you of an incident of your son was involved in on yesterday. Call this number right here on this Google printout.
Amy, I wholeheartedly agree with you over there on YouTube.
Unfortunately, that has been the only formal communication the Metropolitan Police Department has shared with me in regards to my son. My name is Kenethia Alston, and I am the heart-stricken, agonized mother of Marquise Alston. And here we are, after 2 years of advocating for DC's body camera footage legislation to be amended, the mayor of DC publicly released body cam footage that was edited.
Edited.
The lack of transparency in my case is just one example of MPD's widely practiced secrecy that has been criticized by DC residents. As a traumatized, grieving mother, know this: I demand truth and transparency for Marquise's daughter. Thank you to the National Action Network and to the Reverend Al Sharpton for this opportunity.
That was weird. Really weird, that last part. I was like, very odd.
Again, my name is Marion Gray Hopkins.
Opportunity?
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you on this momentous occasion. Thank you, National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and Martin Luther
There's like
King
no
III.
one there.
I'm here as a social justice and civil liberties activist, as the president and co-founder of the Coalition of Concerned Mothers, an organization comprised of mothers who have been impacted by state-sanctioned and community violence. But more importantly, I'm here for my son, Gary Hopkins Jr., who on November 27th, at the young age of 19, had his voice silenced by 2 Prince George's County police officers. The officers were the judge, the jury, and the executioner that night, as we've seen in tens of thousands of cases since Gary's death. There was no justice in my case, as there was with so many others, as we live in a world
There's
that
a
we know is
video interviewing
racism, white
3
supremacy,
Portland officers floating around from about 2 weeks ago. Was so sad listening to their perspective. Yeah, I think I saw that. Love your reviews. Anything planned? Ooh, yeah, I have some reviews planned. I don't know exactly what you're wanting to know. Sorry, let me turn that down. All right. Dude, EOG, thank you so much for that. EOG 888-8888. There you go. Love your reviews. Anything planned? He sent $4.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is the most awkward super chat thank you I've ever done. What do you mean? Do you mean like any reviews planned? Because I do have some things in the works. I'm so excited to get back to the range, if you know what I'm saying.
Take the knee off of our nets. Many local impacted families are here with me on stage today, and I want to recognize them. I want the world to know that we stand united in this fight with the many other impacted families across the nation to say time for change is long
EOG,
overdue.
Brofist, dude, thank you so much for that.
We demand change now. If there is no justice, trust me, there will be no peace. We will not give up, and we will definitely not bow down. My son was a wise young man and wrote in one of his final college essays that it's going to take a village to bring real change. We've seen the uprisings with the past killings, and most recently Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and just this week, Jacob Blake shot 7 times in the back and now paralyzed. We must act with a sense of urgency. I know my son is looking down at the diversity of the village that includes black,
Watchman for you. What's up,
Latino,
dude?
white,
What's up, man?
indigenous,
Brofist to you,
Asian,
dude.
young, old, LGBTQ. And I know he's saying, do as John Lewis has asked us to do, and that is to let's get into some good trouble. To honor the Congressman's legacy, I would ask that you support the John Lewis Voting Act. We must implement comprehensive and concrete legislative
Jane, what's
reforms,
up?
both locally and internationally. We ask that you support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And lastly, please remember to vote. Our future and our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Let's see it for those mothers of the struggle, mothers of the movement. OMG. Our next performer is a legendary singer, songwriter, band leader, and record producer. His Parliament Funkadelic Collective developed an influential and eclectic form of funk music during the 70s that drew on science fiction, outlandish fashion, psychedelia, and surreal humor. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997.
Who are they about to introduce?
Alongside 15 other members of Parliament.
It does seem like a
Funkadelic.
small turnout.
And in 2019,
I mean, there very well could be 200 or 300, 400 people here.
and Parliament Funkadelic
It
were
looks
honored
really
with Lifetime Grammy Achievement Awards. Everybody's got a little light under the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, here performing Message of Hope with Robert Glasper, Derek Hodges, and Regina. Give it up for George Clinton.
Uh-oh. Who's this? Okay. 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 Who is this? I don't know this person.
Every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound out as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present presence has brought us.
All right.
Facing the
Wow. Okay, so what exactly is going on here? Really awesome, okay? Good singing. But what exactly was today? The main focus is just more BLM protests, I guess? Or is this like in association with MLK, or like what is this? I'm not really sure. I need feedback. What is the main purpose of today? George Clinton was a famous singer back in the 70s. Back in the 70s. Had chart-topping hits, and then Chad said that he was a saxophone player.
I'm an entertainer. I'm a songwriter. I know how to write lyrics. Give me a beat, and I can make booties move. But I'm here today to encourage you to do a different dance.
Different dance.
Do the vote. We now have a chance to dance our way out of the constriction that we are in as a country. Our country and our cities have been betrayed for money and the self-interest of a few. And I believe that somehow we the people can and will make a change. Though I know that law and order must prevail, but if and when the laws of man are not just, equal, and fair, then the laws of nature.
Yeah, to drive up the emotions, yeah.
There's not a doubt in my mind, if we let our hunger and our anger place the blame, there won't be a country left to change. We've got to learn from the mistakes that were made in the past. Oh, we got some cleaning up to do. But in order to get it together, we've got to get our hearts and heads together. If we do that, everybody's going to make it this time. There's a lot of work to be done. But if all of us do some of the work, none of us have to do all
Miss
of it.
Pac-Man, what's up? Good to see you. Yes, this is live.
Our work does not start and end with our march today displaying our unified mind, nor does it end November 3rd at the ballot box, understanding that our vote is just an indication that we are willing and committed. From November 4th on to build our country back better, build it back green, build it back with equal justice, build it back of the people, by the people, and for the people. Build it back better. We saw just a while ago that we could make a change. We got happy. We got satisfied. Then we had to learn how easy it was for that change to be changed back and taken away. So this time, we have to be more engaged. We still need to make a change, but it's got to be a strong commitment on the part of each and every one of us. Because in order to see the change, we've got to be the change. The future is in your hands with only 1.2 miles to change. Remember,
okay.
Voters' lives matter. Thank you.
They finally said something other than... Okay, so this is the Commitment March. March on Washington, the Commitment March.
It was the music that gave us the sense that we had to make it, and that we would make it, make it, make it, make it, make it.
The time to build is upon us, upon us, upon us, upon us, upon us.
That voice, the words, the music kept us moving, kept us moving, kept us moving, kept us moving, kept us moving.
I say, Lord, I'm down here trying to do what's right, what's right, what's right.
An artist's duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to reflect the times, the times, the times, the times.
Nina Simone.
We will shape and mold this country, or it will not be molded and shaped at all. Anymore. We will shape and mold this country, or it will not be molded and shaped at all. Anymore.
Say, Lord, I'm down here trying to do what's right.
It was the music that gave us the sense that we had to make it, and they 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 make it.
We pledge ourselves.
Would you rather be at war with yourself and at peace with the world, or at peace with yourself and at war with the world? A war with the world.
That voice, the words, the music kept us moving.
We pledge ourselves to liberate all our people. Seemed at that moment that I could hear an inner voice. The time to build is upon us. Stand up for righteousness. We pledge ourselves.
I had Frank Nitty's live, but it didn't stay.
To liberate all our people. Stand up for truth.
And left for we ended up with 70 people before we got here. People from East Chicago, Indiana joined us, Chicago, Kenosha.
Sorry about that.
Kenton, Ohio. Where y'all from? Florida, everywhere. Man, a lot of people didn't think I was going to make it all the way here. A lot of people back home thought I was crazy for planning this trip. It's been a real spiritual journey. We've been through a lot of stuff. More stuff than a black person should go through. All these little cities we walked through in Indiana was racist. All the police blocking the gas stations off so the women couldn't use the bathrooms. Blocking us off so we couldn't get gas.
BA in psychology from Spelman.
I think it's the protests are going on. So.
And recently her doctor of philosophy from Loyola University, Maryland. She is passionate about balancing her roles as a wife, a mom of 3, businesswoman, national speaker, counselor, and minister. Please welcome our dear goddess sister, the pastor of Union Temple Baptist Church in Southeast Washington, D.C., the Reverend
Thank you, Nick.
Anika
Thank you, thank you, MLP. Thank you, Angelina. Fun Police, what's up?
God bless you, my brother. Hello, my brothers and sisters. It is a blessing to be here today. And I just want to get this refrain going. No justice? No justice? I want to give thanks to Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network and Martin Luther King III for giving us this opportunity. As a black woman, as a faith leader, as a mental health counselor, I have witnessed the impact of generations of pain and racial trauma. The way that it has impacted us has taken a toll on us as a people. And if we can be honest today while we're gathered down here, socially distanced, I think we can be honest and say we are exhausted. In the words of the powerful Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. The recurrent
When I left the city, through the Facebook friends, dude, we just spent over $40,000 on this trip, dude.
That's a terrible.
$50,000 to be exact. We didn't spend. Hotel rooms, we're getting 17 rooms a night. Every meal, for the people that don't know, every meal, all the gas in every hotel room, we was not.
All right. What to know about Friday's Commitment March in D.C. All right. So let's see, 57 years after the first March on Washington, Crowds are expected to gather this Friday to do it again. Activists will gather amid coronavirus pandemic and social unrest over police brutality and voter suppression. Oh my gosh, bum, bum, bum. For Friday's commitment march, Get Your Knee Off Our Necks, organized by the National Action Network, NAN. The NAN. The march will be held on the anniversary of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's landmark I Have a Dream speech. Preparations are well underway. Truckloads of barricades arrived Tuesday on the National Mall, where NAN will commemorate the 1963 march. So let's see. 7 a.m. attendees gather. 8 to 11 a.m. pre-program. 11 a.m. program. 1 p.m. march, and then they will conclude by 3, and then the protests will pick up in. So it'll be an all-day thing, man. Washington's going to be all day. I don't know what I did to make this not want to work anymore, but we'll see what we can do to get this going. Kaboom.
Police as sergeants, we can't have these racist politicians and these judges judging us.
Dude, his sound system stinks.
After they do something, we need to get all of them out. That's why we here. We gonna get justice for the ones that need justice, but for the future, this shit for the end. And we demand change. We not asking for nothing. They thought this was a negotiation. We not here to negotiate. We here to demand change. That's the only reason we came. And this is the beginning. We here to unite with all the other activists in other cities. We love y'all too.
All right, so you demand change. What do you demand to be changed?
I'm tired of finding out about people that's died in other cities when I get to that city. Because the media won't show their story. We need to unite as activists and unite just like the police do, just like the FBI do. We need a database and a network of activists around the country, so when something go down in your city, we can pull up right on you, all the activists, and demand change. Y'all with that? Yeah. All right, I love y'all. We gonna spend our time right now just enjoying each other's company, man. I'm finna get off this bullhorn, man. I love y'all so much, and I appreciate y'all for this journey. Y'all know we gonna party or kick it or hang out. And, yeah.
That's what it's really about, the party. That's what everybody's waiting for.
During this march, okay? This is the last steps I'm gonna take on this trip. 750 miles was enough, and them mountains at the end, man, that end was ridiculous, going up them mountains and everything, man. I appreciate y'all because truly, I couldn't have done this by myself. It was the fact that y'all was right there with me, and everybody on social media right there with me, and everybody pushing and praying and hoping we get this done is what made us get this done, man. I ain't prepared nothing for this moment. I ain't know what I was gonna say when we got here. I ain't know what I was gonna say. I just knew we was gonna get here, and I knew we was gonna get here together. I love all of y'all. Thank y'all so much, man.
Get you for an interview.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, how you doing?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. I'm sweaty a little bit.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm glad y'all made it. Hi, I'm Lola. Thank you for talking to me. Okay, so what organized, did you organize the walk?
Yeah.
Maybe from what made you decide to organize the walk?
Well, a couple of groups, everyone was coming out for the George Floyd protest, and a couple of groups have said that
let it ring, but we are the Make Freedom Ring generation.
Like that.
How do we make freedom ring? We make freedom.
So originally I was just thinking of it, and then I prayed on it, and then eventually it just came to me like, you're just gonna walk to DC. What made it crazy was in my city they were doing a mural with me on it, and a lot of black women painted it. So it changed the date that I wanted to leave to August 3rd, which meant we had to do over 30 miles a day, each day on this march. And that made it more difficult, all the blisters, all the pain in our legs, all the feet. And on our journey, we've been through so much. My friend got shot last week in Indiana, right? No, where he get shot at? What's that? Pennsylvania, yeah. We got hit in Indiana by a car. We got shot in Pennsylvania.
What did you do after getting shot and when you got hit by a car? How did that affect morale?
It really didn't. I talked to him in the hospital. It actually boosted morale. He said keep going no matter what.
And it was hard because the guy that shot him didn't even get arrested. They let him go. They came up the hill just shooting at us because we were there, walking down the street. We didn't even do anything. Came out the dark shooting at us, and the police there, they let him out. The nurse there was anti-Black Lives Matter that was posting all this stuff about him. And it's just an amazing journey, and I thank God that I was able to make it all the way here. And to take every step was an amazing experience. I needed everyone's help to make sure that I could take every step. Originally, I was going to leave by myself because I couldn't afford to bring everybody.
How many people came?
Originally, it was like 15 or 20 of us, but in every city, someone joined us, so it's about 65 of us or 70 of us now.
And when did you started where in Milwaukee?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Okay.
750 miles away.
Can you say your first and last name?
Frank Nitty, F-R-N.
I agree. The dude is a liar.
How old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
And are you part of a? Is there a name for this group? Or?
No, we didn't want to name it anything because there's already too many organizations with names.
Okay.
We're just a group that they came to support me, and we just run. They try to call it Nitty Nation, but I'm not trying to start a whole self-branding thing. So
How do you feel now that you're here?
overwhelmed. I feel my legs kind of gay. I had to do 82 miles today.
Oh
So
my
we
gosh.
walked. Started at 5:30 in the morning.
Wow.
We walked overnight, and it's just a very emotional experience. I appreciate everything that
All of the streamers from Portland are now in DC.
This is the beginning.
Convenient.
Did you guys sleep at all? Or?
We had Facebook followers donate hotel rooms every night.
Okay.
17 rooms a night.
Okay.
And the other times they donated money and we just paid for them.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you guys. Hello, how you doing?
Losing signal. So I'm going to try to go upgrade my phone and come back and at least be able to get the march, you know?
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Otherwise it seems pointless for me to be here right now because I'm not doing anything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of whack.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess they don't have any more media passes. I guess they don't have any more media passes. Which sucks, so. So it's being Jan.
Crap.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I didn't get a pass. Kind of sucks. Excuse me, I'm gonna scoot.
Oh, Miss Pac-Man, thank you so much for that. Holy crap. Sister Fist, Knuckle Love, thank you so much, Miss Pac-Man. Thank you so much for that super chat.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. That's kind of pooey. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me in.
Hey, SoCal, Brofist, Silent Majority, yes. The sleeping giant has awoken. What's up, fam? Fun Police, what's up? It's only 9:45 a.m. in Washington, D.C. I know, and we're going to be covering it for like the next 12 to 18 hours. So I've got everything I need to stay awake and or create conditions for a heart attack. Either way, we're going to be trying our best to go live and cover as much of this as possible. Miss Pac-Man, Sister Fist, thank you so much for that.
See if Haram can help me get in.
Scott Mutt, what's up, dude? Brofist. Nick, that link didn't work for me.
You already have to let you in. I don't think that's gonna work.
Hey, God's Night, what's up, brother? How's it going, man? Good to see you out there, man. What's up? Brofist to you. All right, guys. So for anyone just tuning in, we're covering the Commitment March in Washington, D.C. today. It's going to be an all-day thing, all-night thing. Okay. The Commitment March is supposed to conclude at 3 At which point, I think we're going to see our regularly scheduled protests, or whatever you want to call them, they're going to start up. So, buckle up. March on Washington is what they're calling it. The official name is the Commitment March. Rand Paul did get attacked last night. We're going to cover that. We're going to go over that in just a little bit.
Always, yeah, I should have done that. I didn't know that they had passes. I didn't know that they didn't have passes. They're out. They're out. Yeah, they're wiped. They're wiped. They don't have any more passes at all. Yeah.
Hiram from Austin. All the streamers are in Washington. Something big is brewing, okay? And the media got the word out. Somebody got the word out to the streamers, hey, you need to be in Washington. Something is going to go down in Washington. Mark my words, guys. Mark my words. Link was Shay on concrete. Of course it was. I will work on more links, guys. Sorry about that.
I don't really mind. If yours isn't working, I mean, I'd rather like be able to get somebody to go get some shots for me while I'm out here.
Yeah. No, if you want to, man, and then I can come back, give you your phone, get some shots.
Who is? Oh, okay. MLP, thank you so much for all the links you're sending.
Let me ask if I can go and come back, because I want to go to the store, get a new phone.
Okay.
And I'll lend you my press.
So then I can just go get, okay, that would be sick. Yeah. That would be awesome.
Let me see what's up, man.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, I might see if he'll let me his press pass for a minute.
JT, what's up, man?
Do crowd stuff? Yeah, I'll do some crowd stuff. Man, I just gotta figure out how
Thank you,
to,
Lee.
I just gotta figure out some good interview questions and stuff like that. Yeah, we could have some fun doing some crowd stuff for sure. We'll see if we get the opportunity to go all the way up, see if Haram can lend me his pass so we can go up there and get some shots. If not, then we'll send him up there with my phone for a little bit so that way he can get some shots for us, and then we'll go do some crowd stuff, yeah, for sure. Adam will watch his own stream on another phone. Yeah, that's what he did. Too early for this, right? So you screwed yourself because you don't have a pass? Well, I mean, I have my press pass. I didn't know that you had to register and get like a pass through them. I should have like done my research before and found that out. I didn't know. I felt like I would have been informed, but I guess I should have just done the research and found out myself. But that's okay. Is there servers better than Adams? Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, so my service is pretty good. If we can't end up getting in, then what we'll do is we'll just, like I said, just do a bunch of crowd work and walk around and interview some people and stuff like that. So we'll still have a good time. This is about BLM.
Do you think they will declare martial law? Yes, if the violence increases in D.C., they will do a tight lockdown, in my opinion. Octavius, what's up, dude? Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing okay.
Please don't stop the music.
Can I get an L for my fellow Louisiana fam?
We'll see if we're able to
Famalams. Dude, drop an L for all the Louisiana Famalams out there. Bro fist to you guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. You rock. Smash that like button for us if you can and share it out if you'd like to help us out.
I'm gonna have to get a band too.
I think tomorrow night is the night. You think tomorrow night is the night? For what?
Hey.
For what?
I'm not gonna need a green band, huh? That's different people. What's up? I'm not gonna need a green band, right?
No, you're good. Your comments or what?
Do you want me to? Do you have something? Or do you want me to give you my number?
Yeah, write it down here.
All right. Mercado Media, guys. We're live with Mercado Media. I think his name is Andrew Mercado. Cool dude. Been following him since the very first nights. I don't think we would agree on everything, but at the same time, he seems like the kind of dude that you think you might be able to get along with. Hey, Patrick B. Blind River, dude. Hey, man. I grew up like right around you, or right around that area. I thought I saw Snoop Dogg. Maybe you did. All right, everybody. I need to take a restroom break and make a hot cup of coffee. I genuinely appreciate having each and every one of you guys here with us. Make sure you share this stream out. I will be back momentarily. I've got to get some coffee, and I have got to use the restroom. So, Bro Fist, guys, you rock. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you in a bit.
On the one bar must be holding it down.
Yeah, one bar.
Our next speaker, born in College, Georgia, he owns and operates for financial literacy. He is now working on plans to open a private charter elementary school grades 1 through 5 that emphasizes financial literacy and serves students predominantly from distressed and underserved communities. Please put your hands together for Ray Mills.
My name is Ray Mills. I am the owner and operator of Ray Mills Academy. As a black businessman and co-founder of the Ferguson Run for Justice campaign a few years ago, many people say I am both a business and social entrepreneur. The truth is, I'm just a young African-American male, not much older than Jacob Blake, or Breonna Taylor, or Trayvon Martin, or Sandra Bland, or my dear friend Mike Brown. Today, we will hear those and the names of too many other African Americans whose humanity has been extinguished at the hands of those who swore to protect them and their communities. As a person who grew up in College Park, Georgia, under circumstances much like those black brothers and sisters I just named, I realized that I too could have been, or even worse, might still be named among the awful and forever growing list. I also recognize that young lives that I touch in my work in the Ray Mills Academies, those little black boys and black girls with the hope of tomorrow and the promise of a future. In their innocent eyes and the sparkles of their laughter and their youthful play may also fall victim of the same fate of Tamir Rice. Even more, I recognize that my own 3 children, Kingston, Prince, and Katie, one day could find themselves asking the same question that Jacob Blake kids are asking today. Why did the police shoot my dad? Not long after August 9, 2014, the shooting of Mike Brown, Landrell Hall and I ran 540 miles from Atlanta, Georgia to Ferguson, Missouri to raise attention and support of the Mike Brown family and his tragic and unnecessary death. Through that experience, I learned much about myself, my community, my country, and that young black lives matter. Black lives contribute so much to our society, economically, culturally, politically, scientifically, and yes, spiritually. Young black lives can help make America the greatest nation in the world. Their lives must not be cut short by the same individuals we entrust to protect them. This is why I started the Ray Mills Academy, to give young kids that look just like me a chance at a better future. I leave you with this. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me today in giving our children a chance they deserve by supporting our local schools, bringing back our Boys and Girls Club, our child care centers, and yes, as my good friend, the late John Lewis would say, get into some good trouble if we have to. Today we stand together and we demand change because it could be any one of us or our children next. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Let's move on. We get a little closer. Good. Sorry. How do we get through here? Where did Zeke go? Oh, lost my photographer. Oh, I see him. Crow, we going this way.
All right, got it. We're gonna follow this one.
Yep, follow them.
Are you trying to stick with them or?
Thank you. Let's hear it for the March on Washington band, amen? Sounds so beautiful, don't you agree? Our next speaker is known for his passion, public policy acumen, and fierce advocacy for youth. A recognized thought leader and social justice champion, his career has focused on improving life outcomes and opportunities for Black people. He has been featured as an influential politico and advocate by numerous publications and television outlets. Please welcome David J. Johns.
What's going on, brother? My beautiful Black people, y'all look good. If you love Black people, say yeah. I said if you love Black people, say yeah. If you believe that all of us should be free, say oh yeah. As was mentioned, my name is David Johns. It is my pleasure to quarterback the team at the National Black Justice Coalition. NBJC is our nation's only civil rights organization, intentional and unapologetic in standing at the intersections of racial equity and LGBTQIA+ equality. I'm thankful to Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network for being intentional and acknowledging that as long as there have been Black people, there have been Black trans, Black queer, and Black non-binary people. I stand here in the spirit of our brother Bayard Rustin. Without his brilliance and commitment to our intersectional social justice, there would not have been a March on Washington. I stand here in the spirit of our sister Marsha P. Johnson. Without her advocacy and action at a time when the word trans didn't even exist, there would not be any wins to associate with the LGBTQ movement. It is my obligation to remind you that amongst us here today, there are Black queer, Black trans, Black non-binary organizers who are living in the trenches to ensure that one day soon we can all be free. And so if you care about Black people like I do, if you love Black people like I do, you gotta love and care about all of us. Fannie Lou Hamer said a long time ago that unless and until all of us are free, none of us are free. And so I hope that we all commit to getting free together because we have nothing to lose but our chains. Peace.
Thank you to our brother David Johns. Our next speaker is the CEO of Spirit of a Woman Initiative, Spirit of a Woman Leadership Development Institute, a boutique consulting firm whose mission is to educate, elevate, and effect positive and sustainable transformation in the lives of individuals, groups, families, and communities. She's also the co-founder of the Association for Reproductive Innovation Through Art and Healing, which was created in memory of her eldest daughter, Shamani Makiba Gibson, who passed away 14 days after giving birth to her second child due to complications associated with having a C-section. Ms. Ben Gibson is a licensed clinician, author, healer, spiritual leader, and a reproductive justice advocate and activist. She's also a mother, community member, and friend who has devoted her time, energy, resources, and spirit to addressing the epidemic of maternal morbidity and mortality in communities of color. Please welcome Shani Benton Gibson. Amen.
Greetings, family. I don't hear anything. Greetings, family. Ashe, ashe. As was said, on October 6, 2019, my eldest daughter, who I held in my womb for 9 months, transitioned after giving birth to her child that she held in her womb, her womb for 9 months. Shamani Makiba Gibson. Why am I here today? Why am I here today? I'm here because Shamani lived. I'm here because Shamani lives. She lived 11,229 days before she transitioned on October 6th. 11,229 days. She died one day, and that one day catapulted me into a life that already existed as an advocate and an activist for reproductive justice, but has been amplified. Her spirit is a command and a demand for me to keep standing up for wombs that create worlds. Black wombs create worlds. Black lives matter, but black wombs create black lives. And when we forget that, we forget our humanity. So I am here today to speak the names of women who unselfishly gave of themselves by utilizing their bodies for vessels to bring new life. And when you are a little girl and you think about being married or to have a child, you don't think like, wow, I might not survive giving birth. But that's a reality for Black and brown women, specifically African American women and Latinx women in this country. We are 3 times more likely to die from giving birth than our white counterparts. Pulmonary embolism, hemorrhages, infection, cardiomyopathy. And it can happen even 12 months after you give birth. So I think about Erica Gardner, who died of a heart attack 6 weeks after she gave birth, correlated to racism, correlated to oppression, correlated to inequity, correlated to injustice in the birthing process. When we medicalized birth and took it away from the granny midwives, our aunties who were with us holding our backs, rocking with us as we cried and catching our babies, when we made it a hospital issue instead of a home birth issue, we started to kill off Black women and brown women. We are alive because of Black wombs. We are here because a Black woman pushed us out, and we landed because she gave that sacrifice. We want to make sure that our grandbabies, our children, have mothers to raise them, and that fathers are not left to figure it out on their own. My grandchildren, 3 years old and 11 months old, are left without their mother. We must stop this. So before I leave this stage, I'm going to call on the names of the women who gave sacrificially their lives so that we can stop the scourge of maternal mortality and near-death experiences when we give birth. So I call on the name of Erica Scott. She lives. Shamani Makiba Gibson. She lives. Tiana James. She lives. Amber Isaacs. She lives. Yolanda Shifra Kadima. She lives. Dr. Shalon Irving. She lives. Erica Trim. She lives. Shayaja Washington. She lives. Nicole Thea. She lives. Black lives matter because Black wombs matter. Black lives matter because Black wombs matter. Black lives matter because Black wombs matter, and a Black womb created you. So remember to stand for maternal mortality and the abolishment for anything that looks unlike it. Birthing centers are needed. Home births are needed. More Black midwives are needed. Let's stand for life. Ashe.
Amen. 1963, an historic day. On this day, August 28th, the first Great March on Washington. We want to welcome now someone representing one of the legacy organizations. There was a big part of that march via Bayard Rustin, amen, and A. Philip Randolph. Please welcome now the National Secretary Treasurer of the American Federation of Labor, Congress of Industrial Organizations, the AFL-CIO. Please welcome Liz Shuler.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Liz Shuler. I'm Secretary Treasurer of the National AFL-CIO, America's labor unions. 12.5 million working men and women in 55 unions from all across the economy saying Black Lives Matter. I want to thank the Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, NAN, for bringing us together. And as we stand on the shoulders of Dr. King, Congressman John Lewis, A. Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, and all the brave souls who marched 57 years ago, we know as a nation we can do better. And Black Americans know the bank of justice is bankrupt. Justice was denied to Jacob Blake and George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Rayshard Brooks because they were Black. And justice was out of reach for Rhea Milton and Dominique Fells, 2 Black trans women who were murdered earlier this summer. And union members have been out in the streets protesting these injustices. Professional athletes, many of them proud union members, have stood up in ways they never have before. The Milwaukee Bucks players said, enough is enough. And the NBA playoffs are now on hold. And other players have spoken out, Major League Baseball, soccer, and more. But whether it's in professional sports or in our communities, we in the labor movement are feeling excruciating pain and grief and anger. And we will do our part to end racism in our economy, our politics, our workplaces, and our union halls. And on top of the widespread racism throughout our country's institutions, COVID-19 is exposing the cracks that were already poisoning our system. A system that denies housing and health care and opportunity to far too many people of color. And that's why Black and brown people are more likely to lose their jobs or get sick and die in this pandemic. We have to do better. We have to do better now. And now is the time to get to work and pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that are sitting in the Senate right now. That's right. And as a white person, I know that I will never experience the same pain and trauma that Black people have been feeling over and over again. And all I can say is I understand what I can't possibly understand. But I choose to stand and to kneel and to raise my fist and to shed a tear and say a prayer and fight like hell to make real change. And as one united labor movement, we stand with our Black members, our friends, our neighbors. And our mission is to empower families and communities to reach their dreams. And that is why we are in this movement. It's how we inch closer to achieving Dr. King's dream from 57 years ago. It's how we wake up America. And how we do that is together. We will continue to march on the shoulders of those who marched before us. Thank you.
Thank you to one of our legacy organizations, the AFL-CIO. Our next speaker is a Brooklyn native and true son of the movement for over 20 years of service at the National Action Network. He serves as an associate minister and chief financial officer at the Freedom Church of Brooklyn and liaison to the Reverend Al Sharpton. He lives by this scripture, but as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. Amen. Please welcome our brother, Minister Stephen Marshall.
Good morning, freedom fighters. Come on, we could do better than that. Good morning, freedom fighters. Brothers and sisters, many of you boarded buses, some rode trains all night long for this moment. 57 years later, we are here by the thousands, not just for a bus ride, not just for a march, not just for a gathering. But brothers and sisters, I submit to you, we are all here on a divine assignment. Brothers and sisters, there's a demonic spirit in America that has infiltrated our government. Some have even put on blue uniforms with a badge and a gun. Brothers and sisters, it was a demonic spirit that broke into the home of Breonna Taylor and shot her in her sleep. It was a demonic spirit that shot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back in front of his children. I further submit it was a demonic spirit that the government gives tax breaks and bailouts to the rich and overlook the poor. It was a demonic spirit that watched thousands of Americans, majority victims of color, shot in the streets but refused to pass gun laws. Brothers and sisters, it's a demonic spirit that would cause police officers to put his knee on the neck of George Floyd for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, killing him in broad daylight. But brothers and sisters, as the gospel teaches us, the good news is that now that's not how the story ends. We are descendants of those who refuse to bow to the music of Nebuchadnezzar, and we won't bow now. We are the demon chasers. We are the demon chasers. We are the demon chasers. No justice, no peace.
Thank you to Stephen Marshall. Next will be the pastor of one of the most historic churches in America, the King Solomon Baptist Church, where both Dr. King and Malcolm X spoke. He is also the National Expansion Director of the National Action Network, frequent guest co-host of the Keeping It Real radio show. His life is dedicated to fighting for justice, peace, power, prosperity for all. He is the proud husband of his better half, Angela, and father of Charlie and Charles III. Please welcome the Reverend Dr. Charles Williams II.
Let me hear you say, no justice. No justice. Let me hear you way back there. No justice. All right. Look, you're going to hear a lot of speeches today. Let me give honor to our president, Reverend Al Sharpton, Chairman W. Franklin Richardson, and Martin Luther King III for the convening of this auspicious occasion where we have the opportunity to rehabilitate, recommit, refocus, regenerate the dream that Dr. King had right here on this stage just 57 years ago. We don't do it by speeches. We do it by work. And so my hope is that all of you all who have come to this space today, come ready to go back to our communities and go to work. We must register. We must register.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
What is this?
Hey, yo. Now, I thank God, the creator that created everything that exists, right? Whom the creator? God, nobody can lead astray. Who the creator lead astray? No one can guide.
All right. See, I'm trying to tell you something. The enemy wants to step in and get in the way. But we won't let him do it today. We're going to get his knee off our neck. We're going to get his knee off our mental health neck, the economic neck, the poverty neck, the police brutality neck. It's time to get your knee off our neck in this country. Look, we got work to do. You got a lot of speeches you're going to hear, and I'm not going to make mine long. Get ready to get to work when you get back home. If you come here, enjoy the speeches, clap your hands, make a lot of noise, and go home and do nothing, you have done us no good. When you get home, let me hear you say, go to work. Let me hear you say, go to work. Are you ready to work? No justice? Thank you.
Our next speaker is a social activist, co-founder, executive director of Vote.
Join this effort because we know that there is a long walk that white faith leaders and white faith communities need to do in this country. We call Walk the Walk a faith pilgrimage of racial reckoning, resolve, and love. We're doing the work. I am here to ask your permission for our movement to join you in the common good. By the millions, white people of faith will not only join you in this march, but will join you in a march on the ballot box on Election Day. We are committed to bringing faith, hope, and love to bring about a change on Election Day and to remove the most tyrannical president in the history of this country and getting the knee off of the neck of the people of this country, people of color. I was pleased to write a piece yesterday in Time magazine with Reverend Al Sharpton, him a black pastor from the black pastor tradition, me a white evangelical, joining our voices together to say that this is not only a reckoning for this country in this election, but it is a reckoning for the people of faith in this country. That it is time for us to make faith, hope, and love our collective communal call to change this country, and we will be joining you on Election Day and on every day that follows. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a circuit attorney for the city of St. Louis, Missouri. Is St. Louis in the house? She's one of the country's most prominent progressive prosecutors and was just given a resounding mandate to continue her work by the people of St. Louis, winning the Democratic primary for circuit attorney by a landslide. She has led in showing how a prosecutor's office can drive social change, stopping the issuing of standalone charges for marijuana at less than 100 grams. For example, and she's also seriously lowered the number of unneeded convictions in her jurisdiction to the full support of her community. Before becoming circuit attorney, she was a Missouri State Representative from 2013 to 2017. Please welcome Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner. Give her a round of applause.
Good morning, I'm Kim Gardner, the first African-American circuit attorney of the city of St. Louis. And I'm honored to be here in this historic event. I believe Black Lives Matter. I believe your safety and welfare matters. I believe the truth matters. I also believe that your skin color should not be weaponized against you. I believe that prosecutors have a duty to truly be ministers of justice, to pursue justice, not merely convictions. And as an African-American female reform-minded prosecutor, when you hold police accountable like everyone else, you are threatened with death threats and acts of violence against you. You're also investigated, and you even have President Donald Trump and the powerful few falsely accuse you of being the cause of senseless violence and criminal acts of lawlessness in your communities. But enough is enough, and we're going to fight for justice for all. And I want to say that I believe that prosecutors should not wait till a national tragedy to hold police accountable. Every day around this country, we have some police officers that inflict harm in communities that need police the most by disrespecting individuals that they're supposed to protect and serve. And we as prosecutors have to hold them accountable by making sure they're trustworthy and they do not police or do their job with racial bias. So I want us all to say, time out for 45, time out for Donald Trump, and please vote November 3rd. And guess what we all need to say? You're fired. Thank you, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Attorney. Next, we will have the presiding bishop of the Mid-Atlantic Episcopal Church of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Congregation in Washington, D.C. He serves as the presiding bishop of the Mid-Atlantic Episcopal District, including Allegheny, Barbados, East Tennessee, Virginia, Guyana, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Ohio, St. Vincent, and the Virginia Conferences. He is a founder and the past president of the Greater Centennial Community Development Corporation and lives his life by the theme, "It's our outreach that validates our upreach." Please welcome Bishop W. Darren Moore.
We celebrate the courageous and prophetic leadership of the Reverend Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III for calling us together today. And I stand here this morning as a bishop in the great AME Zion Church, known as the Freedom Church, the Church of Sojourner Truth, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and Coretta Scott King before she married a Baptist preacher. Even after the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, after Tamir Rice, Eric Gardner, Sandra Bland, Alton Sterling, Freddie Gray, Michael Brown, and dozens of other names who have become hashtags, the unmitigated gall, the utter temerity of a police officer emboldened enough to not only grab Jacob Blake in the back, but to shoot him, not one, not two, but 7 times. We come together because we are one. An African proverb says that when a thorn pierces the foot, the whole body bends over to pull it out. So we've come together to pull out the thorn that has embedded our people.
So, how is everyone enjoying the Commitment March? I've been listening in, guys. My goodness gracious.
But we want transformation in this country. Our protests are acts of lament, cries of pain, venting of rage, but they're also strategies of resistance and renewal. So yes, we will protest, but we will also advocate for policies that protect our children. Congress must adopt the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill now. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill now. We will march, but we will also mobilize mobilize and vote in record numbers. Some whites in this country became so sick of seeing a black family in the White House that they became nauseous and vomited out Donald Trump. Well, we've come to declare.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's hilarious. JT says, chest waiters, please. It's getting deep. No joke. No joke, man.
COVID-19 will take time to eradicate, but Trumpism is a virus, and voting is the vaccine. So we will vote, and on November 3rd, we will begin to restore peace and justice, and we will demand that America lives up to its values.
It's boring without you and Tiff. What's up? What's up? Fun Police, what's up?
Got a little word in here this morning, amen. Our next speaker is a fourth generation member of the Church of God in Christ. He follows in the steps of several generations of men and women.
So it appears Frank Nitty's crew has gotten started on the march. Getting started a little early on the march.
With power and conviction during his worship service and teaching sessions, through the television, radio, and internet. He's all over Twitter. These millennials and Gen Zers got nothing on him. He's a consummate community activist and is respected for his work in the area of human rights across the region. He has served on many community boards and has
supposed to be a safe spot or places of worship. Now that is supposed to be a real safe spot, and the fact that people are disrespecting that just tells us how are the true colors of this nation. And we need to really do better, and we need to teach this to kids at a young age. So if they see the role model of certain people, like even the grown-ups or the older you are supposed to be role models, so children can be role models at this point, because the people managing our country have shown that they can't take on the responsibility. So we need a new way of management. We need a whole new plan, a whole new generation with fresh ideas. So what I'm saying is we need to
future
teach
broadcaster
this in our
there.
curriculum. This is just as important as language, math, literature.
My hair is too kinky, too nappy, too dreaded. My pants are too saggy. My shoes aren't tied. I'm wearing a hoodie. I walk too fast. I look intimidating. I'm a threat, a menace, a societal scourge, a casualty, a neighborhood nuisance. I can't win. I can't get a job. I can't get a raise. I can't find respect. I can't make ends meet. I can't breathe. What do I do?
Patrick, I feel just about the same about your state, brother.
The process of dehumanization. We see everybody as our neighbors. We go back to God, who is the source of our breath. We passed the John Lewis voting rights bill. We passed the George Floyd justice in policing bill, and we throw bigotry and fascism and a Mango Mussolini out of the White House by going to the polls on November 3rd and voting in record numbers until...
All about that vote, folks. That's the sad thing about it. All this high, mighty preaching all day long, all this good talk, all this talk. Is anyone there not paid? Is everyone at the microphone paid? Because I'm starting to get the feeling that this is all paid for the vote. Paid for. So they can incite a vote. They say F the police as they pass a police officer who's blocking the road for their safety. Dude, that microphone is destroyed. That little speaker is blown out.
And also have other programming associated with this march. They will be able to log on the NAACP's website and be a part of things. Today, the speaker list is going to include elected officials, also include members of Martin Luther King Jr.'s family. As we just heard, his son and granddaughter are going to speak. You're going to have members of Congress who have been pretty active in legislation dealing with racial injustice. Sheila Jackson Lee will be among them. She's been a part of efforts to have a reparations panel get started in Congress to look at ways reparations to Black Americans could be provided. Also, you're going to hear from Karen Bass, who leads the Congressional Black Caucus. She's been spearheading a bill that would deal with police reform. So you're going to hear from them. You're also going to hear from the chairman of the Democratic National Convention. So there is going to be a little bit of politics, or maybe a lot of politics, involved in this. And of course, the coronavirus is hanging overhead of this march. We're hearing from reporters on the ground that there are still long lines to get in at 17th Street and Constitution, because they are doing temperature checks for all those who have pre-registered to come to today's event. And in fact, you cannot get in unless you did go through the registration process. So that is a part of some of the procedure in today's event.
Rhonda, Kamala Harris scheduled to speak today. I'm reading that on the Washington Post live blog. People can be following along at home, both to our video as well as what some of our print reporters are compiling and writing about today's events. So, you know, this is so interconnected. And we saw a witness of it last night, really, as the Republican National Convention was sort of wrapping up. There were so many protesters out at Black Lives Matter Plaza here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so that'll ramp up. Oh man, that microphone is so screwed.
Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
Looks like the numbers are growing.
The Lincoln Memorial that way, ain't it?
Where we going? I think we're supposed to go this way, so we can still go this way.
Yo!
Can we turn up here? Can we turn up here?
Chris, what's up, dude? Bro fist.
What's your map say?
LOL, Watchman.
Your map say turn?
No, he said they got fencing over there.
So turn up here?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go. Let's go, Mamar. Mamar. Let's go.
On the shoulders of giants. We may be young, but we are organized and we are strategized, and we will show up in November to the polls, and we will let them know that we are not going anywhere. We will
all
ensure
for that vote.
that this revolution will be televised. We will ensure that this movement will continue in an intersectional way, in an intergenerational way, and we will not allow for this democracy that has promised us equality and justice to not make sure that they keep that promise. And if it doesn't happen today, we will make sure that in November we push for that promise, because we know that this country and this very stage that we are standing on, the Lincoln Memorial, was built off of the backs of our ancestors. And so with that being said, Freedom March NYC is a youth-led civil rights organization for our generation. Make sure you are following us on Instagram at Freedom March NYC. Make sure you are supporting Black women on the front lines, Black trans on the front lines. Pull up. This is Freedom Summer, Freedom Fall, and the next step is ensuring that we create change and we do it sustainably. Thank you.
Okay. Is Kanye West still running? Yeah, I think he is. I think he is, Chad. And I believe his party is called, it's a new party called the Birthday Party.
Our next speaker is a public policy and government relations professional holding a BA in politics and an MA
Content not
in
available.
international relations with a concentration in international law from NYU. From her previous role as a legislative fellow in the House of Representatives, the U.S. House, to her current positions as policy advisor with the National Action Network, managing director.
Dude, that megaphone is done. This megaphone is super duper done.
They making my mothers and all the people killed in D.C. and Maryland speak first. They not being on the 11 o'clock program. My mother's coming now to speak. So y'all uplift that shit. That they making the speak early in the morning and not the 11 o'clock. And got all the people.
Oh my gosh, I really can't take any more of this audio. Maybe it's because I have headphones on, but dude, that microphone is done. Boom.
Voting, we demand that the Voting Rights Act be restored to all it was meant to be. It is a long fight, but we are committed. Today, everyone received a ticket to enter. Take your phones out right now and scan your ticket to check your voter registration status.
Creepy.
November is coming and we have work to do. We are committed to passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. It is a long fight, but we are committed. It is a long fight, but we will win. Thank you.
Two other speakers I'd like to introduce. First of all, let's give Kyra a round of applause.
How is the taking your phones out, scanning a thing, everybody at the same time? That's creepy. I'm always aware of that technocratic, you know, I don't know. Everybody take your phone out and scan this thing. It's creepy.
A national expert on disability, inclusive disaster protections, emergency management, and humanitarian crises conflicts, with a steadfast commitment to international development and inclusive humanitarian assistance.
Today is gonna be.
Justice continues to participate in ongoing projects as a global advisor and trainer. After Justine Justice Shorter speaks, we will hear from Carrie Gray.
You know, today will be peaceful because they're
Founder and CEO
preaching a bunch of peace and
of the
change.
Carrie Gray Group.
But over here in the street, they're all
And
like
founder
F
of the
the
National
police
Alliance.
and like over here. It's whatever though.
We left on August 4th. Today the 27th. 24 days. We fell behind because the police shot my
Not really, Ricky.
So we had to wait for him. We had to wait all day. So the last 2 days, I had to get up in the morning and walk 35 miles myself in the morning and another 40 with the group every day.
What?
And we tired. And all we got is will left.
It's just that the microphone's here, it'll start loop back, and I would love that though. You want to? We can do that. I can do it on these.
We started with like 20
And we
people.
can,
And left with like, we ended up with like 70 people before we got here. People from East Chicago, Indiana joined us, Chicago, Kenosha,
No.
Kent, Ohio. Where y'all from? Florida.
No. Dude, his it's just too out. It's blown out, man. It is blown out.
Physical and mental health conditions. There is a proven and fatal relationship between racism,
Did you say hello to everyone?
ableism, and state violence.
Oh, okay, not yet.
We must make no mistake that ableism is antithetical or mutually incompatible to black liberation. I want to know that there is a place for my elder who now uses a wheelchair with hands full of arthritis, but who has fought alongside us all her life and given all her energy just for us to reach this moment. Let us be clear that that ableism is antithetical to Black liberation. I want to know that my young melanin sisters who are full of dreams, full of aspirations, and I have to know that there's a Black Lives Matter movement space that will not call her mental health conditions too crazy for liberation, that will not say her dyslexia makes her too ignorant to learn the fullness of freedom.
I mean,
Again,
it
it's
sounds like
imperative
they think
that
they're
we
in the
claim
1920s or
ableism
something.
as antithetical to Black liberation. And as I turn 30 years old today, on a day that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. told us his dreams, I too dream. I dream of the ability to earn respect and opportunity. So I'm here to unapologetically say that Black Lives Matter, including your Black disabled life. Thank you. And let us remember to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And with that, I'm going to turn it to my comrade, Justice.
We are here today to hold space and honor Black people with disabilities. 30 to 50% of those killed by the police have some sort of disability, mental health consideration, or access and functional need. See, being disabled while Black must never serve as justification for discrimination or the use of deadly force. Black disabled lives matter. We show up here today for all of us who were told or chose to hide or deny our disabilities as a means of survival. We represent those with bodies that can't easily comply with police commands, or who were met with weapons when we only asked for wellness check-ins. Our Black disabled lives matter. To the students with disabilities who still receive a segregated education, to the parents with disabilities whose every decision is criticized or questioned, to disaster survivors with disabilities who feel forgotten, to young people with disabilities who have never been told that your bodies and your minds are beautiful, to anybody who has ever felt unworthy because you are unable to work or meet superficial standards of productivity, your Black disabled life matters. So many of us have been overlooked and otherized, excluded and erased, ignored and isolated, silenced and shamed, casually consulted for input, yet rarely considered for leadership. So many of us have been dissuaded from our dreams, yet we continue to teach the world what access to liberation, love, and each other truly mean. Black disabled lives matter. And if you believe and can commit to these words, then when I say Black disabled lives, you say matter. Black disabled lives matter. Black disabled lives matter. Black disabled lives matter. Yes, we do. Thank you, and thank you to the Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, and the National Action Network. Thank you.
All right. What's up, God's Night? I see you out there, dude. Absolutely. I totally agree with you, man. So that's actually a point that I wanted to bring up. But, you know, I was on Hippies for Trump show, I forget how long ago, one of his groovy, I forget the name of the show. Either way, we were talking about how those older women in Portland that were standing up for that business, and they got, you know, paint dumped on them, and Antifa was being very threatening and violent towards them. And, you know, I could pull all that video footage up, but I'm trying to make a point about how you're seeing older women and younger men, like a 17-year-old, you know, taking up the role that men should be taking up a month ago. Holy crap. Holy crap. But do you get what I'm saying, God's Night?
She is currently the national news correspondent for Reach Media.
About like the correlation between Kyle and the older women, those who are standing up for small business, and, you know, the men aren't, you know, men's age aren't standing up.
Because of her dedication to the community and lifetime activism outside of her career, in 2016, she received the President Barack Obama Lifetime Achievement Award. Please welcome our co-host today, Ebony McMorris.
Oh my gosh, Surrounded. You are so misinformed. That's unbelievable.
Before I begin and introduce the next speaker, I want
Wow.
to quote
Super wrong, Keith.
the late John
Super
Lewis,
duper
that
wrong.
he said in 1963. He said, "My friends, let us not forget that we are involved in a serious social revolution. By and large, American politics are dominated by politicians who build their careers on immoral compromises and ally themselves with open forms of political, economic, and social exploitation." And I'm going to ask the same question that he asked then, which is, where is the political party that will make it unnecessary for us to keep having to march on Washington?
Moments of 21st century American history.
I don't see a question, Surrounded. What are you talking about, dude? I've already covered it on the last like 2 or 3 shows. As if you're talking about Kyle still.
Parkland, Florida, on February 14th, 2018. She was in the 3rd classroom attacked by a gunman who would go on to murder 17 students and staff. Since then,
He was dropped off to help protect family business in Kenosha from Anitok. And there is a correlation, you know, golly. So the left just buys whatever they're given. They're like, you know, golly, this is so split division. I mean, the gap is so wide now. It's unbelievable.
organized protests in D.C., but also developed a list of federal and local demands that would save black lives. Please welcome Alaya Eastman.
I am one of the millions of young black women who make up the backbone of the American progressive movement. Like too many of us, my journey of activism.
Exactly, Bandit.
I am one of the millions of young black women who make up the backbone of the American progressive movement. Like too many of us, my journey of activism started by a senseless act of gun violence when a fellow student opened fire in my classroom in Parkland, Florida. As I laid beneath the lifeless
No, I
body
didn't.
of my
Surrounded.
classmate, Nicholas
Come on,
Ulrich,
man. That's silly for you to say, dude. That's even more misinformation. No one said his business. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you, bro. Wow. Too bad you haven't seen all the breakdowns we've done. Okay. But just show up and start talking like you know something about it. He will be a beacon to show others to defend themselves, their communities, and others. He will be all right. This is a political hit to Second Amendment. Yep, sure is. Sure is.
Who deemed his black body in a white neighborhood a threat. Gun violence is pervasive and extends well beyond high-profile mass shootings. This violence is not inherent or a coincidence. It is a result of poor choices made by policymakers that all too often have racial undertones associated with it. The flow of guns into already struggling communities is often facilitated by white gun store owners who look the other way as traffickers buy guns used to terrorize black communities. Gun violence extends beyond.
Are you here for good? Because it just got spicy. So I think Anthony Hubble is over in YouTube chat as Tony. That's cool. What's up? I see you, bro. And Surrounded comes in completely misinformed and is just like, he misheard me because he's like, you said his business. Like I said that Kyle was dropped off by his mom to protect his business. No, he was dropped off to protect family business. Okay, and I'm, you know, so it's ridiculous. And you know, we're all pretty much coming to the
trauma and indifference, but this is not inevitable. Community-based
and then
intervention
Tony's
programs
like,
throughout the country
he also crossed over state lines with a gun. That's not a crime. That's unbelievably, that's laughable what the left thinks about gun laws. And they don't know gun laws. They don't know any gun laws. And they believe headlines without actually reading or looking into anything. So they just buy narratives, and their friends share memes, and they believe the memes,
and then they get
and they're
sidetracked
so
with little
misinformed. It's laughable. It really is.
And then they
it's
get
sad.
sidetracked by little details like,
Right.
"Oh, he was from
You
Illinois.
said-
That's false information.
you said
he was
his."
from Illinois." And it's like, okay, that's not the focus here. No, he shouldn't have been at the. He shouldn't have been there. I'll agree with that. But he was there, and he defended himself. But it's okay.
We need to revisit the use force practices and eliminate conduct that places suspects at extreme
Man, oh
harm
man.
once in custody. As has been established, officers nationwide
We got God's Night with us.
Awesome. What's up, God's Night? Anthony and his wife, they're not bad. They just want to be able to say what they want. And sometimes, y'all, look, you got to take accountability. Sometimes you say things that are asshole-ish. Now, to be fair,
And
so do people in our chat.
Poor Tony, man. I'm really sorry about this. It's because I was so cool with him for so long, and he was like just whenever you're an extreme dickhead or like an asshole, I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, okay. There's no dealing with you then. There'll be no reasoning with you.
We demand to live in peace. We demand to live in spaces where the best of black culture can thrive, where black men are more likely to have a mortgage and a picket fence than a record, where black women are business executives and vice presidents, where our trans sisters and brothers
All right.
don't fear being themselves. But this dream that I, that Rev Al Sharpton, that Martin Luther King III.
Mutt just saying the age. I don't agree with bringing
down.
kids to a protest or a riot. Is the only thing I was saying. But his parents didn't bring him.
It's just like, all right, cool. That's right, Watchman.
I can't speak for everyone, Kenny, but I'm definitely left-leaning. I consider myself a progressive.
Okay. All right, so I've got the audio down for right now. So it's just us. So do we really have to rehash Kyle's? You know what? No.
No,
if you
we
got,
don't.
yeah, if y'all want to hear our take on it, y'all can watch like the last 2 or 3 or 4 videos, because that's all that's all I've been talking about, because it's kind of infuriating whenever you hear about the left's, like, they just bought what they were told. I can't believe that they can't see. It's unbelievable. Oh my gosh, it hurts my heart to know that there are people out there that can see the evidence and still buy the BS that the mainstream is rolling with.
Right, but the mainstream is keeping the BS rolling both ways. All right, so I will say both
I really
parties
tried
are
to
guilty of
stay
that.
super unbiased. You know what I mean? I tried.
I'm with you, Matt.
And I'm not claiming to be for any wing.
I know. Can I respond real quick? I'm with you, Matt, and I'm not arguing. I get it. I still stand by the fact that he shouldn't have been there, just because of this very thing. He happened to be the one that did it, and he happened to be underage, and now they're going to pick that apart. But I'm with you. Yeah, he wasn't too young to be in the military. He wasn't too young to go overseas. So I get that. Just, trying to look. My philosophy is, if you disagree with somebody on ideals or principles, you have to find a common foundation so that you can work together to build up.
All right, but I look at it from a realist standpoint of like, okay, that's a diversion. You're sitting here talking about whether or not he should have been there is beside the freaking point.
He was there.
He was there.
Exactly.
That's the reality of the situation.
Exactly. But I'm just
so
saying,
we got to talk from moving from okay, he was there, right? Okay,
right. I
so
know.
It's not like he didn't have been there.
But that
okay?
could be a
We're wasting
foundation
time,
point. We both agree
you know?
he shouldn't have been there, right? But he was there. So now we got to move on to the next point. So anyway, it wasn't to start an argument that he shouldn't have been there. It was just, that's my opinion. I don't think that he should have been there because of his age and because of the liability that it brings. Even though he did excellent with, trigger control and he hit his targets. I'm actually excited. Not everybody's going to know who this is, but I'm really excited to hear what Grantham and like John Lavelle have to say about it, like a trained eye or a trained hand.
Right, and that's another thing about like how are you gonna charge him on protecting himself? Okay,
because that's the narrative.
No. Okay, he was doing with that gun what you would have had him do overseas at the same age.
Absolutely, hypocrisy is abound.
If a mob attacked him in Iraq, you know what I'm saying?
The hypocrisy is abound,
and
in
that
this whole
happened.
Thing.
It's just it's ridiculous, man. It's
in the whole thing. So obviously, but because even if we look at the other side of it, let's say that it had been a 17-year-old on the BLM side that shot 3 white. So, of course, they would have been white supremacists if they had, then that would have been hailed as he would have been hailed as a hero. So I'm just saying. The hypocrisy is abound again on both sides, but.
Hey, shout out to all the vets in the chat, guys. Brofist, thank you so much for your service, guys.
But the narrative is that you should not want, you know what I mean? Like they don't want you to defend yourself. The place that it's getting hung up is used to, they'd say the police will defend you. You don't need your weapons. And man, they sure fell for that, didn't they? And then now when we don't want police anymore, well then what? So they want to make it kind of like Canada and other countries where you're not, you're only allowed to defend yourself with up to the amount of force that they are using, which in an ideal world, yes, that sounds great, but you don't know how much force somebody is going to use. They're not like, okay, I'm coming at you with a knife now, like.
All of that is horse crap. And it's really just too much to get into as far as that goes.
Yep.
That's like a whole nother video and talking point in itself. Yeah.
Sure did, Jess. Hey, Frank made it. How is his buddy that got shot?
I don't know. He might still be in Pennsylvania.
I think it's a she.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do it for my brother Teamster, Philando Castile, who was killed by Minnesota police. Or do it for you. Make your voice count. Make it a better place for us and our children. Black lives do matter because our lives matter. Stay safe. God bless you. All of my brothers and sisters in the movement. Teamster Strong. My name is Marcus King, and I'm the Director for Human Rights and Diversity for the Teamsters International Union. Thank you.
Sorry, it's hard to keep up with both chats. It's very difficult. I apologize if I'm missing anybody's chats.
Next we have Alan Roscoff, proudly the nation's first gay rights bill in 1970 and served as its chief lobbyist. In 2004, he formed the Jim Owls Liberal Democratic Club, which is a citywide LGBTQ organization serving all of New York City. New York Magazine dubbed him as Al Sharpton's ambassador to the gay community in the 80s, and he currently serves as secretary of the Civil Rights Museum, built in Harlem, New York, under the leadership of Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's give him a round of applause.
I'm here to tell everybody that the lesbian, gay, bisexual,
I don't
and
know. I have no
transgender
idea.
community is
I haven't seen
part
anything
of
about Trump
this
speaking.
struggle. We join with Black Lives Matter. We march with you. We get arrested. We risk arrest, and we get brutalized in support. After all, the gay rights movement was formed because of brutality of the police in a bar known as Stonewall. Until the black community is recognized as an equal community, until the police harassment, the police belittlement, the police shootings, and the police killings, we will stand
All right, it looks like they're
united.
starting to move into the marching phase, maybe.
Tom, he is doing it pro bono, which is awesome, and nothing takes away from that. Side note, he is also accepting donations for Kyle's self-defense. So totally get it. I hope that if he gets more donations than they would have charged, that the rest of the funds go towards other people who may need it.
We will continue to be arrested. We will be part of this movement, and in all the demonstrations and protests.
Well, this
in
sucks
New
because I
York,
don't see it doing anything more than all I see this doing is ramping up, and that's going to come to a head, and then there's no telling what's going to freaking happen. When is this? When are we going to come to the other side of it? Because it looks like there's going to be turmoil, wars and rumors of wars, and it's like, come on, man. It's ridiculous.
I thank Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network for putting this together.
That's true.
And being such a good friend to the LGBT community. Together to victory, and vote out the racist in the White House, and vote out his entire administration and his supporters. Thank you.
Totally understand, Christy. We had to do the same thing last night. God's night, yes. We look forward to talking to you again, too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We need to hop on with y'all again.
I would love to hop back on.
We
with
keep
hippies
meaning
for
to, and
Trump.
our schedule. We don't have.
I
a
need to know
schedule.
the right show where I can hop in like I did last time.
We're
with,
like a
Hippies for
non-committing boyfriend. We're with you when we're with you.
This will instigate a new social contract with emphasis on the need for law enforcement, especially after the election. Oh boy. Very insightful, Chad. I know that there are some times where I think anybody can hop on Hippies for Trump's show, but sometimes I don't know the right times to go and check it out, and they never send me the notifications, even though I've checked. I've checked that I've clicked all, and it's like they just don't prioritize or something. They deprioritize certain accounts, like mine. I don't know. Type a 1 in the chat if you got my notification. If you're here because of my notification, type a 1 in the chat. I got another question too, so I'm gonna wait for a good minute or two before I ask it.
With us, I love you and God bless you.
How y'all doing out there? My name is Frank Nitty, all right? They only gave me 2 minutes, so I'm not gonna talk about my journey. I'm gonna talk about what I came here to talk about, all right? Now check it out. As activists around the country, we need to get organized. Every 3 months when a black person get killed, that shouldn't be the only time we find out about black people getting killed by the police. We need to get
8, 9, 10.
organized together as a nation of activists so we can call on each other whenever we need help. We need to demand change, not ask for change. They think this is a negotiation. This is not a negotiation. I came here to demand change. I'm tired. Are y'all tired? Because I'm tired. My grandsons ain't gonna be marching for the same stuff my granddaddy marched for. This is a revolution, all right? We just marched 750 miles from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 24 days to get here because we not gonna stop until we get change. That's what we need in this country. All of y'all that came today, I know y'all been marching in y'all cities.
Okay, so a lot of notifications went out.
Stop marching. We gonna organize because they don't expect that. We gonna come together because they don't expect that. We gonna demand change
coffee.
because they don't expect that. We not gonna have our kids marching. This is it.
Okay, I got some people saying no notification.
Black people shouldn't
No
be marching for the
notification.
same stuff Martin Luther King was marching for. I'm tired. I'm tired. And I'm tired of asking for justice. I just want it to stop. We don't want justice. That's after a racist police do something to us. We need them out of the police. We need all these racist people gone. We need change. And we can get that by vote. Now, while we marched in 750 miles, everybody that came and chastised us, everybody that came with shotguns, everybody that came messing with us had Trump signs. Trump 2020. That's the new way that they exhibit racism in this country and hide behind it. So we got to vote Trump out of office, all right? So when it's time to vote, we going to vote. And if y'all see me up here, if you
Man, I've caught him in so many lies.
it's time. This the
I've seen
revolution.
this dude lie to so many people.
This is the revolution.
Charlotte, what's up?
Our next speaker is
I'm glad you're here.
Clooney. He's the executive director of the Black Economic Alliance, the nation's only coalition of business leaders and aligned
Just another
advocates
hustler.
committed
Yeah,
to economic
that's absolutely
progress
right.
and prosperity in the Black community, with a specific focus on work, wages, and wealth. Before joining BEA, David led the state and local government relations
down
team
here
at
it'll be
J.B.
for
Morgan
sure.
Chase &
Gatornado for
Company.
sure.
He's
Gatornado
a graduate
is next.
of Howard
Sequel
University School
or
of
prequel.
Law, where he was editor-in-chief of
Prequel.
the Law Review and the University of
Gators
Albany
came
State
first.
University of New York, and sits on the board of the National Urban League. Please welcome David G. Clooney.
What's up? Hey, from Indianapolis. Hey, Indianapolis, what's going on?
I'm David Clooney. I lead the Black Economic Alliance, a group of black business leaders and allies dedicated to improving work, wages, and wealth for black people. We know the 1963 March on Washington was a march for jobs and freedom. In over 50 years, the wealth gap between black and white Americans has
Danielle's
not
like
changed
Gatornado.
by some
I was
measures,
talking with my
it's
dad
even
about the
wider today.
hurricanes, and we were just talking about how,
But
you know,
we're at an
I
inflection
called it
point.
with Laura
It may have
getting real
taken
big because I was
400
like,
years,
I wouldn't
plus 8
normally
minutes and
evacuate, but
46
these are
seconds to get
2020
here.
hurricanes, so I know they say a level 1, but they'll probably ramp up to like a level 4 before they hit. And my dad didn't believe me. He thought I was BRking, and so anyway, I was like, yeah, when are you gonna listen to me? This is 2020. I'm waiting for Sharknado reports. And then we got off on a tangent about how it's Louisiana, so it'll probably be Gatornado, and that's where that came from.
LOL. Gatornado.
And building generational wealth for black families. Right now, we absolutely have to vote. Congress should pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to ensure free and fair elections. And just like we're showing up to march across America, we have to show up and vote. Over 40 states will allow early voting this year, so vote early if you can. Make a plan and make sure your vote is counted well before Election Day. We owe it to the civil rights giants who marched, bled, and died for us. We owe it to the families of countless black people lost to unchecked institutional racism. We owe it to America to help her keep her promise to all of us. I am so inspired by the demand for justice that's emanating from every
Who
corner
is
of America right now.
the woman speaking?
We have to continue this march on every platform we have. In the streets, in the halls of Congress, in the corporate boardrooms, and with our vote. so we can
Oh,
finally
Misty,
achieve
Crawfish
social
NATO.
and economic justice. Thank you.
Yes, Crawfish NATO. Paid agitators, more like paid alligators. Paid alligators. Boom, Buck nailed it. Buck, I'm glad you're here. Nailed it. Hammer, meat, nail.
Coming to the stage is Portia Taylor. She's a brand builder, music lover, sport bike rider. Portia Taylor is the founder of Black Girls Ride,
And if you're
a
feeling
magazine
anything
and
weird,
community
you wanna feel
originally launched
weirder,
as a
we'll
place for
start
women of
rebuking
color
stuff in
who
the name of
ride,
Jesus.
which has since grown to include all women. What inspired her to
Make that
launch
hair
Black
on the
Girls
back of your
Ride
neck
was
stand
the
up.
lack of representation that she saw when she
Steve-O,
started
what's up, brother?
riding,
Brofist.
especially
Good to see you,
long
man.
distance.
Greg777, what's up, dude? Tiff and I are so excited, man.
Or on her way up to, quote, occupy the
Buck,
gym.
Brofist.
Portia can be found rolling in her pink habaya. I know I said that wrong. I don't even ride. And always living her best life.
Texas Outlaw,
Please
what's up,
welcome
man? I see you out there,
Portia Taylor.
Brofist.
Good afternoon. I'm Portia Taylor, and I'm here as a representative of Black Girls Ride. More than a magazine, we are a movement of women passionate about motorsports. Over 100 women rode across America to be with you here today. We are our ancestors'
Billy, what's up, man?
wildest
Brofist.
dreams. Women of color on ground, traveling across the land of the free. We are your mothers, your grandmothers, your aunts, your sisters, and your daughters. Our ride started Monday in Long Beach, California. As we rode through Texas, I thought about my soror, Sandra Bland, and how a simple traffic stop ended in her death. We all witnessed George Floyd's
LOL.
death as he cried for help. The
Holy
heartbreaking death of Breonna
crap.
Taylor as she slept in her home.
General M6 Bridge Plus, dude, Brofist. Thank you so much for that super chat. Mind blown. Holy freaking crap. General says, support Kyle. And I 100% agree. Brofist, dude, thank you so much for that, man. Mind is blown. That's insane, dude. Thank you. Shot you an email on spec. God's night, thank you so much for that, dude. I will check that out immediately.
And we raise our throttle hand in support of those on the front line of our struggle. We ride to ensure the freedom of our future leaders.
It got really spicy, and Rand Paul almost got lynched, I heard.
In November, Black Girls Ride
I heard,
will rev
yes.
our engines. We will lead the ride to the polls and fuel
No,
the
Rand
ballot
Paul,
boxes
not
of
the
this
reporter.
nation to choose a
Anti-war
leader
advocate.
that will provide the unity our country desperately
Libertarian.
needs. We invite you to join in this and vote like your life depends on it. Thank you.
But there's a lot going on in DC, so don't go to work. Have they sent you
Ricky wants to know how he can donate. Dude, I'll drop a link right now.
Stays on the front line. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She's an activist, a legislator, a survivor, and the first woman of color to be
There you
elected
go,
to
Ricky.
Congress from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Throughout her career as a public servant, Congresswoman Pressley has fought to ensure that those closest to the pain are closest to the power, driving and informing policymaking. Prior to her being elected to Congress, she served on the Boston City Council for 8 years and was the first woman of color elected to the council in its 100-year history. Please welcome Congresswoman
Tiff.
Ayanna Pressley.
Anastasia, what's up? Good to see
Good
you.
morning, beloved. Today, I am thinking of the ancestors, not just the ones recorded in our history books, but the ones omitted from those pages. The justice seekers, the freedom riders, the organizers, the community builders, every loved one that packed a brown bag lunch, led a freedom song, risked their life and livelihood, that Vaseline and elbow
Wow.
and sent
Numbers are filling up.
Their sacrifice and self-determination shaped history and brought us.
Okay, so we're just going to take a break from the hootin' and the hollerin'. Whew. Okay. All right. So, today we have the Commitment March in D.C. at the, what is it, National Mall?
Yes.
The U.S. National Mall. And I think that sits right by the Potomac in D.C. I kind of do love D.C., low-key. I mean, I don't like all the technocratic restrictions. When I went there, there was like, you wouldn't believe the signs of like, no drones, no cell phones, no recording, no, like it was insane. So, I don't know. I don't like all the rules, I guess, but we visited and...
Well, they have to. I get that.
I would love to revisit.
Yeah, me too.
Type a 1 in the chat if you want Tiff and I this year to take a trip where we like road trip and live stream along the way and then live stream in DC.
That'd be awesome.
Post apocalypse. No, I'm just playing.
So, you know, if you'll remember back when, back at the beginning of June, right after Mr. Floyd had died, they did, when the riots were bad in Minneapolis and just kind of getting started in Portland and Oregon, and there were a few solidarity riots or protests in D.C. There was one man that was shot, if y'all will remember. President Trump was giving a speech and had to be pulled from the speech.
Yeah.
A man was shot. He was unarmed by, Secret Service, and nothing else ever came out about that I can find, other than just he was shouting out threats. He was unarmed and he was shot. Now, also, if you'll recall, they had tried to set up a black house in DC. Do you remember that? And it got shut, like, swiftly got shut down. Like, all communication in DC got cut off. People working in DC were emailed like, remain where you are, do not
shelter
leave.
In place order.
Shelter in your place. And then they went around and took out trash, literally, like they with dump trucks.
God's Night
things
says
and
he's
throw it
got
away.
info on that dude.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate
I'd like
that, God's Night. Yeah, dude,
Can he call in?
He's got. Yeah, we do. We need to have him. I wish I knew. I don't know how to do what Hippie does, dude. Or otherwise, I would let God's Night call in if he wants. I can get him on the phone for sure. Let's see. I vote Tiff and Landon for president. You can be first man, Landon. Oh, snap,
that would be a horrible
babe. That
idea.
would be an
I
honor.
make terrible decisions.
Oh.
Hey, but willing to admit that may be what we need in a president.
I don't know if they would
I'm
let
not
me.
qualified
I don't
for
think they would
this.
let you say first man. That's too like.
First man.
You know.
I'm your first dude.
The first man was Adam, right? I'm just playing.
Dude,
So here we go. All right. Tiff could be VP. Oh, crap. Why are we talking about this? Let's talk about... Okay, so everyone has decided we have to take a trip this year.
About it.
To D.C.
About it.
I'm totally about it. We've been needing to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah. Okay, so a lot of people... Some people...
Maybe in the fall.
Landon, First Lady. If that's what I got to do to get up there, I'll take it, I guess. I'm just playing. Let's see. Tiff, that's who's over here. Some people don't know. They're like,
Tiff.
Who's the lady? And it's like the lady is my life partner, my wife.
I've been told I have a very shrill, cutting voice. So if that's the case, my apologies. I understand.
We don't mean to cut you with her voice. I don't think it's that bad.
It could be.
Anyway.
I have a tone.
We have Tiff with us. All right, guys. And we do have a Discord if anybody wants in on the Discord. Also, guys, look, public service announcement. Unspecified Podcast and Review is currently in need of and searching for and looking for a mod. Need mods across all platforms.
Right, for real.
It's just me, and
We
over on
have
YouTube,
awesome
it's a group of
mods,
folks.
but
I got some mods on YouTube.
We do have awesome mods, but we don't have a schedule, and that makes it difficult for awesome mods to know when to get on. And sometimes awesome mods have jobs.
Right.
That happens.
No,
on our
I
side.
could never expect anyone to keep up with my schedule. That's why I need like a whole team.
Right.
So like some
Round the
folks.
clock.
Yeah. So.
Wait, Landon as Republican candidate, Tiff as the Democratic candidate. Win-win.
That might be the unifying thing this country needs. Okay.
We disagree on things, but we managed to work it out.
A right-leaning libertarian and
slightly left-leaning libertarian.
Just normal folks need to be president for 1 year. Give us 1 year. Okay?
Normal dude.
Give me 1 year and the full protection of Secret Service and watch. You can laugh.
Brad says Brad will be a moderator. That would be an excellent.
Brad. Oh, yeah. I bet he would be, too.
Excellent idea.
That's hilarious. All right. Let's see here.
Well, and then another thing is we have awesome mods that agree with us. So when we first started, we were 100% no censorship. Like, look, if you're going to get into a fight, you're going to get into a fight. And mommy and daddy aren't going to be there to help you get out of the fight. You got to fight it out, you know, with your words, though, not actual punches and stuff. And then it got crazy. And they were like, all right, maybe that wasn't such a great idea. But our mods are still kind of like, First Amendment, say what you got to say, you know, like. Right.
That's another
Right.
thing is that, like.
And people are like, the moderators don't go through, and it's like, no, we do go through. We're just choosing to let you say what you want to say, and if you get attacked for it, well,
I don't think there are any mods, or they're not modding. It's like, no. Yeah, no, they're very libertarian and pro-free speech, so it's like, you know, I don't know. All right, so let's see.
Matt says Mutt will be a mod, and I think that's a great idea as well, but we need... do we need Facebook or YouTube or both?
Facebook.
Facebook is intense.
I've got some YouTube mods. Every now and then I'll get on and everybody's just asleep.
Do you know why Facebook is more intense than YouTube?
Hold on. Here his name and age. You can follow the rabbit the rest of the way. Unspecified and Tiffany. Myron Berryman 51. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
Mickey also. Great job. Gosh.
Thank you so much, God's Night. Let's see here. All right, I needed that info. God's Night was trying
Danielle,
to get me.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
Right, exactly, Brad. There was no need for moderators when you started on the first day.
Almost 3 months ago.
Right, and 3,000. It was just like 3,000 viewers.
Anastasia's like, hold up, I need coffee.
Anastasia, I miss you when you're gone. I just hope that you know that I think about you a lot. I think about a lot of our viewers. Like, I know people on a personal level, I feel like. And I miss people when they go. Like, where's Francis been?
I don't know.
Where's Miranda? Where's Carl?
Yeah, well, I don't know. A lot of people at some point preferred Freight Broker.
That's fine. I don't have a problem
and
with
I think
that,
they were like, you know what? He does everything Unspecified does, so I'm just going to go over here. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know where they are. My schedule is so impossible to follow. It makes perfect sense that people can't hang out.
Brad has... Warning, I'm already down the rabbit hole. Yeah, Brandon, that's a good point. We shouldn't just say mod because you vape, and so mod could mean so many different things.
It could.
I own a computer.
I am so
company in
excited
Dallas.
for
You're
my
more
next
than welcome to
review.
DM me
I
and will
can't
show you
wait
how
for the
to-
next range day.
Brandon, that is awesome. Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
You should just save it for later if you want to. He messaged me just offering help, and he knows like back ends of computers and how to walk you through for automated monitoring. Tom, what's up, Tom? Yep, Tom too. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Good morning, Jennifer.
All right, let's see here. All right.
Nikki, you should be able to message Unspecified the page.
Yes.
Or over on Discord.
I can drop a Discord link. You could, there's Riot Buddies for Life Facebook group. I did stop the audio, guys, because I kind of needed a break from all of the revolution. All the, Viva Revolution. Awesome Nail Tech. What's up? Good to see you. Thingamajigger. What's up, man? It's Nikki. What's up?
Kilt lover Nikki?
Yeah, kilt lover.
What's up, kilt lover Nikki?
I still need a kilt.
Yeah.
I still need a kilt.
That still hasn't happened.
We all need a break from the... Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. So this is the moment. Handmaid's Tale, mirror pool and everything.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're right.
It's
Tonight
a little less
could be
organized.
The night, guys. Something,
a little less organized than it was in Handmaid's Tale, but...
Something might go down. I don't know. I just get a weird feeling about today, That's all.
Labor Day is coming.
It's so weird how my schedule lined up, and I don't know. I'm gonna push through tonight. I don't know what the heck is gonna happen. I'm probably gonna have to sleep all day.
You'll sleep the weekend, and then we'll wake up Monday. Mutt's thank you for the audio break. Oh, Ricky, thank you so much. Hold on, I'll go check. Sorry, y'all, we don't have... Look, somebody posted a picture the other day with a sticker, and we're
Ricky, man, brofist, dude.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea anybody ordered anything. Teespring has not told us anything, so I was sitting here thinking, nobody likes the shirts, no biggie.
God's Night says, I got some theories on that, too.
On Handmaid's Tale?
On Handmaid's Tale?
I sure do.
As long as Tiff doesn't have a weird feeling, I think we're okay. Do you have a weird feeling?
Well, because I did the other night when Kyle...
Oh, wow. You totally called that. That's right. You had a bad feeling, and then Kyle happened. Whoa. Yeah.
I wouldn't put too much into it. It could have just been gas. I don't know.
That's exactly what Chad just said. Chad says, I got a weird feeling. It's probably gas. And then you said it. And so it's like quantum entanglement here. We're talking about gas. And that stinks, if you get my meaning.
Despicable, I tell you.
I'm taking my belt off. What? I'll stay at home. Okay. Let's see here. All right, what else is going on? Is there anything else going on? Ooh, yikes. Wow, check that crowd out. Look at that crowd. Boom.
Wow.
Check that out.
But I'd like to get a picture of Inauguration Day, and just for comparison's sake.
Yeah, they say that those were all muffed up. Anastasia says, Tiff, I miss you too. Classes and work has me crying in my sleep.
I'm sorry, Anastasia. Nobody deserves to be under that much stress.
Can we use Unhinged as the mod's nickname? LOL. Did Washington go crazy last night? Oh, yeah. I missed it. I'm sorry. The Dank Crusader. What's up, dude? Brofist. Okay, we got a lot of regulars showing up.
I know, it makes me so happy.
It must be like y'all must be waking up from that crazy-ish that happened where in Washington D.C. last night. I'm like, where? Any Republican in that crowd? Yeah, there might. Yeah, I'm sure there are. Low key, I kind of think that Mercado is like a undercover conservative.
I think
Maybe
CJ
not.
and Mercado may both.
Yeah, I think they're both
Or-
undercover middle ground moderates.
I was going to say,
yeah, they're both moderate.
They're old school left, which was still kind of like, that was reasonable. They were just kind of a little bit more open minded, and that's where I resonated.
What happened in Washington last night? Haven't heard. Greg, I'll try to get an update on that for you. A compilation.
We took the night off, and we've been told that it will take some time to go through.
It got nuts last. I'm hearing reports that it got nuts. Oh, crap. There's an emergency gun meme review. I think we need to watch it. I don't know if that's okay to do, though. Crap.
Emergency what?
Gun meme review.
Doom break? Are you kidding me?
I don't, but it's 14 minutes of my boy's footage. I don't know if I can use that.
Right.
But if I could, I would. Golly.
It's me.
The dinging is making... Seth, what's up, dude? I see you out there. Things are picking up in California, too. I'm waiting for a Kenosha to kick off here. Ooh, yikes. Rut-row. Oh, boy. What's up, Cassie? Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm working on some... All right.
Yeah, I agree. Freight Broker is a good guy, and that's awesome if he donated. That is amazing. Good on him.
Dude, heck yeah. Freight Broker, yeah.
We got no problems with Freight Broker over here. We're just not the same platform. And so when we were having people come over and be like, I like Steve better, it's like, well, okay, that's fine. You don't have to be hateful before you leave. Just go watch Steve. It's cool.
I'm looking for footage from DC last night. We can review. We'll look at that. That way we can all get caught up. Oh, that's awesome. Cindy says, I watch both you guys and Steve. Angelina says, I don't like Steve.
I watch Steve every now and then. He's a good guy. We're just different platforms, you know? That's all, and it's cool. Brad.
Network. I want to thank all of the various organizations who have collaborated with us to bring this to pass. We celebrate the great leadership of our president, Reverend Al Sharpton.
All right. Sorry, I'm really trying to find some footage from last night.
Having convened us together. But our coming together for the speeches and the rhetoric of the moment will be meaningless if we do not leave here and activate and get involved and fight the fight and vote and encourage those who are not. We are at a crossroads in American history. We're at the intersection of perish or promise.
Okay, everybody, I just want to let everyone know that we're going to be watching footage from last night. This is not live. This is we're reviewing footage from Washington, D.C. protests last night, captured by After Action Report on Facebook.
Wait a minute, you answer that question, but answer her question. Answer that.
All right, so this was last night.
That's not what I'm asking you. You're giving me
Of the Rand Paul situation. Angelina, thank you so much. We'll look into that.
How do you feel about? Okay, so give me one. I got a different question.
Appreciate that, God's Night. He says.
Quit giving him your motherfucking attention. He ain't about shit.
Let's see.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Oh snap! Look! Oh snap! It got spicy in DC. It got so spicy.
Does anybody see glasses? Does anybody see glasses?
Look, so this was 12 hours ago. You can see right here.
Check that ground for some glasses, all right?
This was basically.
Hey, help him out! Help him out!
Context of what started this.
Well, this is
Well, y'all remember when the wind
only
burned down and I lost my glasses?
1 hour and 30 minutes into a 4-hour live stream, a 2-hour, 58-minute live stream from last night in DC. I just picked a random spot in the middle, and it just 2 seconds later started showing violence. Sent you a DM on Discord. Thank you so much, Kirk. I'll look into that, brother. What's up, everybody? Let's see.
Okay, but add pressure, bro. Add pressure. Open your eyes. Open it. Trust me. Y'all niggas want to throw him on the fucking ground like that? Throw me on the ground. Throw me on the ground like that. Come here. Throw me on the ground. Throw me on the fucking ground, bro. Because you're not like that, nigga. I'll fucking kill you, bro. Don't do that. Yeah, remember my face, nigga. Remember that. You know what else you can remember? You can remember that too. Y'all niggas just threw him on the fucking ground for what? You make me want to throw you on the ground. What's your name? Say your name!
Get off of me. What are you doing?
Apache Wolf, what's up?
He sounds like he doesn't want his face. He sounds like he doesn't want his face filmed. Iggy!
What?
Ruby, thank you so much.
What's going on? Whoa. Ruby, thank you so much. Sister Fist. Rick, thank you so much, brother. Holy crap, man. Mind blown, bro fist. Whoa. Holy crap, man. Thank you. Alright. So what else? What else happens? What? Move, you're not by yourself?
Thank you for the glasses, but you're still
See ya. Thanks for stopping in, Nikki. Ma'am, you're not by yourself. Okay.
Have some fucking accountability. All of you. This is property. This is fucking property. These motherfucking buildings, these light posts, everything.
Rhetoric is the spearhead of violence, General. Wow, great insight. Rhetoric is the spearhead of violence.
Come back to the way it was. Sandra Bland, she can't come back. Jay Anderson,
Yeah.
he can't come back. Braylon Stone can't come back. None of these motherfuckers can come back. Do you know why? Because they have one life. They're not property. They're real ass things that bleed, that bruise, that cry, that have family. And you a black man is sitting here, right here, and allowing them to do this shit. You should be embarrassed. Shame on you. Shame. And I'm serious, and I'm gonna say it how many times. I don't give a fuck how repetitive and how redundant I sound. Because you wanna know what's repetitive and redundant? My fucking resiliency. I am black, and I am tired of being fucking resilient. I am 19 years old, and I've been resilient all my fucking life. All my life, because you motherfuckers can't talk before you shoot. You can't talk before you shoot. Are you fucking serious? We are tired of being resilient. We are tired of asking for mercy. I'm sick and motherfucking tired of begging. We're not begging no more. We are demanding justice. You need to pick your fucking self up. Hold yourself accountable. If you go home and you're questioning your job, why the fuck are you doing it? Why the fuck are you doing it? You look at me in my eyes, you have not wandered at all. So I know that you are feeling what I'm saying. And Karen, I want you to go back to your house and I want you to really think about your actions. Is this okay? Is any of this is okay? The way they just threw that woman, is that okay? Why was that needed? Why? Excessive force. Look at all you motherfuckers, y'all flock to you.
Shake, all that shit. I want to go experience it. Of course, I'm gonna cry like a little bitch, but I feel like it's important personally for me. Wendy, I have a dark sense of humor, so I find a lot of things funny. I find it funny you would ask such a thing. I obviously said I find it funny. When the pushback comes, I'm gonna record. Like I always do, baby. Yeah, we're about to be deep on the stream, so the trolls are gonna come out. I'm gonna start blocking people getting out of hand because I really want to stay concentrating on what's going on. And
put your hands on me again and I fuck you up. Hands on me again and I fuck you up. Bitch, what? Hands on me again.
Look, I think this is the...
What?
Are these unarmed racist people?
I think that's somebody. I don't know who exactly.
How do you feel about abolition?
Yeah, that mob stuff is gonna get people killed.
Can y'all?
You can't follow folks like that in a crowd and not,
A crowd of 30 or 40 people following one person, and that one person's not supposed to feel
couple.
threatened.
Yeah, couple. You're not just threatening me. You're making me feel like you're threatening my wife. I won't,
Oh yeah, going to the parking lot garage. That's not gonna be good.
Alright, all this is footage from last night. I'm just trying to get caught up on what went down.
What is he doing? Walking away.
Alright, Rand Paul attacked by BLM protesters outside White House RNC. Outraged internet says he's for police reform.
His wife was almost crying. That's sad.
Check it out. Look.
Ray, sorry about that. Oh. Good on him for checking on that cop. He didn't just walk on. I mean, I know that's part of his security detail, so walking on would have been a bad move, but they need some folks on their six.
Okay. So, we return.
The Migos and black people from here until November 3rd, we gotta walk it like we talk it. We gotta keep moving until our generation takes the baton, changes the country, and makes America great for the very first time. Black people, rise up and accomplish what you will.
Man, oh man. Almost lunchtime.
All right. I was just told that we have a big group of mothers from Georgia. Are you in the house?
Is this the wall of moms?
All right.
If they're from Georgia and they were in Portland.
Next up, please welcome Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. She is serving her 13th term as a member of the United States House of Representatives. She serves the 18th
We are in a
Congressional
race
District
war.
of Texas.
We are in a hot
centered in
civil war.
Houston,
Absolutely.
The energy capital
I don't
of
think
the
we're in a
world, and
race
sits
war.
on 3
Well,
congressional
I guess it
committees.
could become
The
that.
House
It
Committee,
depends.
The Judiciary and Homeland
This is
Security
more than just
Committee,
race, though.
and the crucial Budget Committee.
Because
She's
even
the
on the
author of
left,
the
like they're rallying
Emancipation
behind
National
white folks that are getting
Historic
killed
Trail
for the
Study
movement.
Act, and the lead
Now, if a
sponsor
Hold
black
on. Rick says Unspecified and Riot Buddies have turned to trash with no moderation or vetting. If you wanted to have an argument with libs, I would join a lib page. Rick, thank you so much for your feedback. It's so crazy how we just talked about this. Where were you then? Crap, I just put out a public service announcement about how I need freaking mods over on Facebook. Damn. And the mods that I do have are so free speech that they don't ban folks.
I'm a black mother.
Benjamin says Rick is stupid. Oh, great. Here we go.
Do
Okay.
matter every single day of my life. Standing on these historic
No,
steps,
not the same Rick.
grabbing
I
on
doubt
to the
this-
history of what the Lincoln Monument
it's
means
a
to
different
all of
Rick.
us
Gotta be.
who have a birthright in this nation to be able to live in dignity. I understand the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, who said that the Negro people have been given a bad check, a check which has come to be marked insufficient funds. Today we stop the
Patrick
insufficient
says I would
funds,
mod, but I
and we
don't
put
Facebook.
money in the
LOL.
bank
Totally
because
understand.
we've got to heal this nation. And so I say to you, why we can't wait. Why we can't wait when those assigned to protect and serve are able to grab the T-shirt of a black man named Jacob and point a gun in his black skin and shoot 7 times. Why we can't wait.
There's so many
Why we
Ricks
can't
over
wait
there right
when
now.
those who are assigned to protect
Here.
and serve can take
Let's
Big
see.
Floyd, put a knee on his neck, and
What was
say,
his name?
I can't breathe. And then
Rick
we
Clement
know that
or
we have to
something like that.
change this nation when we have Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, and Michael Brown, and many others.
Cressman.
And so today we come to acknowledge that we ask America not to fear us.
Yeah, well, I
We ask you not to
completely,
send tweets that we are attacking you as a mob, because the militia walks around freely and shoots us without anyone's concern. And so we are standing here today to say,
Oh, gosh. All right, babe. So what's going on? Hi, all the Ricks. LOL.
We've got a lot coming up. All right, we
do have a lot coming up. I think we're going to have
On the
Operation
5th,
Dark Winter.
I think you should just go ahead and pull August down and let's start looking at September. On the 5th, we've got the Kentucky Derby. We've also got
I'm going to do it live.
so shocking.
Totally didn't work, but, you know, something like that. It's the calendar. All right.
All right, so on the 5th, I'm going to need to come do that because your handwriting doesn't allow.
Yeah, my handwriting is terrible. Yes, White House siege coverage, absolutely.
Christy says, thank you for muting that. Everybody's appreciating the audio.
Yeah,
break.
I'm appreciating it as well because, goodness gracious, man. I don't want to just sit in silence. I wish I had like a whole script, but I'm unscripted and I'm just a dude.
Right.
And
Ruby-
we're covering this, and
Ruby has a good point. She foresees National Guards being in the streets today, and unfortunately, I do too. Do we have a gate up? Is there a fence up around the White House?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the White House.
Marissa, that's a very good point. They're trying to make the numbers look big, which it feels. I feel that, if I'm going to be honest. If I catch a glimpse of mainstream media news, I get that quick little glimpse of panic where I'm like, oh no, what if we're outnumbered? What if we're not the majority anymore? And then I'm like, I don't know. And then I see numbers on Facebook and chats and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, I don't know. Coming from a place of hate isn't going to do anything. If what you want
I'm
for
not
this
coming from a place
no,
of
no,
hate.
no, 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 not you. I'm saying the movement. If what you want for America is more hatred, like, because what you're saying equality, but what it's going to lead to is we're all going to be equally oppressed because this is going to force a tyrannical government if this keeps going on. But really what it's saying is, well, you know, basically we want it to shift. These people still want hate. You can't just get rid of hate. Or at least that's what it feels like in this movement. If you don't want hate, then why are you using so much hate to get rid of hate?
Bernie says, whatever the election results are, it will not be pretty.
Exactly.
Doombreak, Anastasia Wolfart says, any art requests before the weekend, which, man, that just opens me up. Look, Anastasia, I'm on a, like, real Alaskan theme right now.
Gator NATO.
Tiff's on a real, like, storm gator thing right now. You know, having Laura having just passed.
Bye, Cindy. Be safe.
So I don't know. If you want to take some inspiration from that, feel free. Something like, I don't know. And guys, if you haven't already, go check out Anastasia Wolfart over on YouTube. Pretty cool little channel. Pretty cool time-lapse footage. I don't know. I'm thinking like grizzly bear, big mountains, beautiful rivers, wide open spaces. That's what I don't know why I'm thinking that. I'm really on an Alaskan kick right now.
You just want a mental break. You want to be away from people.
Oh yeah, is that it?
Yeah, and we're watching Win the Wilderness, and we're like, oh my gosh.
Oh no, she's like Alaskan and gator. I'll see what I can do. It might go up on my channel. Pick one or the other. No, I'm just playing. I don't know.
Oh yes, Danielle, we do like wood burning art. In fact, I have to finish. I did some more engraving yesterday. I've got to finish doing some burning for, and really I need you to do the pour while I'm.
I got the new wheels on the Jeep. I'll send you a pic, but I got it completely restored. Holy crap, awesome, man.
Jeeps are amazing.
Dude, I'd love to see it.
No joke. I want to go for a ride in a Jeep
I need a Jeep. I need a Jeep, or at least like an old beat up like H1, like a cheap Humvee, like an original Army military surplus or something like that. Oh crap, she says both different paintings, but I'm gonna do both. Holy crap,
that's so amazing.
That is amazing.
I'm more excited for the Sharknado.
I can drop it
or
in
the
Discord.
Gatornado.
I'm excited for like the whole Alaskan
theme. Can you do a video chat party while also live streaming? Andrew, that is a great idea.
Dude, I can open up Discord and we can try to figure that out.
Fun. I miss my beach. Yeah, we do too.
All right, I'm in Discord right now. What is this Discord? All right. Okay. Very cool. I think there is voice channel. Yeah, let's do a voice channel. Let's
Has anybody ever looked at the future map of America? The predictive future map of America? I'll indulge into the tinfoil hat side.
Wait, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, okay, so a little bit of conspiratorial stuff.
It's not really. It's just it's a theoretical future map of America if, like, the New Madrid fault, had an eruption. For those of you that don't remember, New Madrid went off, and I don't remember if it was the 1800s or the 1900s, but it was such a powerful earthquake that the Mississippi River flowed backwards. And so anyway, the future map of America.
All right, are we connected? Is anybody in the voice chat on Riot Buddies in the Discord?
Yep, two of us.
What is up? What's up? Who's over here? I can't see in the room for some reason, I guess.
Anastasia.
Chad and Anastasia.
What's up? I don't hear anybody.
All right, bear with me.
I stayed up till 4 last night working on something, so.
All right, let's see if everybody else can hear it.
What classes are you taking?
Taking a sculpture class, a figure drawing, and 2 computer classes.
Can you hear? Well, you got to put these
What
headphones.
did you paint? Diet Coke?
I was listening on here though. Listen.
Well, like illustrated design or like a CAD CAM class or?
2D motion and graphic design.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
All right.
Peace provider bringing in that Diet Coke.
Oh yeah, for sure. Landon, I'm gonna be dropping you a couple pictures. It's gonna show like the journey it took.
Oh snap! Okay, what's
Carolyn,
up, guys?
we like
this,
Steve
This
too.
was a 7-month project. Like I didn't just like repaint it. Like I completely restored the Jeep.
Holy crap! All right, let me see here.
So real quick, just if I can finish up. So
Watchman for you on YouTube says volume is low on guess.
Of course it is. All right, I'm working on it.
the future map
You
of
just gotta
America, the
right
only
click
reason I
on the
brought that
name
up
and drag the volume up.
is because basically the Mississippi River
Been a minute
line.
since I hopped on Discord.
I'm not sure that your mic is connected to the Discord just yet. I'm sorry, babe. I'm trying to get everything.
Well, you can hear her in the background through your mic, though.
Can you guys get a
That's
read on my
me.
voice?
Hang on. I gotta switch my audio over. Right.
Is it still very quiet? It's better now. Some people are still saying very quiet.
I hear everybody just fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Likewise.
So do I.
If you play it through the speaker, it also helps.
About a month ago, I got some serious mic envy because of his new mic, and since I replaced mine, I hear everybody fine.
Oh, good idea. I'm about to throw on my Xbox headset.
There you
I need
go.
to hear what Fred is saying then.
Thanks, Chad. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy.
Okay, cool. I'm getting it figured out a little bit. All right, folks. So, boom. I don't know if this helps anybody.
Steve says Discord is unfiltered Twitter.
Unfiltered.
Oh geez. Twitter's already unfiltered.
Censored free. No censorship.
All right. Really gonna need to figure out. I'm sorry, guys. I get all distracted and I'm like,
They do pump it into a log, but that's not that big of a deal.
Okay, very cool. Let's see. All right, we got God's Night as well. Is that Ben Shapiro? I hear Ben Shapiro's voice.
Oh jeez. I got a picture of him. It's like it looks like he's crying. It says, "Okay, now let's hypothetically say that everything was fine."
That's a big old mood.
How you been, Anastasia?
Pretty good. I quit my job.
Oh man, you're turning into a libtard over there. What the hell's going on?
No, so I couldn't deal with my job anymore, and I got offered a position in somewhere else. So
You go, girl. Good for you. Amen. I'm glad to hear that. You deserve it.
Now I won't have all night shifts, so I can actually join those streams.
Oh man, they were nights as well. Oh, amen. I'm glad. Thankful to hear that.
All right, if it looks like I don't know what I'm doing on the screen, it's because I don't know what I'm doing.
More productive career. What do you think?
What are you trying to accomplish on the screen, Lando?
Well, I quit trying to accomplish it, so now we have what we have. I hope everyone's happy. All right, Tiff had some points she was trying to make. What were you trying to say, babe?
Oh.
I don't know if... Okay, so everyone in the stream can hear this mic, but not everyone in Discord can hear that mic. Let me see if I can add that.
My point was just that
would
in
be
the
nice.
in,
What I'm
if you
doing
look
is
up
I'm
a
running
future
Facebook on my
map of the
phone,
United
but I
States,
have
it goes
Discord
off of
locked
the new
in the
Madrid
back
fault
as an
line,
app.
which is in Missouri.
So I have like the talk,
goes
chat
off,
from Discord, but I also
and
have the live stream as well, and I can
every
manage
time
the
I get to
volume
this point,
independently. One's a
it's
call.
just not meant to be said,
You
guys.
put it on
It's fine.
speakerphone,
I accept it.
And then the other is media volume on the user's end.
I will say this.
I'll get you link.
Be prepared to mute the live stream if you're on YouTube, because there's a bit of a delay if you're talking through Discord.
Yep, lag. True. Good point. Good point. Yep.
Otherwise, you're liable to have a psychotic break.
That or a
Liable.
seizure, one of the two.
I'm more of an aneurysm man.
Aneurysm. Yeah, now the lag and delay is there's feedback from someone's device if they're playing on a TV. That could be a setting that was changed.
Sorry,
now
folks.
It's silent, which is you're good.
All right, where are we at? How's everything doing on here?
Okay, that's a new one. Watchman for You says salt the like button.
Salt the like button. Oh, snap. Hippie uses SteamYard when he does his live streams. I know. And I'm already using Streamlabs, Restream, and... Oh, man. Okay, let's see. I kind of committed to Discord kind of hardcore. So all you got to do is join over there, and then I guess you just kind of click the general voice chat, and you can join in with us.
And I'll send the e-bite
General
into...
voice chat?
I'll send the e-bite into YouTube again.
So, Landon, I'm sending you the pictures in a DM. They're just going to come in very slowly.
Okay, cool.
Just because of the shitternet that I have.
Oh, man, that thing. Okay, let's see.
Clarity's great on this, I must say.
When did PMs become DMs? About the same
Sure.
time old people started having BMs?
On Instagram, it's direct message, and on Facebook, it's private message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of like identifying with whether you're a male or a female, or in between.
Okay, so the first one came through. That's what the Jeep looked like when I bought it.
All right, I'm going to look at it right now.
I didn't do anything to it at that point. That was just the Jeep.
I have a Jeep tattoo.
Actually, I bought the hard top for it.
Holy crap. It looks really good in that picture.
Just wait.
What is it?
I'm showing it on the screen right now. It'll be there in just a bit.
Awesome.
Boom.
Thank you.
Oh, dude, that thing is slick. I really like that, man. And so this is its original. This is how you bought it originally.
That was, yeah. Mm-hmm. I
We'll
put
see.
the hard top on it.
They're coming through slowly. Also, guys, I have footage of multiple politicians being, quote-unquote, allegedly attacked. Last night. We can play that. Let's see, whenever we can.
Is that the link I sent you, brother?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a different angle.
All right, I'm going to play it now.
Negative. That's not it. Hang on. I'm going to paste it in the chat right now for you. Oh, yep. That is. I'm sorry. There's a delay. Yep, you're good. Sorry about that.
I don't know what I did. Oh, there. Okay, it stopped. All right, so that's just all kinds of wrong. You know, did you see these politicians?
Yeah, they were walking out of the same event that Rand Paul did. I guess that was
They were
an
walking out of the
accident.
same event that Rand Paul did.
Yes.
So Landon, if you just want to wait until they all come through, and then you can just kind of like show them one after another. That way, it's not like, oh, let me do this real quick, break away.
That would be perfect. Now, that the RNC was at the White House, correct?
I don't believe so. No.
It wasn't.
There was a part. I don't believe.
No, it's okay.
Actually, yeah. I think they were at the White House for it because I remember seeing his daughter giving a speech there, if I'm not mistaken.
What I'm seeing here is this fence. It appears to
Yes.
be like, you know,
That's
so,
set up. There's a park. There's a park right around the square. That's right in front of the White House. You know where like Trump took his walk through to take a picture in front of the church, etc.
Yeah.
This goes around that park, I believe.
All right. Let's see.
Or that fence goes around that park. If not
Fun
mistaken.
Police, I'll grab the map and drop it.
Are you talking of? Okay, so Tiff was wanting to get into the future. She wants to dabble into this, and I'm so excited to get into it because
Can you pull up a
I will.
future
I'll pull it
map?
up right now. I'll pull it
The
up.
only reason I brought it up is because
Turn that mic off and speak up, and I'll turn this mic sensitivity. We can share this mic, even though it's supposed to kind of. You almost got to eat this mic to be heard in it.
the only reason I brought it up is because I'm just trying to think of like how are we going to peaceably how do we come back from this? And then I was thinking about countries like North Korea and South Korea, and you know there's countries that have been split into.
I think today's the day. I think you're gonna have to come sit right here.
Okay.
So we can both.
Give me 5.
Okay. All right. Awesome. I think today's the day, folks. Tiff is gonna be on camera. And not that she hasn't already. I mean, if you really wanted to look at her, I'm sure you could find her, but you know.
You know what? Call Guinness. Call Guinness because I don't believe it. Or wait, that was Ripley's, believe it or not. Call
Right.
Ripley's because I don't believe it.
She's on the woodworking channel too.
Yeah, that's pretty much her channel. She's that not you know.
Really? Oh
well,
yeah.
I don't know because you know, yeah, actually, it's the woodworking channel is totally your channel. It's you know, it's my old YouTube account, and like I mean old. That is an old YouTube account. All right, so who has any predictions? I know that Peace Provider was saying that, you know, this would go all summer long, and here we are.
Oh, this is going to grow linearly till November. Hopefully and probably the silent majority will come together and will prevail, however, between mail-in ballots. And you also have to consider all these Antifa and BLM members, they're of voting age, a strong majority of them between 18 and 24. How many of them show up? It's also very dependent on that as well. It's going to come down to votes, and we'll know better from there, or be able to better assert the situation from there. But you can expect this to consistently happen and continue. Anytime there's a police-involved shooting, regardless of whether it's justified or not, your location, no matter where you are in the country, as shown in Wisconsin now, you run the risk of having a riot. That's basically where we're at, in my opinion.
Looks like we got someone new here. What's up?
Andrew.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it too loud?
No.
Okay, my input's a little hot. I just want to make sure I'm not deafening anyone.
No, it's crispy.
I'm already partially deaf, so we're good.
All right, very good. Very cool.
Probably won't talk a lot right now. Just want to make sure this works for the future.
We have Kamala. She's on screen. I don't know if I play the audio. You guys are going to have to listen to it on a delay. How can I pipe the audio in? Ooh.
I can almost still hear the video audio through your mic.
Okay.
It's not clear though, but
Just slight.
yeah.
I haven't, noticed it when he's talking, but yeah, in between. It's not a big deal. I'm sure if he just turned down the local speakers just a tad, just with the normal volume button, it would probably be fine, but nothing need be changed in my opinion. Thank you for helping set this up if you played a part in it.
All right, I wonder if
No, it's no big deal. This will be a cool feature, get it working.
Absolutely. And it can also contribute to shows now in the future as well, for information or for, we were limited to one call at a time, or, if one of us could reach out to another, on live, we would do a three-way.
Absolutely.
But this is great. We can talk about a conversation and have a collective, we can all have collective inputs, contributions towards whatever the topic or be.
And the funny thing is, you're going to find that everybody, even though they're, completely different parts of the spectrum, everybody is pretty much in agreement on everything. It's just TV and Twitter that take the extreme opinions and throw them at you.
That or filter and throw out the views that they agree with and plaster it all over everybody's page or recommended pages, and then pages such as Landon's or with opposing views that they don't necessarily agree with. They tend to get picked up in an algorithm that they have no control over, but they do have independent fact checkers. Who are they? How did they get hired? What are their political views? Are those questions that they get asked?
It's a really good point.
Right,
is there an oversight? The qualification, and then what's the oversight? Citizens always want to talk about, well, where is their oversight for the judicial system, or where is their oversight for this police brutality? Well, anytime there's a victim shot and killed in any case with a police enforcement agency across the U.S., there's an independent death investigation done by the FBI, which has federal jurisdiction. It's not town, city, county, which is sheriff, or state, which is state police, who do their own internal investigations. So there's two separate death investigations. Oh, there's also the coroner's and CSI's death investigation. So there's literally 3 investigations done per death to reach the conclusion. So there has to be some form of that for these platforms, but because they're their own entities and essentially businesses making money off ads, and they also have a viewership, an audience to tend to or to cater to. So they fly that flag.
Well, the people who do most of the hiring for YouTube would be Google.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're going to cater to the left as much as possible.
100%.
And the people that control Facebook, well, that would be an alphabet agency, believe it or not.
I'm sure Zuckerberg is still the major stakeholder of Facebook.
Yes and no.
Yes, but when Big Daddy government tells them to do something, he's gonna do it.
Well, the FCC, that is. But when it comes to running their business, everyone agrees to the laws and whatever that disclaimer is that we sign at the beginning, which means all of our Facebook messages they can view, any of our video chats they can see. We all accepted that when we signed up. We accepted the fact that they could censor us because it's their platform and we're abiding by their terms of agreement. So we can't say shit. But when it's in violation of our rights, Amen. Amen. And it's also free. If it was like a paid group to, get your First Amendment out there and you're being censored, well, then it's in violation of civil rights. This is just a business matter. That's what it comes down to is straight business.
What's up, guys?
Good to see you.
I didn't even know this stuff in Washington was going to happen today.
Yeah. Fortunately, Unfortunately, a group of us have been watching Nitty, for his quote 750-mile trek across the U.S. I doubt he walked half of those. There's GPS trackers, cyclists and runners wear for people to view their location live and keep track of their miles. But no, he definitely didn't walk the whole way. But yeah, he was in Pennsylvania. Yeah, he was in Pennsylvania 3 days ago. He claims he walked 70 miles at points some days. No.
That's what I was trying to say about him. Like, dude, I have caught him in so many lies.
That's all he does. He's a habitual liar, and he's a false prophet. But these sheep worship him. Oh, you're in my area. Let me pay for this 4-star hotel for you all to stay at. Like you're God. Like that money can go towards hungry kids or helping any other admirable cause out there rather than it being set on fire.
All right, guys. So how's the mic?
Mic is good.
Tiff and I are going to split like the old days in the beginning.
Oh, wow.
Splitting a mic. You got to make sure you look at it and get all up close and sensual.
It's too tall for me.
Oh, crap.
It's too tall.
I think somebody said Chad was a little bit quiet.
He was. I mean, he is. I keep having to bump his volume up. I'm like, holy crap.
Chad, get up close and personal with your mic.
Up close and personal.
Get on it.
Relationship.
And if this audio is making... Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, if this audio is making its way over to Facebook, over those BLM tools and the speech, which has been so repetitive, so hateful, so negative, and it's just so bad for my ears at this point. If they're hearing any of our chat, I just want to thank them and say it's a pleasure. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing your opinions. Thank you for at least witnessing the facts in full and basing your conclusion and your own view based off of the truth and the facts rather than, relying 100% on mass media and for finding your way to the page.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here, for sure.
All in Habs 11 on YouTube is wondering about the future map.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to get into that. So, the future map that I was talking about, if you would be so kind. Is a map of America in the future, but it doesn't say when. It's okay, if this, and this happens, which we know are things that could happen, and this, and this being the San Andreas Fault erupting, the New Madrid fault line erupting, and it looks like something happening over on the East Coast as well. And this is what's left of America based on those things. The New Madrid being the fault line in New Madrid, Missouri. And
the Mississippi River really lets itself go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not watching its
all the
figure
way
at
up
all.
from the Great Lakes down to, well, pretty much all of Louisiana's gone.
But what I'm wondering is, so, we have countries like North and South Korea, North Korea being more communistic in nature. South Korea, is, I believe they're democratic. I've been to South Korea, actually. I was there at Kunsan Air Force Base, but...
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. But I don't know what the rest of the country was. I was just operating on the Air Force Base. So,
Oh, okay. What is this from? Is this from ice caps melting? What's the?
Well, this is from one. So the Mississippi River is from hypothetical if the New Madrid fault line, if that were to erupt, if there was to be a,
okay.
I say erupt like a volcano. I'm sorry, if that were to go off an earthquake, and then same with the big one over on the west coast, the San Andreas fault line. But the thing that has me thinking it, aside from the fact that it's 2020 and crazy crap happens, is if y'all remember over in Chop Chaz, there was that one guy that was like high out of his mind, running naked down the street, and
the naked guy,
and he was saying, you know, they stopped him and they're like, why are you naked? And he's like, I gotta get naked, there's an earthquake coming. And
no, he was like,
for pure, I gotta be pure, something like that.
He was a wacko, so maybe not the best source.
He was high out of his mind. Everybody's a wacko when they're high that high.
But at the same time, you know, exactly. Sometimes you might see some real truth on some of those weird spirits.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it all depends what kind of ride you're having.
Your boy got down on his knees.
Thinking earthquake's coming, right?
Naked as all get out. Got down on his knees and was like, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord."
Yeah, but after talking about needing to get his kids naked too, or something like that.
I'm gonna assume that I'm not saying that this is a prophecy. I'm just saying it's 2020, and like I told my dad earlier, just assume the worst. You remember in World War Z, there's that one guy who's like, I have to assume the opposite of what everybody else who's logical assumes. And that's the role that I have assumed for 2020.
Rock on, respect.
What's up, Reed? Cassie, that's a sad day. That's a sad day.
What a year.
What a year.
What a year indeed.
Ugh.
Where's Greta when you need her? Is she worried about these people stealing her youth?
Do you want me to mute my mic for a second when I leave? Or does it matter?
No, it's up to you.
Okay.
Unless there's like a gator somewhere nearby that's gonna start hit. I don't know, dude. I'm
Well, also,
won't be any
gator on the mic.
My mom, when I was younger, my mom always used to tell me that she thought Denver was going to be a seaport one day.
Huh.
Believe it or not, what you're describing is not a new concept. They've been talking about late shifts and rearranging of the Earth for longer than I can remember, and I've been around for a little bit. And yeah,
you might know this. I saw something on Nat Geo's documentary, or it might have been Drain the Earth. But there will come a time where Niagara Falls runs dry, or an event that leads to that happening. And I didn't know if it was that plate shift, or if it does that run out into one of the Great Lakes, the Finger Lakes.
Yes, it does.
So that would mean that Mississippi River that ran south, that created a continental divide in the U.S. That would eventually run off into the lakes and then drain down that Mississippi out into the Gulf. Wow. It's a lot of water.
If you want to,
the Earth is mostly
the
water.
Mississippi isn't really going to run dry anytime soon. A lot of the Mississippi is actually downstream water from the mountain range, so from like the Appalachian Mountain.
Niagara was the one I was on.
Niagara runs into Lake Michigan is on the west side of the state, and then you have Lake Superior is what I believe Niagara Falls runs into, and that runs out to the east coast through
the Hudson or
the Holmes. I believe so. It splits off into many different streams.
No, the Hudson runs north. The Hudson runs north.
The lake on the east side of Michigan runs all the way out to the Atlantic.
Mary
so they're
says,
separated.
Mary says it looks like the Lawrence River would
separates the two.
Thank you, sir.
Gee, judging from my performance so far, you'd think I was shy.
Hey, if you want to speak, please speak. Don't let us hog the mics. We're just kind of excited.
You ever look into the Younger Dryas thing?
No, what is that?
Oh man, it's a Joe Rogan podcast. It's Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, they talk about the Younger Dryas period, and they talk about how, you know, like, for as fast as we advanced in everything, and for as long as our species, Homo sapiens, have been around, it's like, doesn't that seem kind of odd that 200,000 plus years of Homo sapiens, and then one day, bam, and all it takes is 12,000 years for us to get here.
Right.
They're very much focused on the idea of there have been intelligent species before us, maybe not as advanced, but definitely advanced global societies. And they look at massive weather patterns and such that have happened over, you know, thousands and thousands of years, in different glacial periods that happen. I'm never going to do it justice. Like, you have to watch the full thing to get the effect.
Better watch
But
out. Chad's going to let you know.
He talks about how the Great American Ice Sheet, it was like a 2-mile thick sheet of ice that was over North America for how many thousands upon thousands of years, and, you know, it just disappears at one point in the geological like the core sample kind of thing. And
Long Island was created by a glacier. Think of how big Long Island is. That was all carried by ice from the north.
And he talks about that, how, like, the Great Plains were actually kind of a mountainous region, but all the gigantic boulders that were in that ice sheet just
scraped along. Yeah, that's exactly. Yep.
There is rocks up in Canada, and their makeup shows that they are from the middle of America, and it's like, well, how did they get there? And these aren't just like, it's a boulder, you look at it, you're like, damn, that's a big rock. It's like, they are the size of oil tankers.
Yep.
How many people are
No, the long. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. How many people are familiar with Atlantis?
Yes. Right. They're looking into that kind of stuff too, because they found rocks that have, like, perfectly bored holes in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, and it's like, when the water level was low enough, that place would have been an island. And he talks about how I believe it was Plato, or it might have been Aristotle, that was talking about a god that they prayed to, and when he lived. And he talks about it was 900 years before a certain god, and they lived in Atlantis, and, like, all this stuff. It's just weird how it matches up to where it's like, you know, at this place there was this island, and it was the hub of information and intelligence in the world, and they call it Atlantis.
Atlantis isn't one place. It was a culture of places, like the United States.
Right, it was the cultural hub of the world.
They were a society.
And they had stargates, and they could go from, like, you know, the Arizona area all the way to
I don't know that far.
I'm being satirical, but I believe that, man, the truth is a lot stranger than fiction.
I was going to say, take
Watch
your
out, guys.
satire out of it, because I 100% believe in Atlantis.
But their whole thing is that the Younger Dryas period, and what they're looking at is that there was such a dramatic shift in the climate over the course of just a couple hundred years that it absolutely changed humanity forever. And he talks about how, you know, in every ancient story there's a story of a flood, and there's stories of asteroids, and that is something that is absolutely burned into the collective memory of humanity, because it was such a devastating event. Graham Hancock talks about this asteroid that they believe had hit the Earth. It was actually a piece of a larger asteroid. They said that it was about 200 kilometers in diameter and hit the Earth at an impact speed of about 50,000 kilometers an hour. And that is just unimaginable. That is something the size of Manhattan, or not the size of Manhattan. It's a little bit bigger than Manhattan. Excuse me, it was 20 kilometers across, not 200. Still, that's a big fucking rock. And it hit the Earth, and they predicted that it had hit in Greenland And actually, NASA LiDAR found that impact site where they guessed it would be and kind of reconfirmed their theory. But they said that it would have been such a dramatic event that, like, you're just kind of going about your day. Just imagine, you're a farmer and you're going about your day, and the sky literally just erupts in fire. The entire sky is on fire, and there's a gigantic crash and a boom, and you can feel it anywhere on the planet.
Watchman for you says Wormwood is coming.
All that ice from Greenland and that ice plate melted down. Well, it got destroyed and fell into the oceans, and it just kind of created a positive feedback loop. And we saw the ocean levels rise by how many hundreds of feet in just a couple decades, and how that absolutely destroyed civilization, because ancient civilizations are always based near water.
Yep.
Second mic check. Okay.
Yep.
And they go into that kind of stuff. It's absolutely wild.
The reason I was bringing up the future map in the first place, though, was just as a conversation of, what would make us come back together other than a common enemy. But
exactly.
Nothing.
Ideally,
World War.
It would be great if we could avoid that, maybe, and then I was like, oh man, can you imagine if
we already have civil conflict?
We always have.
It's like Alien versus Predator. The enemy of thy enemy is thy friend.
Right.
But hopefully we'll never get there.
But we're broken up into so many subgroups now that the enemy of your enemy is still your enemy in some areas.
Yeah, well put.
Oh.
Touche, my friend. Touche.
But yeah, so we are, just for those of you who have just tuned in, we are on early. We are in Washington, D.C. This is the, if I believe, 57th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. And so there's a march in D.C. that I think it's probably going to last all weekend.
I know it got a little crazy last night. Multiple politicians were under quote-unquote attack.
It's definitely going into the weekend. They're not getting bussed down there for nothing.
Yeah.
So this is starting, and then we're going to have the White House siege here soon. It's like they're already starting it feels like.
Nah, that'll never happen. That we can't be projected that way to the world. We have the strongest military in the world. If the White House falls, that's just not a good message.
Right. Oh man.
I don't
either, because this is not Portland and this is not Kenosha. Okay, this is Washington D.C. is not going to put up with it. Portland had the numbers; they could have done something, but they didn't want to, and Kenosha didn't have the numbers to do something. This is not going to be.
They had two MCATs,
three
or Bearcats.
We did.
Where, Kenosha?
Yeah, they had three big, but I think one was an LRAD and two were MCATs. No. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys.
LRAD is just
armored vehicles. We'll call them armored vehicles.
Right.
Because it's politically correct.
Yeah. I could probably report 5 on night 3.
Yeah, they got subsidized by the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
So 2 probably came from them.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Or you go ahead.
That was it.
That's kind of interesting. Anyway, a town of 100,000 has 3 on call. I mean, that's wow.
Well, their crime rate was so low, they had no need to funding. When elsewhere they didn't even have body cams. That's how low their funding was.
And so my question is, what does Chicago's arsenal look like?
Well,
how many do they have?
Well, about a quarter of the force is protecting their honorable Chicago mayor, Lightfoot, defending her entire neighborhood rather than just posting up around her house. Her neighbors are sick of it, but she has no shame and said in a press release that she has no shame in defending her wife and her children by any and all means necessary, as literally the people who voted her in are getting killed, having family members killed or maimed. Literally each weekend, the numbers between 50 and a really bad weekend is 100 shootings.
Yep.
Like,
well, not just
there could be
shootings.
multiple.
Did
Go
y'all
ahead.
hear about that little 14-year-old girl that got stabbed to death in Chicago?
I did not.
Yeah, I did not.
Oh yeah.
She was with, I believe, a mother. I don't know for sure, but there was a group of two girls were stabbed, and the 14-year-old unfortunately did not make it.
That is freaking terrible.
Hello, Alex. Good to see you here.
What up?
Oh, this is so cool. Is this like a Zoom, you guys?
Well, it's like a Discord.
What? This is awesome. Hey guys, I'm so excited to hear your voices.
On
Tiff, we're glad
Wolfenstein,
to see you on camera.
It was a leap of faith, but
What did?
hey,
Me
we're
getting
proud
on
of you,
camera.
and we're thankful.
We're thankful.
Landon, you haven't been peeking, have you?
No, I haven't been, but I hear him every few seconds.
Okay, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
He's been slowly sending because he's way out. I think you're way out in the boonies. I get the impression that you're way out in the boonies.
Oh yeah.
So like,
oh yeah,
the old internet signal there is.
hey, you know what? Small price to pay.
Man, he's so lucky.
Yeah.
It's got to be nice. It's got to be so nice.
I bet. Is
It
that
is, and it
is
is,
that who we're
because
talking about?
I'm just far enough from everything that it's kind of a pain in the ass to go do anything.
I love that.
Like,
That
oh, I'm
sounds
gonna go to the
beautiful.
store. Okay, well, I'll be back in 2 hours. It's not just like, oh, let me run to the store.
Right.
Oh, I feel that on a spiritual level.
Quantum reality, what's up, man?
It used to just be like, oh, I need to go to the store and be back in 15 minutes. I can do that.
Okay,
Oh,
here's
no,
what I
for me,
need.
I live 2 hours away from Walmart, so it was 2 hours there and then 2 hours back.
Living rural Anastasia, girl, you have my heart. I grew up in North Dakota. Just for those of you that don't know, I was there until I was like 21. I miss it, man. And then I met Anastasia, and she was in North Dakota, and then I met a friend of ours, Andrea, went up to North Dakota because her husband was working there, and I don't know, it was just, I'm like, why is everybody? I want to go, but anyway. Regardless.
I couldn't take it and I left.
I know. I left too, and I was so excited to leave, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was like I'm leaving and never coming back. But
Wouldn't have signed up for that.
I don't know. I still might have signed up. I don't know if I'd have come to Louisiana though, unless I
General
knew you were
YouTube
here.
says Devil's Lake.
Aww.
I know Devil's. What about Devil's Lake?
General on YouTube said he's from Devil's Lake.
Oh, that's awesome. I love Devil's Lake. Look, there's a casino out there, and it's so creepy because you're on this little dirt road, and it's the only road out there. Well, it was when I was there. And then there's this casino that's kind of on an island. Like, it's not an island, but there's lake on either side of you.
See,
beautiful.
I just hear, you're like, I'm from Devil's Lake, and I put on this big dumb smile like, oh yeah, cool, but I don't know where the hell Devil's Lake is. But I will say this, like, with all the names associated, dude, the Midwest and like the Southwest and even the Northwest is like, I guess that's more central, but it's like the Badlands, Devil's Tower, Devil's Lake. Like,
yeah, we're badasses. There's literally a town called Hell, North Dakota.
Of course there is.
There's also...
There's a Hell, Michigan as well.
There, yeah.
What, Anastasia?
I mean,
I couldn't remember
there's
where
a Hell,
the
Michigan.
hell was.
Literally a group of people that got together and was like, let's name this place Hell.
Right.
Literally Hell.
We may as well call a spade a spade.
It's kind of like a little biker stop. That's all it is.
It was cold enough when they named it.
Let's put a gas station here.
Put a gas station, Subway.
North Dakota has so many teeny tiny little towns that are just little farts in the
Oh, yeah.
road. I mean,
They're little hub things, yeah.
yeah, it's a gas station and like three trailers. So they're like, "This is our town. Welcome."
Just for those who don't know, guys, we're on a program called Discord. And it's basically just a chat server that also allows like voice calls or video chats. It's kind of its own little thing. Let's see. I also Restream just came out.
I posted the link in YouTube.
Okay,
You're
awesome.
awesome.
So guys, just click that link. You may have to download the app. It should only be an app. It was for me. And it can be on your PC, your computer, your phone. Let's
Play
see.
Store.
Play Store, apps, whatever the Apple thing is. Give me just
Landon, whenever you're ready.
Okay, you're ready. Okay.
Just
Alright.
scroll all the way to the
I'm so
top to where the white Jeep is.
Do what, hun?
Man, I'm
Oh,
looking at the 50-inch TV at the size of this crowd in DC, and let me just say, they are defaming the name of Forrest Gump in that movie. They are surrounding the entire lake and amount of water where Forrest hugged Jenny when he was mistakenly giving a speech for the hippies. Golly, that's gotta easily... I'm trying to do the math on how many people it is. They look like ants.
I know.
I've
My
watched it grow
goodness.
just sitting here.
There are some people in the water. There are people in the
Yeah.
water.
Oh,
Holy
snap,
crap.
they are.
They're having a Ginny
They're
moment.
in the fucking water.
Oh,
sorry. Oop.
It's a reflecting
Let me
pool.
count how
You're
many
supposed
are in
to
the water. I
reflect
can do
on
this.
your
I got a big
choices.
screen. Hang on.
He's
1,
gonna
2,
count.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's easily between 50 and 100 in the water right now.
I mean, if you want that good view.
and you
I just...
and you want to cool off.
Yeah.
It's fresh water, too. It might be stocked. I'd bring a pole.
There's no way there's fish in there.
Needs to
No, it's only a couple inches deep.
It just
Nah.
It's a reflecting pool. You're supposed to go and reflect on your life choices.
And think about how
Maybe
good
they're
of an
getting-
American you've been, and maybe you ought to work a
That-
little harder. No, I'm just playing.
I'm pretty sure there's some people that have already peed in the pool.
Oh, they have desecrated a national monument.
No.
No.
That's so true, though. It's probably so true, but...
All right, but hold on. Let's everybody pause. I've got on the screen here this project. How long has this project been going on? It's a Jeep. What year model? Give us some info about it, Bernie. Is Bernie here? Peace. Uh-oh.
Bernie was out.
I hear things.
I hear things, too. They sound cool, but I don't know if they mean good things.
So, do you have the white screen up, or the white Jeep up, Landon?
I do.
Okay, so this is what the Jeep looked like when I first got it. I put the hard top on it. It didn't have one, and I painted that big dumbass Stinger red. There was a lot of dumbass in this Jeep. Like, there was a rat's nest of wire behind the radio, like waiting to catch on fire.
Oh no.
That Stinger is made out of electrical conduit, so real sturdy stuff. That's
man.
a bumper for a Jeep Grand Cherokee on the front, welded to the frame of the TJ, so it was not supposed to fit.
Yes.
There you can see the Skyjacker, the red shocks. Common thing you can say about Skyjacker shocks is they're good for 2 years or 2 races, and these things are about 8 years old. You could move them like an accordion when I took them off.
Dang.
Oh, great.
If you go to the second picture.
Okay, we're on the second picture.
So the Jeep is rattle can bed liner right there. That white
Nice.
paint was only good for a short amount of time. They took it to a Mako and got like a $600 paint job. Wasn't that great. It was cracking. Rust was starting to form in the cracks because water was getting down past the clear and all that. So I sealed it. And the black bed liner is kind of shit. It started to chip and flake pretty soon afterwards. You can see that new bumper that I put on there. I painted that one to match the Stinger because people were like, "Oh, how are we going to recognize you?" So I painted it like that. You can see the D-rings and stuff that are on it now, and it looks better. Yeah. It also has the new soft top on it. It's a spice brown soft top.
Love that brown with the black, and I actually really like the bed liner look.
It faded very fast. It's not. Do not ever rattle can bed liner a vehicle unless it's just like I need to seal it.
Right. I had that situation on my last truck. The bed, like, it was so clean. There was so little body damage on all the outside of the truck. It was a Z71, but the last owner did use it and worked the hell out of that truck. And the bed was just, I mean, it was like he was running a scrap metal operation out of the bed of that truck, and it was just...
And you just needed to cover it with something.
Yeah. Oh, we got Al Sharpton on the scene. I don't know if anybody really wants to hear him.
Man.
Just letting everybody know.
He's got to get down on this scene.
All right, y'all. I gotta go clean some cabins.
No, what? Really? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Cabins.
So I will be back.
We'll miss you.
I will miss y'all.
I'm gonna miss you.
Pleasure,
Me
Tiff.
too. Can I get you anything before I go?
I'm on back now.
Y'all come back, you hear?
What?
Y'all
Yeah.
come back now, you hear?
I will. All right.
All right, I love you.
It's been fun. It's
Be
been
well.
real.
I get my mic back. All right, so that's like the first time ever unspecified history right here. Tiff has never been in this camera.
I was very uncomfortable.
She has
but
always.
I'll muster through.
I don't know if you'll ever see that again. I don't know.
Depends on the comments.
Depends on the comments. That's right.
The first time I watched you, I was like, "Where's that other voice coming from?"
Yeah, and we knew that would be a thing.
What?
The first
all
time
good,
that people watched us, they were like,
Whatever you want to do, man.
"Where's that other voice coming from?"
Right. There's this disembodied woman. Nobody wants that.
But anything crazy happened
So-
last night?
You could also. Oh, I was gonna.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You can also see that there's new LED headlights in it too, just small upgrade stuff in that picture. If you wanted to go to the next one below that,
Okay, I've got that.
I had put new tires on it. These are Cooper these are Cooper STT Pros. I got the white spacing out on them. You can see the picture above. They were getting pretty worn. I also did the flat fender, so that is a fender delete.
Right,
with
and it
that
gives it that
fender in
old
there.
Willy look.
Exactly. That is exactly what I wanted to go for. Nothing really major different there. Just, it has the flat fender in it. So after years of having the Jeep, you kind of find out all the quirks and things that need to be changed on it.
Right.
The torque box, so that is a box that is welded to the tub of the Jeep that connects to the frame via the body mounts. Those were practically non-existent.
Holy crap.
There was 2 of them holding the entire Jeep down. The floor pans were starting to rust out and so on and so forth. So if you want to show that picture of the Jeep with the top off of it and the seats taken out.
That's where I'm at right now.
Okay. And you can see the floor pans are just rusted to all hell. I don't really have a good close-up picture, but the driver's floor pan was rusting all the way through. Like we were getting the Flintstones level.
Yeah, I see that. And then y'all cut all those floor pans out.
If you go to the next picture, you can see that how the paint and everything had started to fade and chip away the side profile of the Jeep.
Yeah.
That has everything taken out of it. Next picture below that, you can see that all the floor pans and stuff had been cut out. I took how many flat discs to that frame, and it is now sealed in a black rubberized undercoating.
Nice.
So no more of those frame issues.
Wow.
The next picture below that is the new floor pan things, and I was just test fitting them to make sure that they go in.
They look good.
That's the rear ones.
Oh, super
You go below
nice.
that, you could see
It all
got them
got-
all welded in, seam sealered, all new
Nice.
floor pans, black bed liner over top of it. So don't ever have to
Rhino
worry
line?
about water. No, this is actually rocket liner. I
Okay.
didn't really like the rocket liner. It was too smooth, and they wanted you to use like
Yeah, Rhino
wanted,
is rigid. It's a coarse. Yeah.
the inside. It's smooth, so whatever. It's not scuffing up shoes and
Yeah,
arms
true,
and stuff
true.
like that. They wanted you to use like 6 coats to get the desired texture, and I said I don't have that much acetone
LOL.
to clean out the gun. The picture below that one is the outer body of the Jeep all sanded down.
Oh, yeah. And then
Kind
there's...
of looks like a winter camo.
It does. That's what I was thinking.
So, just sanded down, all that kind of stuff. I had the fender taken off because we had to put all the new torque boxes in, new body mounts, new floor pans, that whole deal. Below that, you can see the impromptu paint booth I have set up and the Jeep all primered up.
Wow. What a process. Holy crap, dude. So how many months? Holy crap. They're in the water.
7.
So many people in the water. 7
This whole
months.
thing took about 7 months.
Dude, it looks good.
The picture below that is the Raptor liner. I use the tintable kind. I got the OEM paint, which is that silver metallic blue.
Oh, dude, it looks good.
Oh, just wait. So that's it with the fresh paint on it. First time ever painting a vehicle or anything. If you go below that, you see when I started to put detail into it and body armor and stuff.
Dude. Oh, man, super jelly now. Super jelly.
So I got them wraparounds on the corners, the XRC, tube fenders. The side steps are also skid plates. So very nice.
That's super crispy.
And then the picture below that is one that I just took about 15 minutes ago.
Nice.
But they're all buttoned up.
Wow.
Just need that Browning 30 cal on top now.
Honestly. I got new wheels coming in.
Oh, crap. You know, I'm actually a really big fan of the deep dish steel rims that you have on there. Those are really good, like...
They're just $50 off-roady, you know, scratch it, bust it, whatever, get a new one.
Exactly. They look good. They're beaters. They're cheap. They're, you know...
I have new wheels coming in. They're actually... they're rally wheels, but they look good. It's not that like big chunky glossy SUV wheels that people like to put on the newer Jeeps. They're flat. They're flat black, and they look like Steelies, but they're stylized.
Your Jeep looks good, I will admit, but mine's bigger.
Doesn't matter.
So, as a Jeep fan, or since there, I guess, are multiple in the chat, let's see. What is your thoughts, Peace Provider? And then what's everybody else's thoughts on the new Jeep Gladiator? The what is it, like 60,000? We talked about this before.
It's about $62,000.
Holy F, with a V6?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. The thing is, it's not meant to compete with pickup trucks. It's meant for, I'm taking my Razors or my other Jeep out to
jet ski,
Silver Lake, or jet skis. Or
but
whatever.
I want
it's
all
like,
the creature comforts of a new Silverado.
Right.
Can't remember if my Jeep has a V6 or a V8.
You have the Commander. It's a V8.
Landon, if you're looking for a new pickup, my neighbor, he just got a new, wait for the model here, a Ford Ranger. Now, that thing used to be like the smallest little pickup on wheels you could see, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, it's literally the size of a Silverado from like 2
I
years
know.
ago now.
I haven't necessarily... They are huge. The new Blazer and the new Rangers are like the size of what our 1500s growing up. Like and now like a normal 1500 is kind of the size of like
they have an i4 in them pushing the same horsepower.
Well, look, Rangers are near and dear to my heart. A Ranger was my first vehicle.
No kidding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I loved it. It was my grandpa's.
Explorer.
Oh, no way. My friend had a Ford Explorer. We basically had the same thing, except like, you know, SUV version.
Oh, Landon also. I don't know if you're into like sound systems at all.
Oh yeah, big time. I used to do all that stuff. I fell out of the like car stuff and kind of moved into like. Oh yeah, big time. I used to do all that stuff. I fell out of the like car stuff
and kind
of moved into like
F2DA.
Let's see, who is this? Whoever this is, I think you've got some feedback. I had to mute you. Let's see.
F2DA.
Who is it?
F2DA.
It's not me though.
Nope.
All right.
There you go. I think you fixed
But
it.
what I was gonna say is that I now have two 12-inch American bass lines. They both together They peak at 2,000 watts. I now have two 12-inch American bass lines.
You gotta turn off. Or
where's that coming from?
You gotta mute the screen.
yeah, you gotta mute the screen, or otherwise there'll be feedback.
You can still look at the things on the screen, but you have to mute it, otherwise you get feedback. In other words, you can watch the podcast in YouTube or in Facebook, but if you're using the Discord links, live chat, you have to mute it, otherwise...
He muted, he's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got those two 12s in there that are RMSing at 2,000 watts. They slam.
I missed the size and I missed the amp. I'm sorry.
There are two 12-inch American bass lines. I have it set to a 2-ohm resistance, and they RMS at 2,000 watts.
Love you, baby.
Is it about to rain in DC? It looks dingy.
I love you guys. All right. Yeah, dude, that sounds sick. 212s will thump hard.
What size amp, or is it built in?
It's a 3,000 watt amp.
Holy F.
Okay, that'll do.
That'll give it everything. Yeah.
But they RMS at 2,000.
Right, and that's the catcher.
It was 212 that RMS at. Yeah, they peak at 2,000, but my two Pioneer 12s that I have in my Focus, they both RMS at 750. In those
exactly. You'll blow them out. They can't sustain that wattage for that long. On the highs, maybe.
Not only that, but I'm saying like the power level that they push.
Yeah.
Like it's not as like I can have the
distorted
off the Jeep now and still shake your lungs.
What are you hoping to play that loudly? I mean, if psychological warfare is your aim, the Spike Girls work well for that.
I mean, I have a 20-minute drive through nothing but cornfields every day, so I'm not really bugging anybody.
I mean, I
Likewise.
listen to Shrek on repeat, so...
I like.
Hey, that works, Shrek.
But I also actually set up the rest of the sound system too. That way, it's not just like.
Exactly.
I hate when people do that. Like, play the whole song, not just the bass.
Exactly.
Oh, but the bass is so good. I'm kidding.
Or what about there's a certain ethnicity around here that loves to thump their music, but they have horrible setups, so the only thing you hear is a and their license plate rattle. The license plate rattle. I'm like, yo, put some foam behind it at least.
People think it sounds good, like, oh, my whole car
sounds
horrible. It sounds stupid.
It's like they never listen to it from the outside of their car. It's just like, it sounds good on the inside, I don't know about outside though,
Like,
and then they leave it on when they walk into the gas station. Like they leave it thumping.
Like when I pull into town, I turn my subs down because it's like not everybody wants to hear it.
Exactly. At a light, I would do the same. If there was someone old next to me, yeah.
I just do it in town anyways. I don't want to give anybody a reason to pull me over.
That too, as well. Yeah.
It's like I'm not being an ass with it. It's like I enjoy it when I'm going down the road.
No, exactly.
I used to love it.
I did the same thing.
I would still totally have it, but I at this moment,
car seats.
Yep. Yep. I always wanted to tune my system to be like support. So like when there was supposed to be bass, I would get good, solid, not wah wah. You know what I mean? Good, solid note hits, and 8s and 10s are really good for hitting notes. I've got my mic turned up way too loud.
They're punchy.
Yes.
They're very punchy.
But whenever
like rock and metal, 8-10 inch is good too.
Yeah. Yep. Whenever I would want to show off the system, I would crank that amperage and turn up the set. See, my whole thing was to have it like whenever I show you my bass settings on my radio, it should say like bass is turned all the way down. That's where I would want my amp to be set.
Exactly. Same here. Mm-hmm. If I needed adjusting, I would do it on the actual woofer itself.
I have mine tuned. Like there's a audio shop around here, and like I actually have my stuff tuned.
And there's no right or wrong. It's you know, I believe it's your system, you know.
It's your ear.
Yeah.
Your ear, exactly.
But some of my buddies, okay.
So it's like if I want to turn the subs down for whatever reason and still play loud music, I still can.
I was in a car club for years, and sound was a big part of that. And that's pretty much just an overgeneralized name that we would use to talk about car audio. We would just say sound. And so what do you call, you know, there was really no right or wrong way. There were trashy setups. There was just tweeters and like 6x9s and doors, depending on what someone, you know, had financially available or, you know, anyway. One of my friends competed in a bagged S10, and he had these like two 12-inch Orions, and they were like, I swear, like a foot and like almost 2 feet long. And they had this entire wall built just for those two 12 Orions. And then, dude, you know, it was pushing like 170 decibels. It was ridiculous.
There was a car audio competition where I used to live, and these people would come from Ontario. They go all over the North American continent and compete in car audio. They win everywhere they go. It is like a early 2000s Silverado. It's on bags. It has a train horn, and it has 15 12-inch subs in it.
Holy, what in the world, man?
And he has to piss rev it to keep the 4 batteries alive.
And the alternator going. Yeah, keep the amps coming off the alternator. That is some Mad Max shit. That is Mad Max shit.
Short fuse.
180 something odd decibels.
Sorry, guys.
Unspeakable.
180 something odd decibels. Like, that is stupid.
Have you seen the new Mad Max?
With Thomas,
the guy who was strapped to the front of the car.
Tom Hardy, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Remember the scene where they were like chasing after the guys and they had that car
and all
the, all the speakers. There was just a speaker set up with like 20 speakers and a guy playing a guitar. That's all I can picture when I hear about that Silverado. It's just that setup.
They trailer it in. Like, it can drive on its own, but you know, no.
Wow. That thing needs airbags. Damn.
Yes, that's the point. It can't be on a regular suspension.
Yeah, it needs air ride, adjustable, exactly.
Well, they inflate it to move the truck, and then once the truck is where it goes, you deflate it.
Yeah.
It lays
because it's
it down.
so heavy because of all the sound components in it.
Holy,
it has
what
the
in the
hard
world?
top on it. It's just woo.
I
Like,
kind
you
of
ever
love
see the
it
hair
though.
trick videos? The hair trick videos, like, you can be 3 feet away from the window and still do a hair trick.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yep. Or the ones where the windows actually move and like bend the glass.
Yeah, he had to replace all the glass. It's all like plexi.
Yeah, the plexi. Yep.
Because regular glass
There's
just
a new
shatters.
battery technology in the wind. When that hits the market, stuff like this is going to explode.
I was going to say solar has been advancing very rapidly as well. So now like a smaller panel will yield a lot more electricity. But you were saying wind?
EVs is what I think, because he was just saying like the tech is on the curtails of a new battery technology, and I agree that you know
over lithium.
I think that electric vehicles are going to make a huge. But I want an independent electric vehicle. Dang it! You know what I'm trying to say? I'd like to get like I don't know, choose your poison, whatever. And I want to do a resto mod. That's essentially an electric vehicle.
Like an EV swap.
You could.
I know, and I've seen all kind of videos on it. They get like forklift. I don't even know, electric motors or something from a forklift.
It's honestly very easy to do, so long as you know what the components are and what you need.
I don't.
Right.
Yeah,
it would be very dangerous for me to tackle this on my own.
That's a project, bro.
You know, like a Tesla, sure, the rest of the Tesla only costs about $6,000 to make, but the
It's
battery,
the damn batteries.
Yeah.
And once they start burning, did you know once a Tesla, their batteries, once they start burning, it takes days for them to go out.
They like when they vent, yeah. They're essentially packs, like they come in big rectangular squares of 18650s.
entire the Tesla is a battery.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You see that crash test where they can't tip the Tesla over? It's because there's a 2,400 pound battery in the floor of the Tesla.
Exactly. Things like a tank. It's like a tank in the center of gravity.
Recently, you had a Tesla hit a cop car. At the time, the guy was driving while watching a movie. He had it on
autonomous mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
But statistically, I will say that's one incident. They've had that autonomous mode this entire time since it came out. It's a very secure technology. You know, with how accurate GPS and LiDAR is today, it's, you know, pretty safe.
I saw one where it 3 cars did sporadic movements, and the Tesla just like put itself in the median, like where like a turn off on a major highway is. It put itself like right before the barrels because it saw 3 cars do different things, and it just put itself right before the barrels.
Discombobulated.
And everybody else crashed, and the Tesla was fine.
Yep.
It knew. It was just like right here.
It went to a secure stationary target. It knew its distance from. It applied the brakes, and that was it. Wow, that's actually very, very cool.
I desperately want the Cybertruck, Tesla's new Cybertruck.
Oh, badass.
I can't afford a $60,000 truck anytime soon, but
like, it's crazy that it's priced, you know, quote unquote, that well as.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just I haven't also raised with inflation, so it's not that good for me. You know.
Exactly.
But
just the price point when they unveiled it, people were like, "Oh, it's going to be $120,000 truck," and they're like, "No, it's right on par with F-150s."
Yep. But I don't want to be a debt slave, and then number 2, I don't want to. I feel like, see, those Teslas are so freaking connected. I don't want the whole, what movie was it? Die Hard 4 with Justin Long, where like the BMW, like it can be locked down. They can keep the vehicle
iRobot type shit.
Yeah, man. I don't want any overlord company to have the ability to keep me from accessing. Like I said,
right.
I would like
we have a suspect that's driving this vehicle, and your vehicle matches the description, so they
shut
just
it
turn
down.
the vehicle off and put it on the side
over your speaker.
An officer will be here momentarily to question you regarding an ongoing investigation.
They lock the doors, keep it from moving. They could hold you. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it, man.
You are deemed a threat. You are now locked inside your vehicle until police arrive. Please
there shouldn't be a criminal mode. You shouldn't be able to turn against me. I purchased you. You should, like, you know, help me get. Right. No, so what I'm trying to say is I want like a project EV. I love the idea of lithium ion and, you know, electric motors, and I think that would be rad. I love the screen and all that. That's really cool, but I would totally omit the screen and put like a UHF, VHF, like ham radio.
I love it. Yep. Fail proof, fail safe.
I like the solar panel integration into that Tesla truck too. It's a 12-hour charge, gets you a full battery.
And then the truck
charge, really?
The truck itself.
Yeah, so it's.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's just, you know, like, oh no, the battery's dead, leave it there for a day.
It's commercialized. It's sold as like a mobile generator as well. Like it could pull up on a job site and power certain electric tools or whatnot. It's got a giant
inverter.
battery. Yeah.
Inverter. And also, it's got 4 alternators. Each wheel bearing, when you apply the brakes, it actually generates electricity that way. When the wheels spin, as the wheels spin, they act as alternators.
I don't know if they have them in it too, but the heat absorber, how you turn heat into electricity too.
Right. Thank you. Thermal.
Regenerative braking. I don't know if they have the thermal thing in it or not.
No, they don't. It's just the alternator for the rotational generation.
Yeah, I've always thought that technology was sick. Where
it does it when you're going downhill too.
Right.
Because all it's doing, because it's an electric motor, and it's applying power to get torque in one way, all it has to do is receive torque, and it generates electricity.
Yep.
That's all it is.
it's sustaining itself. It's just not sustaining itself at 100%. You know,
No,
whether it be
there's
50
no
or
such
70.
thing as perpetual motion.
But regardless, it's still regenerative motion. You know, you can still go farther than be limited to a tank of gas or a battery. It's pretty cool technology.
So Lisa Palmer over on Facebook wants to know how come we're not listening to the feeds. And we did for like 3 hours, and I really am kind of tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. But I thought we would open up the Discord chat. Discord is an app that you guys can download if you guys want to hop in. You totally could. I think over in Facebook, the link to join is pinned in the comment section. So yeah, I guess we're just taking kind of a doom break and hanging out and just doing a little chat hangout.
Do you plan on being on tonight, like later tonight?
I am.
Friday night, I'm sure something's going to be going down, you know?
Oh yeah, I regret having missed it last night.
Oh, that would have been
I
awesome.
was definitely not watching.
Last night, Wyoming, Wisconsin was calm, because the National Guard was there to help subsidize the law enforcement, so that kept things to a minimum. There really wasn't much going on. Landon, what happened last night? Refresh my memory.
So, multiple congressmen fell, or well, I don't know if they're congressmen. Multiple. The politics had fallen under, I guess, harassment or attack from certain protesters.
Heckling.
Yeah, a lot of politicians were harassed while exiting.
The Ron Paul thing I saw about?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
As well as others.
Right. A police officer was assaulted, and it happened like some dude shoved a cop into Rand Paul. But to be fair, I got to say, the cop did shove the dude with a bike first, but I don't know, man. Look, this whole
everyone who's walking out of there.
This whole mob thing following folks, man, that is going to end so bad for whoever thinks it's a good idea. Look, you might think there's safety in numbers, but once you're a part of like an intimidating mob, you should really question what you're doing,
You're not going to be welcomed.
You can be like, I don't want any trouble, and they will straight follow you. And it's just like,
exactly.
What's to be done in certain situations like that,
You can't rationalize with irrational people.
Exactly. I mean, that's what happened with Kyle, right?
That's what it comes down to.
He wasn't doing anything wrong. They just started chasing him.
Amen.
Right.
Amen.
They ran on assumptions, and based on one or two people with no proof or evidence of anything, they just said, get him or something like that. And he said that I didn't shoot nobody. So he didn't do anything. He's trying to get away from a dangerous situation. And they just start chasing him.
Yeah. He tried to avoid it at all costs.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna hop out of here, but I'll be back later.
Just pleasure, brother.
For the people who watched it live, from what we could see of it, it's just hard to see one thing and then hear another. Wake up to a whole nother story the next day. It's just like
it's just it's troublesome how, like, with the guy who shot himself in the head or whatever, killed himself. Everyone, like, these mobs are jumping to that conclusion.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So quickly, and it's such a violent reaction.
Unfortunately, a
I saw
byproduct
that video too.
is you can expect to see more military on your streets just about everywhere.
Yeah, just about. I think you are going to see a kind of a quasi-martial law with this whole... man, it's just no good. This is... and we've been saying it since the beginning, man, that this anarchy is going to breed tyranny. Problem, reaction, solution.
Smaller Midwestern places aren't ready to deal with this kind of influx, especially if they're busing people in places. Like, we're not ready here in the Midwest to deal with this. I feel. I mean,
there's already an undercurrent of a lot of people saying that law and order will be restored, and what that looks like is literally when the police department is depleted, who's left? The military. Right. And they are going to show up in a big way. Law and order will be restored or maintained regardless of what individuals feel or think. However, if people are happy about it, then objective achieved. They've been wanting to put the United States military on the corners of every house in America for decades. They just might have an opportunity.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, hey, what's going on?
Hey, I've been trying to set this up with a laptop and a phone and trying to get everything in the picture. So I was just hearing him say something about putting military on every corner and everything. If they don't stop all this rioting and putting other people in danger, no matter who wins this election, that's more than likely what's going to happen. My only concern is if Biden wins, what is he going to do with our military? Is he going to use it against us?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is a good
Well,
question.
Biden himself won't do a thing. The people who are supporting him, paying for his campaign, and writing his speeches, they're going to prosecute their individual agendas, which it's going to look like a Black Lives rally on steroids.
Yeah.
So, do you guys see civil war coming?
I think we're already in a civil war.
I mean, like guns and
It's like
Yeah.
an oven on preheat. It's just gonna get hotter. I mean,
Exactly. That's
The
exactly.
only reason this bothers me and brings it up to question is my entire family is all military and law enforcement.
Likewise.
My husband said that there's a lot of people, if Biden does win, they're going to walk away. They're going to quit.
You are correct. People with superior positions of authority basically have already been told he's not really anything to worry about. But
My only thing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Go ahead.
The people in charge want America to feel good about their president. So this is how they're getting there.
Right. You know, I see that. So you're saying like, well, I mean, I don't know, with it being so divided right now. And I don't think that the divide itself has ever been so great. Has it ever been this divided between the left and the right?
To be honest, on my opinion, I didn't get into politics until the virus came out. That's when I started really, really paying attention, and that is why I became a part of the walkaway campaign. I was Democratic.
I'm
Wow.
out because I have class like in 10 minutes. So, and I don't think you guys want to come with me to class.
LOL.
What are you learning?
I'm an art major, so.
Well, that's my daughter's area. I used to be an artist, but I gave that up years ago.
But yeah, I'll probably come back hopefully soon.
Hopefully.
Alrighty.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Good
you
luck,
messed up. You
everybody.
should have said you will be back.
Look forward to hearing you.
That depends on work and school.
Good for you.
Have fun.
Well, stay safe
we
out
look forward
there.
to having you back.
Alright, I have to mute. We're fixing to start class with my daughter. I'm still here and listening, but I can't talk.
The reason why this situation seems worse than it actually is actually due to people's access to information and media sources that are not controlled by 5 individuals. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We've seen this before, but when the media is allowed to shape the narrative, it seems either worse than it is or not that bad, depending on, what they want to show you.
I feel like that's bolstered it this time way more than
Today,
before, though, you know?
Yeah, today it's like, you have YouTube, Facebook, all of this other stuff that people can get on, and they're just, they're becoming supercharged to the situation, and they really don't know what to do with the world or themselves, and it's making it seem like it's actually worse than it is. That's why you'll have medical professionals basically suggesting that you take a break. When it
Yo, I've been
becomes
doing
too
that.
overwhelming.
It's been actually very like I didn't think it would affect me so much taking a break from social media and all that, but man, it's
Hard
much
to come
better.
back, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I was. Man.
You know, I don't think we should know everyone's like inner thoughts on most things, you know?
Most people just want to live and feed their family.
Pretty much.
Amen. Keep
The
to yourself. Don't bother me.
hmm The problem is you get sucked into politics or sucked into any given situation because you empathize with any particular part, and then before you know it, you're part of us and them, and you didn't intend to be. I mean, in what this is actually designed to do, I think it's working perfectly. Because when Trump was elected, they were not prepared. They did not prepare the public for his presidency. They didn't have time. So there was a lot of backlash. This is the fix for that.
You think this will quail the hysteria?
I think that it will.
Because that's what it feels like, is mass hysteria. At least on the, I mean, and look, I'm not coming at nobody. I'm just saying, based on the emotional outrage, it appears that the hysteria is mostly on the left.
And that's what the mass media is filling their brains with. That's what they're plastering on the screen every day. They called the 17-year-old a white supremacist. He's a Hispanic, first of all. You know, they base their conclusions before they know any details or facts, nor do they wish to. They just run with what their story and agenda is to help whoever it is, I guess, they want elected into power. But that's the way it works. But unfortunately, it's at the cost and the toll of the brains, the hearts, and the emotions of the people viewing these mass net media networks and TV stations. You're messing with other people's lives here to get what you want, but hurting them at the same time. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm gonna jump into this part right here real quick. You have to look at the whole picture.
Amen.
They're even starting to call black people black supremacists for being on the white supremacist side.
Oh,
when they
good
don't agree
Lord.
with you, become an enemy. You
Good
become
Lord.
an enemy. So now you have to look at the news networks.
Yep.
Back in January, everything, no matter what it was placed on the news for about the first, say, 3 weeks. And then you notice, especially CNN, drop off the side. They wouldn't report anything positive that Donald Trump would say anymore.
Nope.
This is when I really started paying attention to what was going on, because Fox is the one, CNN is the one that I always used to pay attention to the most.
Mm-hmm.
That is because my husband was like, no, you need to pay attention to CNN. That's what the military goes by.
Oh, no.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
okay, well.
They're very deceiving.
Yeah, I decided to get into politics. And I started doing research. And then I continued to watch the news. And then I came across PT News Network, which is Steve's channel that people have been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Started watching his, and it was just a trucker show, but he would also go on and tell stories on other things. This is before the riots broke out. Once the riots broke out, I got into connection with quite a few people that did the live streams. And I'm going to be completely honest. I was on the BLM train in the beginning because my son is biracial. I have a black niece and nephew, and my best friend is black. So without doing my research at that point in time, I was all for it until I saw the first murder of a child from that group. That is when I hit home. That is when I began telling people Black lives can't matter until all Black lives matter.
Boom.
That is where the term.
Boom.
So if you are a Black Lives Matter activist and you are chanting Black Lives Matter, then you need to be chanting in your own neighborhoods because you're representing the very organization who is murdering the people in your community.
That's right.
So with all that said, all of the news media have dropped off, and now Fox, the one that I've depended on, the last standing leg, is starting to tilt left. Why is that? Please tell me. Have y'all seen who they just hired? Anna. The one that was up for VP and lost.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
That's where all that negativity came from. Yes, sir.
See, I'm not able to keep up with
It's
all
all
that.
over Facebook.
Hmm.
This is my job. This is what I do.
Which one they hire?
Donna? I don't remember her last name. I'm not good with last names. She was running for VP against Kamala Harris. She's very, very, very far left and in that Marxist agenda crap.
Okay, so very progressive.
Hmm?
What progressive really means is the destruction of what's in the way of their progression. Systematically.
And have you noticed that everything they preach against are doing?
Yeah.
Everything.
Hypocrisy is very common on the left. Rules for thee, not for me.
The weird thing is, literally, you have 20% of the population bullying the rest, and what it's meant to do is wake up everybody else that wants to live reasonably and support law and order, and it's doing that very well. And also what it's going to do is help that 20% implode, which is exactly what they want.
That too, but when you have Biden making his, I don't even want to call it speeches, I call it rambling, saying on national television that they are, or he is planning to bring Islamic faith into our schools and put Islamic leaders into the White House. What does that tell everyone? Everyone. What is the one law that we cannot hold in this country? Sharia law.
Sharia law.
Sharia. I don't know. I'm not really good with pronouncing.
No, you got it. No, I don't.
But when he is saying things like that on national television, how do they expect to draw people in with that? That's pushing people away. When these people march into a neighborhood, they're not helping themselves. They're pissing people off.
Exactly.
That's right. They're hurting their cause, and if they don't know that,
And they don't get it.
yeah, they don't
They're
know
too
it.
stupid to realize it. They're too dumb to realize it.
Well, you got to think their precious mainstream media channels are saying, "Oh, you're doing a good job. Keep going."
Well, really, what it
They're
is,
going
I don't think
to.
that they're. I don't think they're too stupid to realize it. I think what it is that there's this.
It's a power tactic.
It's
a
victory through intimidation, and they're like,
Exactly.
"Well, you better not piss us off, or we'll mob right here and destroy all this."
Your neighborhood isn't safe. We just walked here. Exactly. Until the guy and his wife come out with an AR and a pistol and point him in your face and say, "Get the F off our lawn. This is private." Such as down south. That was awesome, by the way.
Get off my lawn.
Do you remember that? They came out with shirts too with that guy and his wife who defended. They had a big mansion back when BLM broke in through their front gate and walked down a private drive. Yeah.
That was they're two lawyers, and it's
That's
so
correct, yeah.
odd. The name of their neighborhood is like Portland Landing or Portland Place or something like that. It's so weird and it was just getting heated up in Portland at the same time. And it was in St. Louis. That's right.
It's kind of funny because you have Biden who tries to borrow bits and pieces of what Trump is doing. Trump's big shtick is, make America great again. Biden just wants to make America Muslim again. So it's almost similar.
And that's what's strange about this whole thing. Who was it earlier that said they lived in North Dakota before?
My wife and Anastasia.
It is not the same up here. There are so many illegals. It is not the same.
Same
And
in
liberal-
New York. Same thing. Many.
So, okay, did you guys hear the big news?
Oh,
Of course,
please.
it didn't go through my media. Donald Trump cut off all government funding to illegals, saving $54.4 million.
Oh, thank God.
To who?
Yes, he did it. All
Thank
illegals.
God.
They can
Federal.
funding.
Federal funding, but California can still give off of their state funding all they want to, and they will continue to.
They cannot
Whoa.
get food stamps and stuff anymore right now.
Whoa.
Amen. Thankfully, because
They're gonna
there's
turn that
37
around on him, guys. They're gonna
Yeah,
use that
but-
he's some kind of heartless dude that makes families want to starve. He wants families to starve. That's how they're gonna twist this.
There's between 35 and 40 million Americans right now currently unemployed that need food and need help.
Yeah,
They have
I'm one of them.
It's
Yes,
not
my
our
point
place.
exactly.
It's
But
not our
you
place to pay
deserve
for illegals.
you deserve prioritization as a citizen over someone who's just here. And I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. There's a proper way to do it. And once you do it, you would have likely been approved. You know, but yeah,
100%
at least for a visa, at least for a temporary visa. You know? But sorry, that's my 2 cents. Passionate
A lot
topic.
of people feel the same way you do.
And you know, with me being
Go ahead.
being disabled, there is no help or assistance. It's not like I can get at. Even the people in the system say they know how to play the system. You are a victim of the system, a true victim of the system. You know, I have Medicaid. I couldn't get a spinal surgery that I needed in time. Now it's too late. I'm effed. It is what it is, but I get by. But I'm limited to, $800 a month. My rent's $800 a month. I got to make means by other means possible, doing limited things that I can currently, until I can find a job. But this is just nuts.
Are you not able to get the unemployment?
No, because
There
I had
are,
a
like,
workers. Go ahead.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, I was hit by a truck. I broke my back, broke my hip, and all that. And we tried to get assistance and all that. And
exactly,
I didn't get
it's a
splat
nightmare
from nobody. The hospital that was treating me cut me a deal, and they were like, "Hey, if you let us do these tests on your blood, we'll take care of 65% of your bill."
Yeah, and that's how it works. And they make up the amount of money that they bill for it. Like, you can get Tylenol in the hospital. They'll bill the insurance company $45. A different person can come in 15 minutes later, get the same dose, the same version, and they'll charge another insurance company $65. That's just how it works at a hospital.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, Donald Trump just did the executive order where he just
Prescription.
took
Prescription.
Oh, prescription.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm very thankful for that, because for 9 months I had a $900 copay for an anti-seizure medication that there was no generic for.
Oh my.
And at being disabled, I couldn't work to get money, so I'm having to use the money from my workers' comp settlement from when I injured all 3 sections of my spine, traumatic injury, to pay for all these medical expenses that Medicaid wouldn't approve. Or it was a process of believing that it would be approved the next month because I did everything, that met their criteria as per the documents that they sent me. I would send that back, and then they would just send back something else as if they never sent something at all. It is such a cluster F of incompetency, because there's any number of Medicaid insurance companies out there. They're subsidized by the federal government. But just like the VA, any federally subsidized medical insurance company, you are going to have people dying in line waiting to get seen or surgeries. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
And it needs reform. It truly does, because it has permanent life. And what they don't realize is that it's actually costing this country more in the long term, with what these degenerative conditions lead to for these patients if they do live. But all they think about is the short term. Okay, SSI runs out in 2026. We got to keep it to this budget for right now, so we're going to deny. Most people are too weak to fight an SSD case if it gets denied. And even if they do, there's a 2-year backlog before you can even be seen. Even if you have, like, for example, myself, the past 10 years, my life has been devoted to nothing but PT, chiro, acupuncture, surgeries, treatments, procedures, etc. I have 10 years worth of documents. It's an entire storage locker.
Holy crap.
And yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. Where was I go? What was I just saying before that? I'm sorry. Oh,
you can't get rid of any information.
So, and here's the thing, you cannot, and here's the reason why. I'm going to resubmit a new SSD application because I get SSI. Now let me explain the difference. I get SSI based on full disability because what I have is the worst shit you can possibly have, and in 13 different locations. So I was seen by the SSA administration, the Social Security Administration. Their doctors both fully concluded you're fully disabled. However, I was not eligible for SSD, which would have been roughly between $1,500 and $1,800 a month, as opposed to $800. Do you know the reason why? Because when I was injured at the age of my mid-20s, you have to accrue a certain number of credits when you're working to get approved for SSD. I was 2 credits short. You get 1 credit for every 4 months that you work. Greg's calling me. I can't answer. Sorry, Gregorius.
That's like the same thing when you get your Social Security. You have to work a certain amount of years.
Correct, before you can collect
money. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That's right.
And if you croak before those years come, then that means that you paid into the system for nothing and that no one else can benefit from it. There are certain situations where a wife of someone who passes away being next of kin can apply to get, some form of aid, but that's generally just the death benefit. It's a single one-time check of $1,500, if that.
Yep.
Are all these problems like recent or something? I'm just
No,
asking.
this has been going on for decades. This has been going on for decades.
This so long, and with SSD, like right now, for example, I'm gonna have to go back 10 years ago because I found out, okay, being fully disabled, being single, being whatchamacallit, having no capacity to work, which is the truth, and having no income. There was one other thing there. Having a parent who was currently collecting SSI. My father, he was born in 49, served in Marine Corps. He's quote retired now, but he always works and he's a workhorse. So he's collecting. So that means that I can now resubmit all my shit to SSD or the SSA, even though they already have all my records, which is 3,000 pages. It took me 6 months just to get it all to them. They say, oh, we don't have it. We don't have it. You're going to have to resubmit it all. I'm like, are you kidding me? So that's 6 months right there. But now at least I can reapply using my father's work history for the credits as opposed to my own, because rather than wait the 2 years to be seen, which would truly be the better option, because then when I applied in September of 2018, it would be retroactive, meaning it goes back to the first time you were denied. You had the opportunity after waiting 2 years to be seen by a judge. You have a whole storage locker of everything from every specialist and doctor under the sun substantiating the fact that you are permanently disabled. You're approved on site. That's what the judge would say. It's just a matter of the wait.
Gotcha. I never experienced any of this with my grandmother, so.
Yeah.
But which most of the problem is, it's ridiculous to say, and I'm sorry about this, is stemming all the way back from the 60s and 70s to the point where you have everybody coming into this country applying for Medicare, Medicaid,
and they're
benefits,
getting it, and so are their relatives.
Nothing into that's exactly. They haven't put nothing into the system, getting it for free, and then the people that do deserve it is put to the shelf. And you can't do that. It's
the woman at Social Services told me, yep, word for word, woman at Social Services said the exact same thing you just did, and she was sickened by it.
That's why I love Ron Paul so much, and I stand with him so much, It's because he made this analogy one day. He goes, you take a drill and you drill a hole into the bottom of a bucket. Take dimes and pennies and you keep throwing them into that bucket. Hold it up, keep throwing it into that bucket. You think you're saving money, but that money keeps trickling out of that bucket. Where do you think all your tax money is actually going to? Where all of it's doing is trickling. Now, a lot of those problems have stemmed from Reagan, when Reagan made all his, you know, simple little plans that just destroyed the economy. It made it worse. Bush made it worse. Obama was selling out money, like crazy. Everybody thinks that the president controls all this money, and it's the Senate, the House and Congress that controls everything. So when the House and controls all the money and where it goes, you're sitting here go, well, why is this so broke? Why is the money not here? Why is it not doing this? Looks like everybody getting mad about the border patrol down south and everything. Oh, they're sleeping on little cots and they have this little sheet and they don't have nothing. That's because of what's going on in the House and the Senate. The president doesn't control none of the money. He controls the military, and that's basically it.
See, that's
what
where
it was supposed to be for.
You saying that it pisses me off to no end that everybody's talking about how all this crap going on is Trump's fault.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's been going on for years.
Look where everything is happening. What states is this happening in?
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing too. Like when I fully blew up into this stuff, I was 20. This was 2010 when I started looking into stuff. I started noticing Ron Paul and all this other stuff. And I started listening to Alex Jones. He was still a little crazy at that point. But then when Sandy Hook happened, it just like bombed everything else. And it's just like, I can't really listen to you now. Yeah, everybody goes, well, Alex Jones don't know what he's talking about. He don't know what he's talking about. But if you go to recently go back to what he was talking about at that time from 2010 to like 2013, Alex was hitting it right on the head. You might want to say he's a conspiracy nut, he's crazy, he's a government agent, whatever you want to say. This guy was hitting it right on the head. Like it was like nailed to the coffin, right on the head.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree.
That's what blows everybody's mind.
How
do you?
I'll do it quietly.
Can you tell me how you disagree on that?
Oh no! I said I'm not gonna disagree.
Oh, not gonna disagree. Okay.
He can nail it on the head, but the whole point, like, they use him as, I guess, a poster boy for anyone who's willing to go and believe the things that he talks about, because he's not necessarily the mainstream narrative, and so they. You of course see everyone's so guarded about if you do listen to Alex Jones these days. Nowadays you got to be like, looking over your shoulder like, well, listen, Alex Jones said, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
and that's really kind of what it is a way to demonize or discredit, smear campaign anyone who is into these topics.
Is anybody familiar with William Cooper?
Oh, I love William Cooper. Bill Cooper?
William Cooper's awesome guy.
Yeah, I've got all his stuff downloaded on a hard drive. All of his that man's got some truth, dude.
Yeah, he does.
I don't care for Alex Jones at all.
He's passed away now, isn't he? Wasn't he either a sat? Yeah.
They shot him in the face.
Yeah, they super shot him.
See, that's like the big thing for me is I used to be a big libertarian. And the last couple of months what deterred me from being a libertarian is Joe Jorgensen sitting here, going to BML rallies and everything and doing interviews with BLM and everything. I'm like, they are a terrorist, a terrorist organization. And the Libertarian Party, she ain't doing that. She ain't doing that. I'm like, there's pictures with them. Her running mate is in pictures with them. He's a traitor. Their organization literally says they are Marxists. Like you are blind to the fact, and it's come to the point that the Libertarian Party itself has started to go so far left, and it's just astounding to how stupid
No joke.
followers are. And it's like you're supposed to be down the middle, no matter if it's a left problem or a right problem. It's supposed to be down the middle. Wrong is wrong, right is right.
And that's
And
how I
y'all are
approach every
blindly
situation.
going changing.
I'm not on any
Exactly.
side of the fence. I used to be a libertarian, and then, when I started the show, man, after a little while of doing the show, I became politically homeless because there was nowhere for me anymore. Not in full solidarity, if you know what I mean. Like, I couldn't stand with anyone in full solidarity.
But the good
I'm
thing,
non-political.
the good thing is, Landon, is that you woke up.
Exactly. And see, that's the thing with me too. It's like I'm not a full blown Trump supporter. A lot of people call me a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm an independent. And but the thing with me that I love about Trump so much is everybody wants to call him an ignorant, whatever. But at the same time, this is the guy that has come out and made everybody show their true colors. Has
Yep.
shown how many Republicans are truly rhinos that are
Ooh.
so much liberal that try to pretend to be a conservative or a Republican that are actually jokes. Everybody started making fun of John McCain, and his daughter came out and said this, this, and this, and then his wife goes to the DNC, and it's like, do you know how much of a puppet you are? Like, we said that he was a snitch. They call him Songbird because when he got caught, he snitched about everything. That we want to give him praise? No, you shouldn't be around any military property, give out any information whatsoever because you are a POW. You snitched.
There's a lot of people who worked long and hard to get the truth to come out about his whole situation, and nothing ever
Exactly.
come of it. I'm fully aware of that, and it's a shame.
He
it really is.
I mean, John McCain was in pictures with ISIS, and they're gonna say, "Oh, we didn't create ISIS." We have a U.S. state senator in pictures with ISIS. Hey, we did not create ISIS? Are you serious? Like
Do you know why he was persecuted?
What?
Do you know why he wasn't persecuted by the public or prosecuted by the United States government?
Nah, I didn't ever get that far into it.
Who was his father? That's why.
Oh yeah. Well, he was also. Well, that was like, look at George Bush. His father was part of the CIA. And then became VP and then became president. Why do you think nothing happened to him? Because his father was CIA. And a lot of people are so blinded to the fact that, oh, the CIA just does stuff overseas. No, they've been doing stuff in this country for decades. And one of my brothers, he preaches Operation Mockingbird. Like, that's his home hitter right there. Like, home base. Whoever he talks to, that's his home base right there. Is Operation Mockingbird. And everybody thinks, oh, that doesn't work no more. No, it is still going on till this day. The left use it to fundamental use. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, if you sit here and you look at Operation Mockingbird, there is no down the middle media. Like, the first, like, actual, to me, down the middle media was Alex and Luke from We Are Change. Down to be just down the middle.
Say that one more time.
Down the middle media, to anybody being down the middle and giving just information and not trying to point you to any direction. 2010, starting in 2010 and 2011, was Luke from We Are Change.
Yep.
And Alex Jones. It was just information, and it was so much information. It would just make your, you have a brain fart, and you're like, what the hell is actually going on? Saying here, oh, they're lying, and then you turn on CNN, and it's like, so this happened, but they're not covering it. Fox News. 2 days later, they're covering it, and then they go back to something else, and it's like, you see all the liberals have the news stations. You got Fox News, which Fox News is owned by a liberal anyway. And then you got like out here in Virginia, you got WRVA, which is 1140, which is supposed to be a conservative talk show, station and everything. Which some of them are just like so far right. It's just like just blows your mind, and it's just like you got Rush Limbaugh, Rush Limbaugh, you got Glenn Beck, um, somebody else that comes on there, and it's just like, oh, we're so against Donald Trump in the beginning, and now you're sitting here backing him, like like you have Bush going against Donald Trump. Like, what happened to? Yeah, exactly, and that's what blows my mind. It's like y'all don't see like. Well, see, that's why I say they're rhinos, because point blank period, like I stated earlier, you got rhinos that are actual liberals that pretend to be conservatives and Republican, and they're not.
Yeah, they're playing both sides, and they're saying they're this, and then they do these. They
exactly.
They propel themselves. How do you say it? I'm sorry, I don't have the best words. They pivot and they switch parties. It happens all the time.
Yeah, they do.
You ever wonder how they orchestrate all this stuff? The Operation Mockingbird stuff and that technology that was developed is being used in people's TVs today.
Oh, exactly. Wholeheartedly. You got Alexa, all that stuff that's sitting in your phone is Operation Mockingbird. They listen to. They can say, "Oh, we don't listen to it." It's been proven that Google listens to your conversation. If you have the Facebook app, it listens to your conversation. The internet right now, even though this is a closed network on this site, guess what? They're listening to it.
I don't know if you can get any paperwork on it, but if you look up cell phones in Operation Looking Glass, it'll tell you exactly what the cell phones are for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To make you want to carry your you bring your quote unquote big brother bug with you everywhere you go.
Exactly.
And you want to do it, and you'll stand in line and compete to get the newest one.
Everywhere in the world, into your home, everywhere. And they didn't have to put it there. And they don't have to upkeep it. You do that yourself.
Exactly. Free management.
Actually, it's profitable management. They get to make a buck.
Mm-hmm.
Their efforts aren't in vain. They're like everything they invest, they get paid back in each iPhone 3 times over. I mean, they're banking on us. And I look, those numbers are just pulled out of my. I pulled that out of nowhere. But they're making money on it. They're making money on the surveillance.
Oh, definitely.
Sure, it's called metadata.
Exactly. Oh yeah, they'll follow you. You leave a little digital trail everywhere you go, whatever you
digital
react.
Footprint.
That's right.
That's correct.
It's also more profitable than oil right now.
Information.
And you know how
it always has been. The past 4 years, they knew that's where all the money was. That's why Facebook, they sat on their initial IPO until they had all of the metadata, until the word got out to all of these different companies for whatever it is they're selling. From Charmin all the way up to Tesla, who want to advertise or want to find potential clients. Like, for example, my uncle calls it, quote, bulk mail. It's the junk mail you get, right?
Yeah.
So when I turned 18 years old, out of the blue, I get a package in the mail from Gillette with a little tiny bottle of shaving shaving cream. I got a nice Gillette razor and some aftershave cream. That was right before I turned 8. It was either 18 or 16, but regardless, what Gillette will do is they'll go to an agency like my uncle's. They'll say, we need 100,000 people in the age bracket of 16 to 18. And their addresses, and my uncle will literally have to go through that information.
My friends,
Gillette will
as I am
pay a
not in your
company like my uncle's for that information. They'll send out those free samples to those people on those meaningful days so that A, they'll remember it, B, it's free, it's advertising, and C, they'll likely lock in business or future business from that person because that was the first thing that they used or because they liked it.
Well, you gotta look at. I'm not trying to cut
That's
you off, but
metadata. No, that was all I had to say. That's essentially what metadata is for Facebook, is a location that has all of your known addresses, where you like to eat, what you like to do, what you react to, how you react to it, what you're likely to like in the future, and they sell that information to buyers.
Now the question is, who are these buyers?
No, they can't. They can't. There's a law that lets them do it.
No, the law is when you click accept before you join Facebook, you abided to their terms and conditions that stated such. Just because you didn't read
No, they're selling to other companies because you got places like down here in Virginia, we got places like Kroger, Food Line, Wegmans.
Yep.
That you sign up for their little cards and everything, their EP card or whatever they want to call it, and they sell it to your information to other companies.
I got an update on Kenosha, not to cut you off. Police suspect called friend after shooting. I had heard that he initially tried to call police, then called his mom, but he called a friend. But I know that he did get through to law enforcement. So if in fact that he did, they'll likely release that audio soon. Now that mass media is playing the fact that he made calls.
Yeah.
The department. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was just kind of a
you're good.
pertinent.
You're good, but like I was saying, those little VP cards at like Food Line and Kroger or Wegmans, wherever you go shopping, they've been selling your information for decades. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Sears.
Where do you think all those? Yep. Where do you think all those spam phone calls come from? They sell your number as soon as you sign up.
Exactly. That's like you go online and you go and put it in for something, and then next thing you know, you're getting a phone call. Let's like you go online and go get insurance.
Any third-party app you download, which means, i.e., any app that didn't come pre-installed on your phone already that you download from the Play Store or iTunes or whatever the hell it is for you Apple heads. Yep, it's all there.
Yep.
All there.
It's astounding how information is controlled so much.
It's more than information. It's actually lives. Like it's pretty much more or less every aspect of someone's life or how they think about others' lives. Their repetitious behavior, their repetitious thoughts. You can almost do mind control with it if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can.
You know, subliminally without these people even realizing it, because everything is already known about them. In the Art of War, it states, know your enemy.
Yep.
That's it right there.
They actually have a program that will plot potential earnings for just about every individual on the planet. And it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
A little creepy, but pretty accurate.
AI does a lot. Yeah. I was going to say AI, with how fast processors are now as well, it can analyze every site you've ever been to, your digital footprint, anywhere you've been. Let's say you went to a Hilton and you used their computer and you logged in there. Any searches you did there I can actually find on the internet, which is astounding. Again, third-party apps and locations. But it's also scary, very scary, if you think about it. Because if I can access it, so can all these other loon heads who are vexing people.
So many people in the water.
I was going to say before I thought I couldn't see it on the TV. I don't know if they got out or if I just was at a different angle. But there is definitely a lot more people that have shown up the past couple of hours. Holy cow.
Yeah, a whole bunch.
It's
Yeah,
only going to grow.
watched it
It's
grow.
Friday.
You ain't got nothing to do. You ain't got no
Exactly.
job.
You think the National Guard will be there tonight?
They should be. I would
Uh,
say it's a safe bet that they're around. Some authoritarian forces around.
I would say that they would be there, but you wouldn't see them. They'd likely be staged up in a warehouse somewhere. It's primarily going to be state police. It'll be the
Federal.
Secret Service, federal, exactly. Federal
Operation Legend.
agency. Yeah. Well, Operation Legend more has to do with like places like Chicago and stopping crime. This is more like an interagency task force to prevent the threat tonight. I'm sure they're all getting briefings and real-time information on it now.
I'm just looking at the huge numbers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's going to take crowd control measures because you know they don't like to stay calm as night comes. The werewolves howl.
Well, and what I also don't like too is once we have a lot of stuff start going down in DC, I worry about more false flag sort of,
Amen.
instances.
Amen.
I mean,
Totally agree with you, man.
the security would be better, but we could see a whole different face.
Let's say, all right, let's play it this way. Let's say, and this would truly be the safest thing. Let's say the National Guard is indeed there, out in numbers to protect, patrol, and secure the area and keep it safe. Not infringe anyone's First Amendment right. Let them stay on public, crossways and sidewalks, which they can't. But if they're remaining peaceful, let them do their thing. If not, you demonstrate, obviously abiding by the rules of engagement. You determine what level of force is needed to protect your given mission at that point in time. Here's the spin to that: politics and media. The rest of the world, the UN, for example, who commented on Portland after they watched CNN and saw a clip of Ted Wheeler getting tear gas that was muted. Meanwhile, Antifa and BLM are saying defund Ted Wheeler. Yeah, breathe in the gas, Teddy. Breathe it in. Well, that's why CBS muted the audio. But they commented and said that they'll intervene if the tear gas and anti-crowd measures don't stop. Well, the feds never escalated a single situation.
Nope.
They were inside. They gave multiple warnings before they came out. They're required by law to give 3 verbal warnings before they deploy any form of crowd control measures, which they did and do every time. They wanted to get technical with the tear gas about it not being able to be used on protesters, this and that. They clearly weren't protesters.
Well, they love
They're
to
domestic.
make it sound like they're being ambushed,
Oh, always.
Like the
well,
police and the powers that be are just coming around and just ambushing all of a sudden without any provocation.
Meanwhile, there was all of 60, at most 90 feds there. Federal protective agents there, which they're not even like, many of them aren't, quote, federal officers. They work for the Federal Protection Agency or work in unison with it. It can be a contractor, it can be a cop, a retired cop, retired military. It can just be someone who passed, the vetting process, the background check, and got the job. Which, if they were qualified, they should get the job.
That too. That's what it seemed like to me, that it was multiple different entities, that this wasn't just one.
That's exactly how it works. Yep. But they all fall under FPS. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then, for example, like jurisdictional, starting from the lowest going to the highest, jurisdictional law is local, which would be like your local PD. Then what supersedes that is city, obviously speaks for itself. That would be like NYPD. Then what supersedes that is county, which would be the sheriff's department. Then what supersedes that is the state, which would be the troopers. That's why the troopers patrol the state roadways and the state routes, and the sheriffs will patrol, if they are patrolling and not like transporting convicts and etc. They'll patrol county roads. but that's not to say that they don't work through interagency task forces together. They do it all the time. For example, with narcotics, you'll have the sheriff's department and the feds working in tandem in unison with the local. And actually, the feds actually prefer to work with local agencies for the reason of they know the area. They know the type of policing that's required in that area. Different towns, different cities, different locations, they require different interactions, if you will, and avoidance with the public to prevent things from escalating or to prevent crime, you know?
Totally agree.
Sure.
I've been around law enforcement practically all my life. My mom was a volunteer rescue squad member. She was an EMT. She was a bail
Okay.
bondsman, security guard. You know, all
Oh,
that
she
stuff.
did bail
So,
bonds too. Badass. She did
yeah.
bail bonds too. That
So,
one there, that's a fun job.
so I've been around all of it all my life, and most of the cops I've been around pretty decent. I mean, you got some ones that are kind of a dick, you know.
Oh, some who are
And
on a power trip, but then you have
yeah.
others who are then you have others who are like the most genuine people you've ever met. And
There's always gonna be those few bad cookies, always. You know?
I was
yeah.
just
Oh,
yeah,
definitely.
a
That's like me.
minority.
When I was 16, I found one of my friends, her boyfriend beat her real bad with a pole to the back. So, my buddy came and picked me up, and we went down to her house. Oh, he lived a couple houses down, so we went over there. My buddy said, "Screw this!" Kicked the door in, drugged the kid out of the house, and started beating him. When the cops showed up, the first person they saw was me because my mom worked with the cops. So
Yeah, they
they're
really
looking at
recognize
me. Yeah, so they're like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Well, this, and this." They're like, "Go grab her. We want to see what happened to her." And so I went and grabbed her. She came down and everything. We got the story and all this other stuff. And they looked at me and they looked at her and they're like, "We just want y'all to go." I'm like, "So you're not
Yeah.
charging us?" And they're like, "No." I'm
No,
like, I'm
that's
like,
called
"Okay."
discretion. Yeah, that's
Yep.
called discretion, and every good
Yep.
cop has it and exercises it in their life. You want another? I'll give you another great example. So there was a period of time I had 6 figures of medical expenses in a given year. I found myself temporarily homeless for a couple of weeks. So I would I parked. I was up in Hudson Valley, New York. So I would park at these big lots where everybody who works and commutes to the city, they'll park their cars there, and these big stagecoach buses, they drive them down to the city and back each day. They'll leave around 5 and they'll get back around 6. So I'd park there out of consideration for law enforcement because it's a well-lit area. I already look suspicious as hell sitting in a car. And
Right.
exactly. So I made it a point to park underneath the light. I've worked with law enforcement, raised by law enforcement. My father was a trooper after he was done in Nam. So I had literally where I parked was a causeway for where the troopers, the local PD, and the sheriffs, they all used it as a cut to go through as it was where 2 adjacent towns adjoined. So I had the pleasure of having contact with police officers, state troopers, and sheriffs. But one sheriff, I'm not going to say his name, but one sheriff, my registration was expired. My inspection was expired. But to my defense, out of respect for the law, I would not drive my car anywhere longer than the eighth of a mile up to the gas station for gas and back. If I had a doctor's appointment, I would set up Medicaid transportation to come there and take me to aquatherapy so that I didn't have to drive the hour and a half round trip and risk getting cited. So after explaining the situation to this law enforcement officer, I literally told him to cite me. I said, the law is the law and I am in direct violation thereof, regardless of the reason why.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, but I can't kick you while you're down. He's like, that would just be wrong. And going back to the sheriff, this sheriff who worked graveyard, Literally, I needed 2 tires. My 2 front tires were bald, didn't get in alignment, couldn't afford that either, obviously.
Yeah.
This sheriff, I shit you not, one morning shows up with a jack stands. It's got a battery operated pneumatic tool or battery operated torque gun. Shows up, jacks the front of my car up, takes off both tires himself, throws it in the back of the car, says, hop in. All right. Takes me to Walmart, bought me 2 tires,
Jesus.
he paid out of his own pocket to have them mounted and balanced after he researched online and found the best quality and bang for the buck that he could.
Yeah.
While they're getting mounted and balanced, I'm sitting and having breakfast with him across the street as we're waiting. And then after everything was said and done, we went back to Walmart, back to my car. He threw them on the car. We cleaned up, said good to go. Then he changed into his uniform and he went into work. He worked a double that day. So he went into work morning and graveyard.
Damn.
Yeah. That's
Big props.
discretion. That's what discretion is called. Reading a situation and saying, did this person neglect to get their registration and inspection done? Or did they have unforeseen circumstances occur where they couldn't? And that unfortunately was the case. It's going back a few years ago, but that will remain with me forever to this day. There are good officers out there, the strong majority of them, but it's unfortunate. It's similar to the military in the sense that they all wear uniforms.
Yeah.
So in a way, they're all generalized as one when one of these events happened, and the really good guys don't deserve it. You know, their jobs are hard enough, and the guys who are genuine, they work hard enough. So it's tough to see what's going on today, but it's sad also that it's due to a small minority of whether they be cops, sheriffs, troopers, whatever. Let's just call them law enforcement.
It's like the same thing as growing up with a toddler. It's which way are they going to go when they grow up? Are they going to have good morals or are they going to be bad? It's the
It
same
comes
thing
down.
it's the same thing with the officer.
It comes down to principle. That's what it is. In as simplistic a word as possible, it's principle.
If you let them hang around the corrupt cops, they're gonna be bad. If you make them stand by principles, morals,
Amen.
good teaching that they're supposed to be going behind, they're gonna be
They'll
good cops.
They'll apply that to their line of work. Absolutely. And I will say this: cops are kind of like mechanics. Once they do find out about a shitty cop, they're looked down upon for the same reason a genuine mechanic looks down upon a shitty mechanic.
Yeah.
Because they bring a bad name to people like them.
No, that's better.
Small business mechanics who aren't dealerships, who are genuine and truly doing good work, who are getting a bad rap because Joe Schmo up the street, went and screwed your tranny or told you that he did your transmission when he didn't and charged you $2,500.
Yeah.
Same rules apply. But
biggest
pleasure.
problem
pretty clear.
The bully
I don't think it's
mentality.
What was that?
The biggest problem with police is I don't think it's that they like murder people or do anything like that. It's that they bully people and they have like a meathead mentality.
Yeah,
that's a lot of them.
That
Like,
comes from a lot that's been bullied
people-
through high school. That's where that analogy comes from.
No, a lot of them were bullies in high
officer.
school.
So
little big dog syndrome,
Exactly. And the ones that you find that are nice are the same ones that are sit there and be like, you said what? And then look at the other cop and say, if you don't shut your mouth right now, I'm gonna deck you. Because that was the most stupidest thing that came out of your mouth. And it's just like you can tell which one is the real top dog and the one is trying to act like he's got the balls and brass, but he doesn't have it. You know what I'm saying? The one that got bullied in school compared to the one that's just like, you know what? If you don't shut your mouth, I'm gonna take that badge off and stab you in the eye with it. And I've seen that happen. And it's just like I've had cops walk up to me with their, fist clenched. And I'm like, are you trying to play Billy Badass or what you actually trying to do? Because you're walking up to a situation you know nothing about, and then you want to try to start something and hike it even higher than what it needs to be instead of just escalate it. And he just looks at me. I mean, it's like a young buck, like 26, 27. And I'm like, see, that's what I'm saying, dude. I said, you coming in here so gun ho, not knowing what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, and a lot of that's on their training, like how they're brought up, like, and the fact that, like, police departments, a lot of the stuff revolves around them bringing in money with like tickets and citations and stuff like that. So like they have pressure. To
Oh, it's revenue generating, exactly. And another thing, let's say you get a ticket, always plead not guilty, and I'll tell you why. If you plead not guilty, you show up to a court. A court will always work with you to drop the citation, because otherwise, if you plead guilty, the police department or agency gets the money directly.
Yeah.
If it goes through a court system, they get the money and they get the court surcharges out of it. So that's why they're always willing to have some flexibility with you.
Looks like these people are literally walking in a circle.
They are. They don't know
tell.
directions. It's like they were in Portland. Go north, and they're going try to go east. We said go north. You need a compass. I will buy you a compass.
You see MSNBC or CNN last night how they were talking about the people that were at Trump's thing. They were saying, look, there could be a super spreader in there, and then they'll say shit about all these people on top of each other. Not one word.
This China thing is this virus is a complete joke, and this is what this virus was meant to be. You can call it, that's why I'm conspiracy nut 90. You know, it just happens to be the most corrupt. It's almost happened. I mean, I'll put this on the stage of 9/11. To be honest with you, this virus is on the stage of 9/11 of how stupid this country has gotten. And you're going to sit here and blindly think that a virus that comes from another virus that's only been around for so long, it has to take 100 years for it to actually evolve into another virus to be this deadly. Influenza kills more people than this virus has, but nobody says anything. Nobody said anything about SARS. They were calling this SARS 2. So if this is SARS 2, why doesn't
more
the
deadly
same
than
stuff
SARS?
If this is SARS 2, why doesn't the same stuff from SARS combat SARS 2?
This is SARS plus the HIV spike protein attached to it.
Because it's been
I was fixing to
made.
say that too.
So the speeches are over now? Is that what's going on?
Practically, now they're going to start destroying shit.
The speeches are never over.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
We'll be giving them the police later.
But are they
I
done
honestly
waiting?
I quit listening to the speeches. It's a repeat every day. It's like a broken record.
It is. It's literally the same thing.
It's always a broken record. They had their mindset is the same crap every day, which is the irony of it is the same stuff they've been complaining all this whole time. It's the same stuff that happened during the Obama years, and nobody said a damn thing about it because Obama was a black guy, so it was okay for everything to freaking happen, which is totally wrong. Like you're gonna
I've
sit
said this
here.
before to Landon. I called in a while back. I was talking to him about how, you know, all this mess going on and sheer idiocy in the midst of all this stuff.
Yep.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
They are their own oppressors.
Welcome back now.
What's up?
And see, that's the whole big problem too. Is everybody thinks that, you know, certain people saying, "Oh, you say the Illuminati, you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're a crazy nut job." Well, if anybody does any research and knows anything, the Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers actually brought the United States. The billionaires brought the United States from millionaires. This is actually in a newspaper headline, and people think you're crazy because
There's
you
a lot
say
of
the
bullshit
truth about
newspaper
it.
headlines.
I totally agree, but this was back in what, the 20s, 30s, something like that.
They probably own newspaper.
Yep. So at the same time, you're looking at who runs the Federal Reserve. Same stinking people. You got J.P. Morgan, the Rockefellers,
Rockefeller, yeah.
Rothschilds, the DuPonts. So who's going to control everything? Well, the same people. Why do you see that all of a sudden these big CEOs at the beginning of the year started to sit there and I'm leaving. They're exiting stage left so quick.
Cryptocurrency as well, my friends. People took their money out of the banks and put it into crypto. When the stock market, everything else took a plunge, crypto has gone up. Yeah.
Which is funny because I got an argument with this lady that said, "Why do we need to go into crypto? It doesn't have nothing. There's nothing to back it." I'm
It's a worldwide. It's a worldwide universal currency. Number one. Number two, it's not the coin or crypto quote crypto that matters. It's the technology.
We don't need them. We're on a straight way to freedom. Oh, another one, you guys. Wow, this neighborhood really believes in defunding the police. I love it.
All right, what's up, everybody? I just wanted to say bro fist to everybody saying bro fist, and thank you so much for everybody's thoughts and prayers for helping us, get that storm around us and keep us safe from the storm. I'm gonna throw up the chat. I'm gonna put the chat back up here in a bit. Because I don't know how long I'm going to be able to hear the protest stuff.
His name was Sean Fuhr.
But I am keeping my eye on everything. Spam that like button. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the love.
We don't need him. We're on a straight way to freedom. We don't need him. She had a baby on the way. She had a baby on the way. She had a baby on the way. She shot her anyway.
Starting to go bankrupt because it's come so easily on doing it for decade after decade after decade that it's just destroyed everybody else around them.
You sure it's not the opposite, and it's not them just getting more and more powerful? Certain ones buying out other companies.
Definitely. Walmart.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. There you go.
Walmart.
There you go.
You know, I've worked for Walmart. You know, and when I worked at Walmart, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking this was just like 5 years ago. I'm sitting there in the back room, and I'm like, I'm hitting the wall, and it's all concrete, and I'm like, this would be a good jail. I'm sitting here, or prison. I'm sitting there talking to my buddy one day. He sends me this link. Midland, Texas took the federal government took a Walmart down in Midland, Texas, and retrofitted it as a prison. Barbed wire, everything.
Wow.
Like, you gotta be shitting me. I don't
So
know.
are these
One up in
streams
Ohio.
foggy on your end too, blurry? Or is it just me?
No, I'm clear.
It's like some of these are having trouble and some are crystal clear, so I don't know.
A headset makes all the difference in the world. Before I was using my speakerphone, which helped a bit. Others' audio is weaker than others. Others is more powerful. But as soon as I put my Xbox Live headset on, it's like crystal clear. The resolution is mint. I have no back feed, nothing. If anyone has access to a headset or earphones.
Yeah, I mean that helps. I mean I can hear fine, but it's just some of the stuff he's streaming is pretty blurry, and I didn't know if it was his
That's
upload or
on the
not.
streamer's end. That's not his.
That's the streamers because a lot of things from DC is you gotta think when COVID hit, they sit there and took everything from a streamer's internet and brought it down. So you could have been streaming at 1080, and
Yeah.
then you're coming down to the resolution of 720. So
Oh,
then
wow.
you got all these guys sitting here streaming at one time, is sitting there blocking all the intersection of the internet because there's so many in one section. So that's why all this looks so blurry. That's like if we watch Portland right now, Portland you would get a clear feed.
Yeah,
Because
it's Facebook that can't keep up with the data.
Yeah,
That's-
you're right.
that's like if you look at
It's the
Break
demand.
Note.
It's too high. Yeah, well, but
he got hit bad with his internet. Sit there, got new crap, everything. Guess what? Last night, couldn't do crap. They started attacking him again. Couldn't do crap. They're DOSing the whole internet right now, and it's not just Antifa or BLM or whatever you want to call it. Because this all DOSing stuff started with Anonymous. And then, the left started taking it, and it's like, oh, we can screw real bad. I'm like, knock on my door, please. Because I will be the next Kyle Rittenhouse. And it will be in my neighborhood. Knock on that door, because you got one coming right for your head, brother. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up real quick before I forgot, and some of you may have already heard this or read this or seen the video, but it's on NBC, Reuters, Politico. It's like Hillary Clinton says Biden should not concede the election under any circumstances.
Yeah.
It's really short here.
Yeah,
Hillary
seen
Clinton
that.
in an interview that Joe Biden should not concede the 2020 presidential election under any circumstances, anticipating issues that could prolong knowing the final outcome. And then her quote, Joe Biden should not concede under any circumstances because I think this is going to drag out. And eventually, I do believe he will win if we don't give an inch. If we are as focused and relentless as the other side, ha ha ha, Clinton said in an interview with her former communications director, Jennifer Palmieri.
I'll tell you right now, the only way the left is going to win is if they cheat.
He's not going to
Seeing
win.
stuff like this, I just roll my eyes, man.
Oh, I'm just saying the only way he would win is if they manage to cheat.
Exactly. It's just like
I mean,
such
they
far
try to.
cry. All
they
these
still-
constant far cries.
They still cheated last year and they still couldn't win. Like they're coming
Yeah,
up with
but you
new
have
ideas.
to look at how far they've pushed things in the past 4 years, dude. Look at what's happening.
I
They're
agree.
coming
I
out
agree.
with like clockwork.
They start ballot harvesting. Forget about it.
Oh, that's definitely gonna be done. So I mean, that's nothing new. They've done that ever since even when the Bush era was there for Bush Jr. Florida was so screwed up it wasn't even funny. Like they had to sit there for a month.
Oh
and
yeah,
count
they
ballots
recounted
back
it
to
3
back.
times. I
For
think
a
they
freaking
recounted. They recounted. It was either 2 or I think it was 3 times. And on the final time, they gave it to G-Dub, and they were like, "We're not doing it again."
That was the hanging chads.
Thanks. The hanging chads. I knew that was going to be only a matter of time.
Oh, that's right. The little. Are you referring to the little holes on the little
That was
ballot
in the
sheet?
ballot booth.
Yeah. Oh man. Wow.
That was
Hey, guys.
mostly in West Palm, which is a Democrat city.
Hey, I got
That-
something for y'all. Breaking news. Homeland Security confirms Antifa meets standards of domestic terrorism.
What?
Exactly.
When was that?
That's about time.
It just
Well,
got dropped today.
It's brand new.
It's dropped
And that's
today.
DHS. That's
Oh.
DHS. Excellent. That's not because DOJ already deemed them a terrorist group. I thought.
If
Yeah,
you
they
remember,
did.
I thought
Yeah.
too. I thought that was.
before
See,
the
here's the
conflict
difference.
started, Trump said literally, "I'm going to move to have them declared a terrorist organization."
Yeah, but now that it's whatchamacallit, Homeland, that's different. They're
Let's
their
see,
own
ho-
entity.
I mean, even if they do, will it really make much of a difference in the end?
How do you prove they're
But
in
it's
it?
another. Yeah.
At least they're in it. Exactly.
I mean, at least, I mean, if they're deemed as a domestic terrorism and they get proven that they're part of Antifa, technically by law, you get shit to Gitmo. So I mean, that kind of benefits it.
Oh, absolutely. They should have their own island and all be dropped off on it anyway. Let Lord of the Flies take place. Come on.
Yeah.
Let them learn how socialism works when you have, one conch shell and 5
That's right.
lobsters and there's 10 of you.
Now
all
share.
10 of you going to share. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Here's a question I want to bring to the table. I want to see what you guys think about it.
Please do.
If Trump wins, or when Trump wins, excuse me.
Amen.
Do you think
Amen.
all the stuff that has gone on in the past few months will be the end of the Democrats?
No.
It will. There will be a transitional period, but I don't believe there'll be a true end to the Democrat Party. But as we know it, hell yeah.
I missed. What was the question?
When Trump wins, do you think that all the evidence from the past 3 months will be the end of the Democratic bullshit? Excuse my language.
Yeah, I think Chad had it theoried that this may be the implosion of the Democratic Party, the left. And I don't know.
It's a good question. Them having their talking, mouthpieces in the media, it just really depends on that mostly. It's like you could crush them with all the facts in the world, and if you still have, Democrat-driven media, it's always going to be that constant fight. I mean, that's how I feel. It's a good question, though. It really is.
You gotta look at this too. In the 1800s and everything, that you had when the Democratic Party first started, and then people started breaking away from it. You had the Whig Party, the Federalist Party. So at this point in time, you got to sit here and think, what two parties are they going to divert into? Are you going to have a straight Communist Party, or are you going to have
progressive?
Have a progressive? You're going to have liberalism,
moderate.
Yeah, exactly, moderate. So now you got to sit here.
Being the end of the two-party system. I mean, just because
it's like the LGBTQIA.
But I mean, it is going to be a two-party. It is going to be a two-party because we're not looking at who.
Yeah.
Or it's good versus evil.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
What's going to really actually happen, and I'm going to predict this, is an old-style Democrat is going to be gone. After this election, the old-style Democrat is fully gone. It's going to be the full-blown
progressive. Yeah.
You have AOC, Bernie Sanders.
Will be hurt.
So the Democratic cover for the Communist Party will be gone, is what you're saying?
Basically.
I think the progressives are going to take a hit.
Oh yeah, hard hit. And also with these new investigations that are coming to light, one of which got dropped by Barr when he was testifying before the House, or it could have been the Senate, I can't recall. Once those conclude, you're going to see a lot of politicians that had ties get charged.
Yeah.
Once they follow the money, but also follow the digital footprints. They have digital footprints as well. They have state-issued phones, computers, laptops.
Anthony Weiner.
Oh yeah, Mr. Weiner himself knows that.
I mean, you got to think of this too. It's not just the Democrats you got to worry about. You got to think about the Republican Party. How many of the Republicans have sat here and literally stabbed Donald Trump in the back, like your nominee in the back? So how are we going to sit here and get rid of all these rhinos, all these fake conservatives, Republicans out of this party?
You vote them out, but the problem with that is it's a time-sensitive process that takes a long time. And
I think we need to charge them as citizens, as
citizens of the state,
as traitors to the Constitution, and start hanging people. We need to start doing what Switzerland did.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
No, it's called treason.
It's called treason.
For treason,
and we need to start consider them as treason and hang a politician. Start
lynching
making
is
examples.
for treason.
Yep.
We're not calling for violence.
Clean all the trash out of the ocean in a week. It's just so hard to do.
No, I'm just saying that that's the law. And whenever you were convicted of treason, you were hung.
Right.
Hey, Landon.
Hey.
Are you there, brother?
Yeah.
A buddy, L. Scott Ward on the feed has been trying to get on Discord and is struggling. I believe they have the app downloaded. I've tried to walk them through getting on. They could have contributed an interesting perspective as a former security specialist and a bail bond enforcement officer.
Well, holy
So I
F.
just wanted to read that out. I thought there might be able to be some contribution there. Also, shout out to Lee. I don't mean to hog the mic, but I got a close buddy of mine, Lee, in chat that I just want to say hi to. Thank you. That's all the time. That concludes this PSA.
Lee, brofist.
I don't want to. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm looking here. It says Georgia Democrat Party should disband and change its name. And I know Republican congressman had already introduced that bill into the Congress, but this is quite interesting. He's calling for it to be disbanded and change the Democratic Party because of its association with racism, bigotry, and the Confederacy. And I believe that John F. Kennedy was killed because he drafted the Bill of Rights that Lyndon B. Johnson begrudgingly signed. 75 senators filibustered that bill until Republicans got it passed.
Yep.
He also wanted to dismantle a few of the alphabet agencies. They didn't take that well.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's because the intelligence agency got pissed about it. When she started sitting there and attacking the CIA, the FBI.
No. It was the FBI. She said Comey went rogue, and she basically tried to pay. Are you talking about Obama's old attorney general that testified and got interviewed by the oversight committee?
Also, shout out to Mutt. Mutt, I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna try and see what I can do to get you on the Discord.
He was just saying he didn't tell her.
Exactly. Well, that's what she tried to say, so that all the liability didn't come on her and the DOJ, because she should have known. There's no reason that she should have not known. And
Chad.
she's also a lawyer, so she knows exactly what to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Landon.
No, just Chad, try to get closer to your mic if you can.
How's this? Is this
Perfect. Yeah, that's way perfect.
Cool. It's practically in my mouth.
Oh crap.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
what
Nobody needed that visual, but sorry.
I almost accidentally said that's what blank said.
I hear
but,
you, man.
I held off.
Very adult of you.
If you live long enough and they declassify it, send a FOIA request for Project Gemstone.
What?
If you live long enough when they declassify it, send a FOIA request regarding Project Gemstone.
Which is?
Gemstone.
I mean,
What's it about?
It's about what happened to John F. Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe and the presidency and maintaining the power structure.
Wow.
Ooh.
Steep.
All right, guys. I got to work on this Discord info. I got to try and get Mutt over here.
Lando, word of advice after you're done doing what you're doing, for whatever
Okay.
reason, the Discord link you had pinned on the bottom of the feed is no longer there for people asking what Discord info is.
Wow.
Other people wanting to join?
I got it in the chat.
And that link work to get on. You just got to make sure you actually join the voice chat line, not just the text.
Join the general chat.
How many people believe that this was
I'm gonna mute
actually
for a second. It says I'm
good
feeding
versus
back, and I need to figure out why. So hold on.
What?
All right, Lee is
How
in.
many
We got.
people feel that this is good versus evil?
A lot.
Definitely is.
Oh yeah.
It is good versus evil.
Okay.
Always been the case.
Who was the only perfect man after Adam?
Jesus.
Moses.
Jesus.
Moses wasn't.
Landon's correct.
Moses wasn't perfect.
Well, I thought Jesus
Why?
was too obvious of an answer. I thought it was rigged. Darn it. Darn it. Overthought that one. Damn.
Why don't we
It
know
happens.
more about him than we know about our elected officials?
Who? Moses?
No, Jesus. Now you're off.
Uh,
Why is it we know more about Jesus?
No, why is it we know more about our elected officials
Oh, it's the other way around.
about the only perfect man?
Because the evil has been so much in control that you don't see good that often.
The rulers of wickedness in high places, man. They are the rulers of this world.
They get out the info.
I was also going to say the 7 deadly sins are most applicable today and easy to fulfill today.
They've been given to you
Lisa
on a silver
Palmer
platter.
in
You must,
Facebook
but
chat.
On a silver platter, just like Landon said, exactly. Yeah.
Lisa Palmer in Facebook chat said John Travolta.
But who is in charge of what you do?
here, guys. This is the Discord link.
Essentially the government, but law should be in
You
charge
are.
of what
It
you
has
do.
to do with free will. We decide who we are and what we become. Free will.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're in charge of what we do. Now we can advocate that authority, but it's unwise to do so.
Yeah, God gave us free will.
Is that
And
quantum
that is-
reality?
No, it is just your responsibility to decide which side you want to be on.
Or no, that was Stinger. What's up, Stinger? All right, sorry.
No, I'm just saying God gave man free will, and man can choose to do what he wants.
That's right.
You have a conscience, and you know, Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, so you know the difference between good and evil. And Satan was cast out of heaven, and he's in charge of the earth right now, and so this is what we're battling.
Dude, you just
Okay,
nailed it.
then here's a question to go along with that though. If that is true, which I mean, since that is true, then how are all of these people in the streets completely blind to the
They're
fact
sheep.
that they're doing wrong?
They've been playing into their. They've been. We call it indoctrination here a lot, but really, it's like. It's good and evil at work here. So evil, they're casting their spells, man. They're doing their work, and they're getting people lulled into these tricks that they want to believe, even though they're complete fallacies and they're wrong. They lean into them, and they most of the time when they talk, they don't even have anything they don't have anything constructive to say. They just want to feel good and justified and vindicated, and it's all just to feel good about themselves. Sorry,
well,
y'all go
they're
ahead.
under a strong delusion. And basically, what a lot of popular media and music and television is for is to put people under a strong delusion.
Yep. Well, that's like if you look into like the early 200s, you had people like God, what was that band's name?
Early
That's
200s.
what. It's a Christian band name, and I can't think of it. They went mainstream too. I can't freaking think of.
Oh,
That's
come
like
on
looking-
now.
What is the early 200s? Is that like a history reference?
In 2000s?
Or 2000s, whatever. Like,
Well, it makes a difference.
that was me. I glitched. I brain farted. My apologies. Like have like early, like the mid 2000s.
Rise Against. Is it Rise Against? They were Christian rock.
Yeah,
group.
Rise Against.
Rise Against was Christian?
They were Christian rock. Yeah, brah. Come on now.
Yes.
No.
Believe it or not. Yes.
Red was a Christian rock group. Linkin Park started out as a Christian rock.
No.
Yeah, they did. Oh, initially, yeah.
Yes.
How about
right.
Queensryche?
Queen?
Guy, the Brian Welch
remember
from
POD?
Korn.
Yeah,
started
I
a
love
Christian
POD.
rock group.
Skillet. Yeah, that's another one. Does
Skillet?
anybody know what is it? Crap. Never mind. I forgot.
Lion K. Dude.
Ooh,
Pete-
Ben H had a good comment in chat. Hey, question for those of us in Discord. Who is the individual, since I'm not in the app, speaking about the Bible and the Lord? Are you still
That
with
was
us?
I was speaking about God and giving free will to man.
And before that would
Yeah.
be Chad.
Okay, so either you or Chad. Ben H has a question, and it's worth asking. It says, "I see here people go from hardcore Republican to talking about Jesus, which is fine. What if Trump was actually the Antichrist? Then who do you follow, Jesus or Trump? The Antichrist would be the biggest deceiver mankind has ever known. Let me just start off by saying, without the Lord, Trump and all of us would never be here. So he is our true Lord and Savior, or at least that speaks for myself to answer the question. But you guys maybe can offer some insight into that."
God put
Don't.
Trump in his place in the White House. That's the way
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah. Amen.
I
Amen.
don't
There's
believe God
no hesitation in an answer there.
Exactly.
I disagree. And I'm not. No, I'm not doing it to pick a fight. But there's a lot of information I have access to that tells me no one who wants to be part of the kingdom is going to be part of this present system of things. And if you're part of this system of things, you can't really be part of the kingdom because they're sort of mutually exclusive, because what rules this world, what it makes you do, or what it requires you to do, is just not good. And it leaves a mark. And
I
Hey,
agree.
hey, can I
Oh,
can I,
creed.
can I
Creed.
speak to that?
Sure.
Um, Chad, you're absolutely right, buddy. You don't want to bend or fold, and you certainly don't want to wear the mark of the beast. But we have to coexist. We have to live on this planet, and like I said, God gave us free will to choose from good or evil, to decide our fate for our next life.
And he knows our hearts.
Well, he knows our hearts, but he doesn't. A lot of people talk about destiny and God already knows the future and all that. He knows what the outcome is going to be. He knows when Jesus is going to return in the clouds, but he doesn't necessarily know what you're going to do in the next 5 minutes. He can suggest to you in your subconscious of what you want you to do, and so can Satan. Satan's there as well. Remember back in the old cartoons, back from the 30s and the 40s, they had an angel sitting on one shoulder and the devil sitting on the other. That's not so far away from the truth.
Right.
So you have to make a conscious decision in your own mind to not judge, to keep an open mind, and you have to forgive and forget. You have to pray for these people. Now, again, I like to see them get lead poisoning myself, but again, we're not here to judge. God is the judge. Jesus will come. If you live your life as Jesus intended for you to live, as God intended in the Bible, follow the 10 Commandments. They're not 10 suggestions. And when he says, "Thou shalt not kill," that's not just humans. That's everything. Kill it with a purpose. If you need to eat, kill it. But don't just. I watched some idiot beat
Oh man.
a raccoon the other night. I'm thinking, what is wrong with you people? But again, these people are being controlled by Satan. Satan is on this planet. You can see it in your local governments. They call them staffers. They're just Democrat. They're criminal
Backers.
justice. Yeah, they're there to tear families apart. The whole education has been so. Why is it that I know Confederate songs and I don't know anything about the North? It's because the Democrat that controlled our education system, which still controls it, has fooled everybody. That's why these black people are acting like this. I don't like it either. But again, they're being played as pawns. And like I said, when Lyndon B. Johnson
Hang on. Let me stop you there. It's not just black people, honey. It is.
Well, we've all been played. We've all been played. But I'm just saying, they have a disdain since the days of slavery towards black people. And Kamala Harris, her ancestors were black slave owners in Jamaica.
Amen. Exactly.
This doesn't fall far from the tree. So you can see Satan.
American.
Well, I know, but you can just see the hands of Satan is
she's
all
not?
over this. Because see, Satan even hates his own troops. He will devour them from within. And so that's what you're seeing the whole Democrat Party going through. They're going through a big old transition right now. The old Biden and those people will be gone. If they're not dead yet, they'll be gone. And what's there to replace them? I mean, it's almost worse what's coming.
It's like a chess match.
Well, look
There's
it
a
up right
king.
now. When
Now-
Kamala Harris ran before, she listed herself as an Indian American. But now, all of a sudden, Joe Biden wanted to have an African American VP.
Warren?
Decided to say she was African American.
Yeah,
Welcome
I think a
to
lot of us
identity
noticed that.
politics.
That was
Welcome
kinda
to
odd.
identity politics.
Joe Biden is also admittingly across the board guilty of what's it called in college where you copy things word for word?
Plagiarism.
A guilty plagiarizer, not just once, twice, a few times, a speech here, a speech there, throughout his entire course of history of being a politician.
Yeah, he has like a habit of doing this. Like he's habitual.
Yeah, habitual.
Plagiarist. Like if that's
Not
a
to
word.
mention, he is an
habitual
admitted
offender.
Yes, he is. And his crime law measures, like stop and frisk, stuff like that, were things that he supported, and he actually openly apologized for it.
That's what brings you right back to when I said earlier. They are voting for the exact same thing they are chanting against.
Exactly.
You're exactly right. And see,
Exactly.
That part's a part. Yeah, that part is part of the.
That's part of it.
Yeah, the delusion, the trick.
Do you know? I'm sorry about that. Do you know how to
The greatest
identify
trick
people
Satan's
who
ever
love
pulled?
and serve God
So
and people who
getting
do
them to
not?
eat the apple.
Wait,
They're
what about
identified.
the Tower of Babel? Who said what?
No, I just said this is Satan's greatest trick. Notwithstanding the eating of the apple, but look at the trick he's played on these people.
Die by a deceiver. Die by a deceiver, you know?
Since this country's inception, since the British deposited colonies here in this country, they were the ones who wanted slavery.
Yep.
The British wanted slavery. And so they started bringing people in. And it's been this way ever since. I mean, Abraham Lincoln got assassinated by a Democrat. His vice president happened to be a Democrat, which was kind of stupid for Abraham Lincoln to pick a Democrat as his running mate, but whatever. And so he repeals everything and goes back to Jim Crow laws. And now we got poll taxes, and you got to know something about the Constitution to be able to vote. And so they just get disqualified. And so the rage is just building generationally. Newt Gingrich, contract with America ends generational welfare. What's Obama do? Reinstates it. Who loves these people? It certainly isn't the Democrats. They never have, and they never ever will.
Yep. And that's crazy because you bring that part up about Britain over here and everything. Guess who was down in Africa? Started colonies down in Africa and in the Middle East. It was Britain. When Britain fell apart out in the Middle East and Africa, guess who came out? It was Russia. Germany was starting to come out in Africa. You have all these other countries. Once Britain screwed up and they could not hold power, all these other countries started to bombard and control and do things. That's why you have Hong Kong. Hong Kong straight up says they'd rather be back under Great Britain's control. Straight up. They know it's a corrupt government, but it's better than the corrupt government that they have right now. Like, people don't fathom. They want to say, oh, it's this person, or it's the U.S. that did this. There's been other countries that have done it for centuries, way before that. You just want to point one finger at one country because it's so easy to do. Now, we screwed up.
Shit.
Yeah.
Anonymous person in the chat says straight gaslighting. I couldn't agree more. It's what it is.
I hate to sound ignorant, but can someone please define gaslighting?
Basically, where
You
the
can fuel
opposing
the
or
fire.
the opposite says that you're doing what they're doing. Like they flip the tide. They turn the table.
Well, yeah. So I've seen that.
Really
Like I
shitty
see.
explanation, I'm sorry, but
You could see that all morning with the speakers where they were making it like spiritual and calling basically the police a demonic spirit and like that's gaslighting. They're flipping the
Like if they shot at me and then I was like, why did you shoot at me? And then they're like, I wasn't shooting at you. You were shooting at me. Like it's that sort of craziness.
Like Hitler.
They'll deny.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Hey, check your messages. I sent you a video message.
On Discord?
On Facebook.
Oh, okay.
That's
something
like,
I want you and Tiff to see that. Don't blast it on.
Oh, okay.
On your channel. That's something you want to do, but I wanted you and Tiffany to see that. This brings up the Obama conversation a minute ago.
That's like Hitler. Hitler was straight gaslighting. You know, you were sitting there and manipulating citizens to think a certain way that it was going totally different. And that's the whole concept of the left right now. Is you're seeing everything go so far against them, and then they're gaslighting these kids. I mean, I'm 30, and I got so many friends that are so blind and just believe everything that CNN and we're woke, and I'm like, you're stupid. You want to call me a conspiracy? I'm like, but the
Call
stuff
yourself a
you say-
conspiracy.
irony, right? But
It's a funny thing. For a while, we were the crazy people, you know.
we were
Crazy more.
and it's just like you're stupid because you're following so blindly, and you're gonna get yourself killed. That's like exactly what happened out in Kenosha.
Yeah, I
Kyle.
agree.
They follow so blindly to the BLM and Antifa facade that they're for people, but they're really not. And then you go do something stupid, kill me, shoot me.
Yeah, they're literally
All right.
throwing themselves in front of guns. It's like they're asking for
like,
it.
Like
It's crazy.
It's like you might as well just go up to the cop and say, "Put a gun on me." Like you want to be suicided. You're suiciding yourself by causing this much, issue. That's what he did. The freaking pedophile, pedophile suicided himself. He went and said, shoot me, chased after guys with guns, threw Molotov cocktails to provoke them to shoot him. So either one, he's really dumb as crap, or two, he was really wanting to be suicided. He wanted to suicide himself, but didn't have the balls.
A martyr. No, he wanted to be a martyr.
Yeah.
That's someone who
martyr.
dies in the name of a greater cause or for a reason.
And to be honest,
When you mix that with stupidity, we're gonna have a lot of problems in the future.
No. That's like I got in a conversation with this guy in this one feed yesterday, and we were talking about how they're saying, oh, he was 17, he's not supposed to have guns. Last I checked, one, there's no age limit on the Second Amendment, so you can take that and stuff it.
It's 18 to purchase a gun. Normally, you any age above the age of 12 at least in New York after
I
the
never
age of 12.
thought of it like that, dude. There's no age on using a weapon to protect yourself. If a
Especially, I was gonna say. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is my two things. Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off again.
No, go.
There's no age limit. Two, everybody says there's no borders. So if there's no borders and all these leftists say there's no borders, how did Kyle cross the border then? State lines are border. There's no
Posting
borders.
that he was from Indiana, and not even from Illinois.
matter.
Have you guys seen that?
But that's my question. They're being hypocritical. So the same kids that were 15, 16, 17-year-olds were fighting in the Revolutionary War, World War I. Oh, they weren't supposed to have a gun. But
Yeah, they were
at
all
the
kids
same
back
ti-
then.
Right.
At the same
Exactly.
time,
Amen.
You know how young they were in the Civil War? Do you know how young fighters were in the Civil War?
They could barely hold up a rifle.
15, 16 kids.
Some 12. Some
10 and
11
12,
played
yeah.
The drums. Yeah, they played the drums normally, but yep.
And then I got this guy. He's trying to backfeed himself. I was like, oh, so you want to backfeed yourself? Let's go back into this. I'm gonna back you further into a wall. Look at NFAC. This is the most retarded militant group ever. I said, what happened? They went to Stone Mountain. Somebody shot themselves. That's their own member. Why? Because they did.
Television.
Yeah, they shot themselves because they didn't.
Yeah,
know
Wait,
how to
what
use
did
a gun.
That was pretty funny.
What did she say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Nikki.
Well, I said they literally threatened everyone on national television.
Oh, yep.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And they shot themselves. And it's like, so you want to be like, you're straight up a communistic group because you go under communistic guidelines, and then you're threatening people do not have a fight in this. But now that you threaten them, they're gonna have a fight. So when they come out guns blazing and you're gonna get shot, you're gonna be like the dumbass with the handgun. They got his biceps shot off.
Mm.
Police, somebody call the police.
That's
Like,
exactly
you're a
right. That's
retard.
exactly right.
Here's the weird part about that whole NFAC group. I watched it from the come out. Their guns were jammed. Half of them were airsoft guns. They had stuff hanging off of their clothes. They were wearing dress shoes. They were passing out while they were walking down the street from the heat, and they claimed to be ex-military.
You don't wear all black on a 100-degree day.
Exactly.
That's bad operational security.
22 AR-15s at that, like multiple.
Oh,
like
the best AR-15 I saw there was the one that had a stovepipe 22 shell casing.
Yeah, I
sticking
saw
out of
that.
it.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was great. That was great. That was classic.
Well, that's what I saw. 2 AR-15s in one hand, like it was supposed to be like a double barrel version or something.
Rambo status, yo. Yeah, I remember that one. Rambo status.
But on top
Double
of that,
tap.
they're all claiming to be ex-military, but they all act like they don't have an education.
No.
They don't even have to say
It makes
anything.
me think that they barely got through school. You have to have a high school diploma.
They also
That's
would
like-
know how to stand in formation if they were all ex-military at minimum.
Our children
Or
know
had-
how to do
You
that.
got
Yeah.
at this thing. You got Grandmaster Jay sitting here doing videos and everything that are literally not showing gun safety. And it's like, you're a complete idiot, dude. You're going to say you're a military, but you have no gun safety training whatsoever.
And if you watch his videos where he shoots guns, it looks like it's the second or third time he's ever held an AR-15.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
For sure. And it's just amazing at the stupidity of it. Because there was one military guy, I know Mr. Obnoxious has called him out about him wearing military ranks on civilian clothing. And people called him out. He goes, it is illegal by military law for you to wear military ranking on civilian clothing. And he goes, well, I can do what I'm retired. I can do. He goes, you have never been in the military, because if you did, you would not do that. He goes, a full military person would deck you in your face, and laugh at you so hard, and walk away and sleep like a baby. You won't have a second thought about it.
On top of that, what's your thoughts on him putting all the big guns, quote unquote, in the front? Is that a tactical advantage or stupidity?
Stupidity.
Yeah, you don't do that.
First of all, you gotta know how to shoot that gun for it to be actual useful.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Secondly, you can't just put all your big guns in front and think it's gonna be straight protection. You gotta have some kind of form to have a formation to where you have some here, some there. So if something does go down, you got something behind it to back it up.
Big guns in the front means that your actual combat effectiveness is diminished very quickly.
Very badly. You need fire suppression and support up front immediately. It's like the equivalent of taking, let's say you have a squad or a regiment, whatever, during World War II. You have 4 MG-42s for, let's say, 200 guys. They all have assorted small arms and stuff like that. Would you really have them up in front, all 4 of them right next to each other, for one of our Brownings to do a single right-to-left sweep and take out? No.
Hang on. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about this. If they watch it, they'll get smarter.
They're not watching this.
No, I guarantee you that.
Not. Yeah.
The only thing that blows my mind, y'all gotta understand that about 90% of these people that think they know how to use guns in like Antifa, NFAC, BLM, Call of Duty people are Battlefield. They play Battlefield, Call of Duty. They think that they know how to shoot a gun just because, I shoot one online. I'm pretty good with it. doesn't mean you know to shoot it.
You
in
don't
real
know
life.
nothing about trigger control, proper hand placement. You don't know
I
anything
was just
about
gonna say-
recoil control. I mean,
Yep.
dude,
Yep.
you don't have it. Just recoil impulse alone. You have to really work. Yeah, go ahead.
Firearm safety, how to secure a firearm, how to clear a firearm, etc.
Goodness gracious.
In a firearm.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the dude with that lost bicep, who got shot with the pistol that the mass media failed to mention he had.
Right.
I was gonna say, if his sorry ass got popped before the kid who was talking smack at the gas station, who went after him, that kid who got popped, who was asking for it, probably wouldn't have gotten popped after he saw the carnage that was what was left of that guy's ulnar and radial bones sticking out of his upper arm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would have been a deterrent in itself.
And it just goes to show that the left don't know. Okay, look, I'm not coming after the left. Okay, it's just the new firearms owners. I'll say, they don't. I mean, they don't have any knowledge of range or like how far will this 9mm be useful for? Because you heard gunshots in the distance, which I can only assume was someone either shooting in the air for intimidation or shooting at Kyle. But not knowing that they were over 50 yards away and with a, compact size Glock or 9mm handgun, you're not going to dude, you don't know how to compensate for drop or anything like that.
Imagine if they use a rifle. Is that even zeroed in? And if not, that's extremely dangerous.
Exactly.
Already dangerous.
Exactly. You're going to end up shooting 7 feet to the right and hitting your own dude at 100
Yeah,
yards
and then
out,
how
you
you
know?
go, and then you
Because
gotta
you
live
have
with
to
that.
look at it. All
Oh,
these
but that's
BLM
another thing.
People, they know how to use weapons against themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
So far, that's what we've seen. It's like NFAC has gotten 3 BLM protesters. Kyle's gotten 2. Look. So the guy, Mr. Medic is what I call him. I don't know if he is a medic. I know that he
Mr.
screamed
Medic.
medic. He screamed
White
medic.
beater.
No,
You
he's
see,
counter-surveilling. It's the oldest trick in the book. It's going undercover so that you're not suspected, you're not perceived as a threat.
Right.
Also, you're not identified by the police. It's like people putting media or press on their helmets who are really Antifa. It's just a cover.
Yeah.
exactly. But see, I reviewed the footage over and over and over again. The attacks, the guy that tried to curb stomp him, and then the guy that tried to hit him with the skateboard, and then the third guy with the pistol. You didn't have to get that close with that pistol. You could have taken cover, and if you thought that Kyle was an active shooter, you could have handled that.
15 to 20 yards away from a secure location with cover.
But you could see Mr. Medic. You could see him. He paused because he saw that one dude get shot in the chest and fall. And then it was milliseconds. You could see so much body language. And then he was like, am I going to do this? I'm going to do this. And then you can
About
see
3 feet away. About 3 feet away, his arm turns, and you can see him going to go back with it.
Yeah.
Did anybody notice that they wanted the police to come handle it, but they want them defunded?
He was in the act of assaulting him. It was clear as day.
I don't know how
he was
many
just.
people that were trying to take care of those that were shot. They were screaming for.
I'm sorry. One
Well,
of which
CJ helped the guy that got shot in the arm.
Is he with the guy who got hit in the head? He was assisted by actually a reporter from the Daily Caller, who Tucker Carlson actually, believe it or not, being mass media, I actually do respect his show for the sources and material that it presents. He interviewed the guy, and it was about a 5-minute long interview. He saw both scenes up front and close, treated the one guy like I said, and he did a walkthrough of the entire night. And just common sense questions were asked. They weren't leading questions. He did a walkthrough, and it was about 5 to 7 minutes long. I know it's up on Facebook now. I threw it up on Riot Buddies. And yeah, CJ did. I think it was like a handkerchief or something to try and tie it off, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he actually took a compression tourniquet from the guy's own backpack.
Yeah, that saved his ass. That saved his ass.
Because he was dumping.
No, he would have leaked out. And the tourniquets, they have a very high tensile strength wire in them. So after you strap the initial strap on, which is elastic and tight, there's then the wire which has a like a dowel through it. and you twist that in a counterwise action, and it gets so tight, it crimps your muscle down pretty much to the bone. So unless you have a wound like that, let's give another Antifa medic special here. The kid who got the graze wound to the knee from a rubber bullet, and the Antifa medics pull out their bag and go for a tourniquet for a flesh wound, that actually puts his limb at risk of complete amputation.
That's right, because it makes the blood below the it toxifies the blood by killing it.
By definition, it cuts off circulation completely. So what happens? Exactly what you said.
No more oxygen,
exactly.
and it makes it toxic.
Cardiovascular system goes kaput, so does the muscle tissue with no O2. See you leg later.
Chop.
Yeah.
What they used to say back in the first Civil War, they called that surgery. Surgery back then meant no more leg, no more arm.
No.
Yeah.
No. See, that's
especially Civil War.
See, that's like my question right now is, for Rosenbaum, or Rosenbaum, whatever his freaking name is, the pedophile that got shot in the head. How is entry wound to his head from when he got shot smaller than the shot at the medic got in the arm and his bicep?
It's a tissue difference. So look, like the back of his head, which we didn't really get to see, was if it made it out, because sometimes 223 has trouble with bone. But what do you call with when it hit Mr. Medic? Okay, it hit nothing but flabby, fleshy meat and muscle. There was nothing in so it practically the 223 556 moved so fast. It vaporized the material. Okay, it basically chopped and vaporized what was in the way of that. So it simultaneously cut and ploofed. You could even see it. Like there's this ploof that comes off of his arm, and that's his arm. It's gone. That's gone.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
And
that's why it just. I'm sorry, Landon. It just boggles my mind. I see one incident and then another incident, and it's like two different outcomes of how that bullet changed everything from that material. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I've shot guns all my life. I've never seen that happen before like that. I've always seen practically nearly the same outcome every time I shot that gun.
Yeah, it's really a special incident what we saw, because that is very rare. I watch a lot of firearms testing with some fun stuff from Demo Ranch and Kentucky Ballistics all the way to like actual ballistics testing where you're studying how far it drops, all the bull crap that goes in with that. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a huge 2A gun guy. I love that stuff. That's like my main passion, materialistically, I guess. But what do you call? I haven't ever seen or witnessed a bullet slap fleshy meat like that, and no bone or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can tell you from experience, when a bullet is fired, usually when it goes through flesh and muscle, if it's got enough kinetic energy, it passes right through. Now, when it strikes an object, all of that kinetic energy of the bullet is transferred to the tissue, and then things tear apart.
What we call in the gun world, it's called dumping. So that's when like the bullet dumps all of its kinetic energy. And so when that happens, especially with rounds like 223 556, which is what Kyle was using, I don't know specifically which cartridge. A lot of the AR-15s can shoot both depending on their barrel. But
mine did.
Well,
if it shoots 5.56, it can shoot 2.23.
That's right, but it's not the other way around. If you got a 2.23, you should not put 5.56 pressure into it. But listen, so even 2.23 moves incredibly fast, and that's really
velocity.
That's right. That's its trick. That's what gets it to work so well in what it does. And I mean,
I was gonna say temporary wound cavity. To your question of tumbling.
Well, with the velocity,
a lot of people don't know too is to get that tumble-on impact effect from a 5.56 or 2.23. A lot of people don't know you need that full length of the barrel, 16-inch or longer, to get that full tumble on impact capability.
Right.
So when you're shooting a 5.56 out of a smaller barrel, you're not getting the fullest capability of that round, and it may very well just pass straight through.
223 and 5.56. I see multiple people are saying that they tumble, but that's what they were designed to do. That's what people. That's what they wanted.
But with that 20-inch
because previously
barrel of the M16,
we were using fully automatic 45 ACP and fully automatic 30-06, and World War II, type. That was eventually considered extremely inhumane. And there were all these Geneva Convention stuffs, and the Germans practically begged us to stop using fully automatic 45 ACPs because they were so extremely effective in trench warfare.
That's right, on the 1911s. That's right, on the Colts. Yep.
They
also used them on the Japanese front, because the initial pistols, they would the Japs, they would use bamboo to make armor. They would line the fronts and their vitals with the bamboo, and the initial calibers, I think they were like 38.
That's
something
right.
weak. It wouldn't penetrate, but
38
once that
long
45, yep, thank you, Landon. Once that 45 came out, it went through that bamboo like nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, well, let's see. I still had a point I was getting to with the 223. Dang it!
I'm sorry.
No.
ADD together.
It's velocity. That's its trick, and that's what makes it so effective, and especially in the application that Kyle used it in. Let's see. What was I trying to say? So it moves so fast when it comes in contact with like mostly water, fleshy material, not rigid bone. It does this expansion if you watch ballistics gel, and it's amazing what some of these rifle cartridges do in expansion.
8 inches. 8 inches wide it'll go.
And so what that does is when that bullet hits, man, and it enters that flesh, especially super mostly watery fleshy stuff, it expands, rips, tears, and that's really your main trauma, is from all that ripping and tearing instantaneously. Anyway, you guys go ahead.
My one thing before I gotta go, because I gotta work tonight, is my last question for you guys. What do you think that Jacob Blake's lawyer is the same lawyer for George Floyd's family? What's y'all's take on that?
Doesn't make any sense to me. I really haven't looked into that very much.
What that guy does for a living.
I mean,
he's right. He's doing the Kardashian. Maybe this is something I always think about with lawyers, where they're just kind of riding the trending thing, and they're like, whatever I got to do, that publicity is going to make me the next Kardashian situation lawyer type thing.
Well, I really can't say nothing either on that front, because I just wanted that, perspective from it.
He's going to play off people with cash in.
Well, yeah. Look at the lawyer that did Nick Sandman. He wants to go in and do it pro bono for Kyle. But at the same time, it's just some people go for it for all the money, because now look at all this. Jacob Blake has a GoFundMe, and last I checked, it was like 1.7 mil. So that lawyer's going to cash out. Okay,
yeah, that's why he's doing it.
Exactly. Look at Kyle. He doesn't have a GoFundMe. They took it down. All this other stuff. And guess what? Lawyers are coming out the freaking wazoo. We'll do it pro bono.
They're going to trade off having a good outcome and being a good lawyer, because you were able to get money out of the government, make you a good lawyer.
Get your name out there, publicity and all that. I guess so. Yeah.
I hope that it's less about publicity and more about actually building a ridiculous defense for Kyle.
I think that is the case. Once he saw that page come down, and him being an attorney, knowing that everyone has the right to representation, and I think we all can agree that public defenders, given their caseload, they're not able to give a good defense. They're not paid well. They're horrible. You don't want a public defender.
No, you don't.
Yeah. So there's pages up on GoFundMe or whatever the funding page was. There are pages up there and funds up there for the identical reason Now, what is the foundation of this country when it comes to legality? You are innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
Proven guilty. So if
Not
someone
anymore.
says, yeah, not anymore, right? But if someone says on that platform, you're not committed of a crime, I am accused of a homicide, I am in need of legal assistance to help me win my case and prove my innocence. Every American has that right. And when other people are able to exercise that right on GoFundMe, but this kid, for whatever the reason, the publicity, the topic, whatever, they take it down. Only in the eyes of the law here. I'm not partial one side or the other. I take offense to that because you're playing with other people's lives selectively while you're allowing other people to do the same thing and exercise the same right or get the same right or chance at that right.
Sides on things like that. Facebook, Twitter, everybody's got a side, and it's usually the left.
Yep, you're right.
All these tech companies are mostly leaning left, and again, it's that same old fight: good against evil.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I was on Facebook, and on the timeline, you got the Libertarian Republic. They have a meme up. It says, whenever there are fascists, and you have Antifa, BLM at the top, at the bottom you have Kyle, it goes, there is resistance. So, are you sitting here promoting Kyle as a patriot, or are you still backing, there's no borders? There should be no borders, and then getting mad when he crosses state line. Like, that is such a fallacy of a political group to have as a mindset.
Is he a prisoner of his own state? He can't drive? If a business owner calls him up and says, hey, I know you have a long gun that you're proficient with and you've grown up around rifles and no firearm safety, you're not going to hurt anyone who's, innocent. Would you mind coming down, helping me, prevent my gas station from getting set on fire and ablaze like we've seen elsewhere? And, by the way, help save the apartment building with dozens and dozens of families stored in units right beside it.
Well,
that's not illegal.
It's the same group that approved, half of the people in the Libertarian Party are the same people that, were so grateful for Obamacare until they got screwed. The same people that thought, they got screwed to where you couldn't go buy auto insurance in a different state because now it's illegal. So if it was $35 in Pennsylvania, and now in your home state of freaking Georgia, you're paying the minimum's $128, you can't go and sit there and cross state lines and do that.
Would you?
To the people in the chat, yes, they did take the GoFundMe down.
They did multiple,
and also they're yanking most of the live streams from that night. Matter of fact, Landon,
that's why I told Landon. I told him,
up, to be honest, they're like really
he backed it up.
This.
He backed it up. If they do drop it, I remember saying, Landon, record this night because they're likely going to delete it. So
I have a backup on a hard drive.
Good for you, brother.
My man, thank you, Lando. Good man.
Yes.
No applause needed. Obamacare screw. Is everybody here? I hear all these boops.
I'm back.
Oh, hey.
Hello. Welcome back. What did you say, Landon?
Oh, I was just wondering if we were all here. I keep hearing all these boops. I'm still learning Discord, dang it.
Yeah, when you hear boops, sometimes it's not just people coming into the chat. It's also people coming in to see what's going on. So there could be in the text channel too, instead of just the voice channel. So when you hear a boop, it could be just somebody in the text channel just listening in. So
I think we've got a really cool panel, man.
I'm so glad that I have
boop
this
when I muted my
going through
mic,
a headset. I'm glad I have this going through a headset. It sounds like you're saying boobs, and my daughter is on FaceTime with her teachers.
Oh, I got ice cream sandwiches. Sweet. Sorry.
Oh, you got to share.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gents, is this live?
Ah,
I'm at school. I'm not allowed to drink, so somebody else drink for me.
I don't have anything to drink. I
I
just
think
I
someone
took a
here.
sip of some
I'm,
sweet tea.
I'm bloody kidding. We don't have our normal crowd in house at the moment. I was just playing.
F in chat for the day drinkers.
LOL.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys not drinking?
Pretty much
Hey,
5 o'clock.
tokers. Nah, I was just gonna say I don't drink, but I do toke. That's why I always put an asterisk with toke next to the
Oh my
cheers button.
god, please
Oh, nice.
share. I can't get any up here.
Oh God, girl, you got to get on that vape. Let me tell you, inside the house, no smoke, no nothing. I am a
have a
medical.
vape. I have a vape, but I'm in North Dakota and I know no one up here.
Hold up,
Say
who's
North
from North
Dakota?
Dakota?
Oh
Nikki.
man.
Well, y'all gonna have to handle all that talk privately.
I'm not
Yeah.
from here.
Yeah, we ain't getting you in trouble, brother. It's all good. We'll shut up.
They just need to
No,
make
no,
sure
no,
stuff
no.
we-
I'm not telling y'all to shut up, but you know what I'm saying.
That goes without saying. Without saying, Lando.
I'm sharing. Mutt is so mad at me, man. Dang it. Here, I even have a direct link into this chat that we're in, I believe.
Oh, that helps. Man, I've been, bro, for like the past 2 hours, I've been replying to people like each, giving them step by step. I didn't know you could do that. Thank you.
Oh, Anastasia, you're the one that's from North Dakota?
It was. I moved.
Mark, what's up, man? North Dakota, eh? Oi.
I'm stuck
I
up
was
here.
from North Dakota, but I moved. So
I'm from Texas, but I'm stuck up here. My husband's military.
Talk about the chat
Fargo
today,
area
dude.
or what?
We just about covered it.
Of course, it got dropped. Really?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What happened?
Blake just got vacated. The handcuffs came off.
What?
So I'm guessing they're gonna drop all charges.
Dude, I'll tell you what happened. Are you talking about the 17-year-old?
No, I'm talking about
got
Jacob
shot.
Blake. Jacob Blake. His attorney just said that the handcuffs have been removed, and the deputies have left his room. It's right here on the Discord channel feed.
Oh,
Right
let me
there.
pull that up. I'll pull it up. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Politicking for settlement.
Handcuffs removed from Jacob Blake at a hospital.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
is it
okay. He's the one who was hit.
paralyzed now?
Okay. He's paralyzed, yep. But it was protocol. They are required. They are required by law to put those on, the handcuffs. Once someone commits a violent act or has a warrant, they have to remain locked
Thank
to the
you,
gurney,
Janet.
I've
unfortunately.
seen them handcuff people that are dead. Yeah.
They always handcuff people that big
Yep.
and everything.
I
That's
don't
protocol.
know. Let's just hold back because I don't know exactly. Well, never mind. I guess I've never
Interesting.
heard of this before.
Just
WISN 12
Say
news.
anything.
News break.
Oh, he looks reassuring.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I'm hearing feedback from some.
Too many Willie Nelson parties, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Common sense. They don't have a headset in.
Yo, it makes all the difference in the world. Whew. I
I'm
can
looking
hear
at my-
everything.
We'll have less feedback if we all have headphones on too, I believe.
Oh, I didn't
let
even
me
think
mute
about
myself and see if it's me.
that. You're clear
Oh,
for me.
I'm looking. It's common sense.
I don't hear any, but I'll look.
Yeah, neither do I. It's been beautiful.
clean and
Look,
clear.
if anyone
It
in
pops up.
the Discord voice chat is muted, it's only because. Now I see. It's okay. Common sense, mute your mic. Or I
Vicky
can.
Vicky says, I believe it's a fight of good and evil, dark versus light, no point intended. Spiritual wickedness in high places and also spiritual warfare. Just saying. Vicky, you just missed a good combo. We were talking about good and evil earlier. It's a shame.
The one thing that I really want to say about good and evil, the one thing that cannot be imitated is good spiritual fruit. Does anybody know what that is?
I mean, I can make any kind of fruit spiritual.
It was it was the apple from the tree, wasn't it?
No, spiritual fruit
joy,
is
patience, self-control.
Oh, it was theoretical. Okay.
yeah.
Living a good life.
No, it's having the ability to possess love,
to be in a
joy,
constant state of
peaceful, patience, self-control, be full of goodness and compassion.
Well, what I mean is, like, you live a certain way and you produce fruit, and those in your life, like, they consume that fruit through your company and fellowship.
Okay. I mean, you're going to produce certain attributes whether you want to or not. Like, I've run into a ton of people trying to be incredibly spiritual, and yet they become very angry, very vicious, very quickly, and that's not good spiritual fruit.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
Because it can
Totally
work in the
agree.
opposite, as well. You can have your bad fruit too. Spread that bad fruit.
That is correct. But that's the one thing that has never been counterfeited.
Oh, I gotta mute my mic. Sorry, guys.
Bro, you okay?
I'm good. Just a joke. Sorry.
survive.
Survive. No, a fly blew into my mouth. It was nothing. Don't worry, Lando.
Oh my gosh.
Wink,
That's-
wink.
The fly, right?
Fly.
If you could put the puzzle pieces together.
All right, look. All right, I don't know if I can get into trouble for this picture, but it just so happened to pop up, and so it just popped up on screen.
Okay.
I'm watching.
We ain't into pedo here.
All right, guys. Look, don't judge me based off a meme sent to me.
Never, never. Come on.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's the whole point of memes.
All right, so it says I'm not judging. I'm just showing you pictures of Jacob Blake. I don't know I guess. Look, this is
That's
what
what
I
somebody
get.
just
Let
sent
me
to
tell.
me.
Can I let me give my synopsis of what I get from this? Can I just say? This is what I get. He has terrible choice in firearms. That's at the basis of what I have to.
Wait, is that a high point?
Yes, I can't say that word. I can't say that word because it makes me nauseous.
Oh.
I'm being facetious, but
No, that's
he
not
has
being prude. I understand.
He has decent
a high point's
trigger
a high point, man.
finger control. I
I'm
mean, he has
curious.
finger discipline. So I mean, I really can't be too mad.
Why is he sneering? It looks like he's sneering, but is that just
Hey,
to prove
no.
he brushed his teeth or what?
dude, you're right. You know what? Let me not get onto him too bad. Look, you're absolutely right. I don't know if this looks like Jacob, but this isn't him holding the gun. This is this dude. But this dude is that is good trigger discipline right there. Let's see. This looks like maybe I don't know. This could be
It's not fun.
I don't know what this is. This
Dude,
is
the first picture don't even look like the same gun.
Right. It
No,
looks like
it
looks like the
doesn't.
tip of a Tech 9 or something. I don't know.
it looks
Yeah.
more like
Where are we looking?
But it's
Wait,
a
let me
handgun because
turn.
I don't see no mag on that dropping down.
Time out. Let me turn my backlight up. Just give me a sec. I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe
So-
you know how Berettas have
revolver.
you know how Berettas have the barrel that stick out just a little bit longer than the
Yeah.
barrel itself?
yeah, but I'm thinking that's a
It
revolver.
don't look that long.
It almost looks like a heat
The
shield
one on the-
around the barrel. It's weird.
The
It
one
is
on the
weird.
left, that almost looks like a what is it, a Luger or a Ruger to me? One of those
That's
old
a-
school German style.
A high point.
Once and
For a minute there, I thought you broke Landon.
Landon's about to puke for saying the word.
I can't stand those damn guns, man. Hey, but let me say this.
Oh.
They're built like tanks. No, they're not. They break, but they work. And if that's all you've got to exercise the Second Amendment, I'm not hating on you. So I know some people get really salty if you hate on the high points because they're like, just as good.
I hear straight out of the box they just always shoot to the left. Always.
Well, if you got trigger pull and you're right-handed shooter, that might put you dead center.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I don't even think you can adjust the sights on those at all. And
Oh,
No, you
no.
can't.
with
They're
that
fixed.
left.
They're
with that
fixed.
left.
They're fixed. Aside using a Dremel if you want to try and cheat.
Yeah.
Or a
Make a
file.
compensator for it.
Oh,
Put
gosh.
a compensator on the end of your.
No.
I am. Ben says y'all are gun snobs. No, I think that they're just agreeing with me. I'm the gun snob here. At least I'm not like German guns only, because there are those
So
kind.
we're
gun
we're
knowledge.
Gun snobs, so we actually use guns that actually work. Okay. Unlike the guy the medic that couldn't even use his gun. Gotcha.
No, I was gonna say I was gonna say something we all share in common is that we all know and exercise firearm safety. So we have knowledge of
Amen.
firearms. We have knowledge of the history of firearms. You know, we have
Amen.
knowledge of the utilization of firearms should they be needed. But I want to end it with this: 9 times out of 10, if you're a concealed carry holder, or you have a long rifle for that matter, 9 times out of 10. A firearm will neutralize a situation without a bullet being fired just by its presence being there. 9 times out of 10, you'll get compliance. The unfortunate 1 out of 10 times, it leads to situations like unfortunately that happened. In what is it now? What's the WI? It's not Wisconsin. What state was the past 3 riots in? Past 3 nights of riots. I've been up for like 2 days. I'm sorry, guys.
It is Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, thank you.
It's
Thank
like
you.
right on the border of Illinois there, very down south Wisconsin.
It
south
ain't
of,
easy. It ain't easy, y'all. Being cheesy.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't say anything about Wisconsin without starting to think about cheeseheads. I don't know what's wrong.
And you bring up
There's articles saying that Kyle was from Indiana and not even from Illinois. So they're also like they're completely messing up all this information. Like
They are, because they
can't
don't
even
know
get the
what's going
state
on.
right that he came from, and they're like came from Indiana across 2 state lines. I could even send you this article. It's like wow.
It fits in the white nationalist thing.
Yeah,
'Cause, like,
exactly. The white
he's
national.
sent there. He's from out of state. He's a danger. Yada yada yada.
Hold up.
You know the state that starts with an I that's furthest away and make it look worse. I don't know.
Hold up. Steve Woods over on the Facebook chat says, I'm not a gun snob. I just value my life. If you got a $50 life, get a $50 gun. Dude, brofist, that totally...
I hearted that comment. I don't ever heart comments because I think, it's not... I'm a secure heterosexual male, but, a heart to another dude, I rarely do. That comment, I gave that a heart right off the bat. I was like, my man.
I just caught it.
Perfect.
That's exactly right, man.
Yeah.
Gotta agree on that one.
You should aspire for the STI 2011 Statco. Never mind. A lot of people aren't even going to know what I just said. Only the true gun snobs.
Okay, I'm worth like $7. Does that mean I should go get a Nerf gun?
7? No, go with the water gun and just put like brake cleaner or gasoline in it.
Get a cap gun. Get a cap gun.
A cap gun, yeah. Scare him with fear. No, you know what? $7. That'll get you a box of 12 gauge shells. Just throw like a couple of nails on mouse traps. You can still use those suckers. Or
Okay.
a center punch.
Speaking
Get
of
bird
guns,
shot.
Speaking
You know,
of guns,
Antifa watches this. Don't give them no ideas, man.
Dude, they don't have the capacity to take the steps to do it. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
so my grandpa gave me this black powder gun as a birthday present when I was just like a little kid.
Cool.
And my parents have it at home, but it doesn't work.
It will, though. It just takes a little... Like, look, I got one right behind my shoulder if you want to get with
No,
me.
it needs a new pin.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, okay. That's different. That's different.
They take a lot more, like, black powder pistols and black powder muzzle loaders are like... That you got to be into the hobby of it. That's a lot like getting into archery. Like because I mean,
is it a flintlock?
Well,
One-
flintlock
Yeah,
is a
that's good
step
question.
behind cap and ball. So cap and ball is Civil War technology. That's like you have a primer cap that goes on the outside of the cylinder, and then you'll load from the front of the cylinder. You'll load powder first, and then I think a wad, some kind of cotton in between, and then ball. And you have to you gotta really hammer that stuff in on the because it's a press fit. It's the bullets, they got to go down the muzzle in a press fit, which is very tight.
Mini balls were also difficult to get down because they had to fit to the spiral grooving, and naturally they're half hollow from behind, so they spread once they're fired. But having to ram those suckers down back then, they casted everything.
Well, is
And
it
it was-
a rifled?
Well, that's a
black
muzzle
powder
loader.
or not?
If it's cap and ball, generally it would be a mini ball, if I'm not mistaken.
It
It's
will
newer
be.
technology. Yeah.
Two different
Older
calibers.
tech-
There's 36, and then there's, I believe, 44.
There was a point in time that an inch wasn't necessarily an inch. It would be different people had different calibers of weapon. They'd say it's a 30 as an example, but it would be like a 28 or a 32. You might need to do some research and have to do some custom stuff for it, depending on how old it is.
It is such a hobbyist aisle of the gun world. It takes so much back reason. It's not so you're gonna want modern day, especially in today's climate. If you had to think about, well, what if you had to go up against 3 people? That's you might even have to start thinking about. See, up until now, the 2A community was like, well, if you can't get it done in 6 shots, basically a revolver, then you're not going to get it done. And that was for like a mugging or like someone with a knife to your gut telling you to get your wallet, or they're going to, and that stuff that exists. I know that people aren't really exposed to that very often, but all it takes is a little Google foo. There's a channel on YouTube called Active Self-Protection, and dude, he breaks down muggings and home invasions, and this stuff happens every single day, single day. And then he'll break down, sometimes he'll show a video one day and he'll do a full breakdown on it, because he also does firearms training and active self-protection. And what do you call, a lot of the videos are out of Brazil. Dude, Brazil is like the Wild West, but on steroids with fully automatic weapons.
Yeah.
It's pretty hardcore over there. I'm sorry I got so far off on a tangent. We were talking about black rifles, but flintlock is more of like your Pirates of the Caribbean Johnny Depp days.
Yep. Hey guys, I gotta go. I gotta get this money.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure Antifa gets their unemployment check. I'll see you
LOL.
guys later.
All right, brother, go hustle.
Hey, man.
Thanks for being on.
Good talking, for sure.
When-
Have a good one.
When I asked about the flintlocks, I was just trying to get like an age of it, because it's like the early type things.
Man, it's Friday afternoon. I think it's Miller time.
Dude, lucky.
Hey, yeah, it
I
is.
know, it's only 3 here, but I don't know.
Do you know what, man? I'll take a toke with you, since it is legal in New York State, and I'm a patient, and there's nothing wrong
Say,
with
a
that.
lot of
I'll
these
just-
people, it's
Cheers,
legal for
man.
them. Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, cheers.
A lot of these places it is legal now, so not here. Yeah,
I
guess
gotta
I'm
go
gonna run to
too,
the
guys.
store real
I'll see
quick.
you
I'll be
later.
back.
Hey, Brofist, guys, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for
pleasure.
having
Thank
us,
you.
man.
Yes,
This
thank
is
you.
This whole Discord thing's fun.
It is.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll talk to you guys
Thanks.
soon.
See ya.
Be on, but I'm just gonna mute it.
Hey, Heidi says it's PBR time. Am I in here alone now?
No,
I'm
you're not
scared.
alone.
Oh,
No.
okay.
You're never alone. You got Patriots
mentally
with
and
you.
physically.
That's why I've been quiet.
All right, I just dropped the
You're
link.
just listening.
Mentally, I'm always alone.
Before I go, is there like a cap on how many people can be in the voice chat section?
I think it's unlimited.
No.
I mean, if it gets too much, that's gonna be overwhelming. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I thought about that too,
Does the
but
server have nitro? Because there is a cap to it.
I don't know. I have no idea. I guess I don't know what Nitro is.
You spend money. It's a subscription. You can boost the server to increase the
that's
bandwidth
right.
capacity for it. You can actually, if you have a really active Discord server through your YouTube, you can have people that can actually choose to donate to it, and you can get like emotes through it, and you can link it into your YouTube. Where
I wish I could do that. I'd love to do that.
There's like Twitch support for it too. You have to look into it, but I'm sure if you asked other YouTubers that are conservative or Twitch people, they would climb all over themselves to help you hook that up to, have an ally type of thing.
It's either 15 or 12. I can't remember which.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, Andrew, man. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. I feel like Discord's all nifty.
Yeah, it is.
Roughly an hour towards the 8-hour mark, and I just want to say, gentlemen, for the past 3 minutes or so, I've been talking into a mic. I said goodbye to the other kid. Good luck with your work day. I'll take a toke to that Miller or whatever. My mic's been muted this entire time. What a fool!
It happens to me all the time, man. It happens to me all the time.
Oh man.
Do you have a link to your Discord?
Thank you guys and gals for putting this out.
Man, Short Fuse, thank you so much for being here.
So has anything happened in DC?
Oh, yeah. Things have happened in DC. Nothing serious, nothing major, nothing shocking. Thankfully.
Aside from Rand Paul.
Right. And the other politicians that were, I guess, attacked or harassed or whatever you would call it.
I don't know why they even thought they would be cool walking anywhere near there.
See, what I don't want to see, what like worst case scenario, I don't want to see what we saw in Kenosha. Okay, not without getting into what happened in Kenosha or who you are. Okay, and Tiff and I saw a little bit of predictive programming in Handmaiden's Tale, and there's this protest, man, and all of a sudden one officer steps out with like a belt-fed M60, which is like Vietnam era machine gun technology anyway, like I don't even think that's even issued anymore. Like that's not even military, anyway. So they show this scene where one cop steps out and he has an M60 and it's like choom choom choom, like they just start shooting at protesters. Okay, now I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I don't see that happening. Okay, but it's like they're trying to get that image out there, at least to those who related to the protest and the show. It's called Handmaiden's Tale. I think it's on Amazon. I'm not really sure. Netflix. Okay. Tiff and I are really going to go get into it.
I mean, you look back in the past with like Kent State and stuff like that.
Yeah, and Kent State, something everyone forgets.
T-Square in present day, that's actually happening in China.
Well, actually, after they are like kind of very slowly, ominously, drudgingly are chasing the protesters who are running away in the show.
Yeah.
They all of a sudden you're following a couple and they go into this business with glass, like glass, walls. And anyway, outside you can see after a bit they like drone strike. There's some kind of strike. They airstrike the area. And it's just like, I don't know, is that predictive or like, and so, the last thing I want to see is just, I don't know, man, something freaking terrible. Like people being up on stage, getting hurt or something like that,
Well,
Fraulein Jesse says it's on Hulu or Prime.
Okay. All right. It's on Hulu or Prime. My bad. I don't really know where it is.
Not sure if we've covered this, but I just got it. The attorney who represented Nick Salmon says he will represent Kyle Rittenhouse for free. I just got the update. I sent it to you in your messages, Landon.
Oh,
went out this morning.
I got a message. What is this? Attorney who represents Nick Sandman's. Yeah.
I think that might be what we pulled up earlier.
Yeah. It is. Attorney who represented Nick Sandman says he will represent Kyle Rittenhouse for free. Now,
once he saw the defund page being taken down.
Also accepting donations for his defense fees.
right. So he's also accepting donations, which makes me inclined to want to donate because I want to help Kyle. I don't want. I know that sounds super weird for me to be talking about some 17-year-old, but
but it's more than that. And I was going to say earlier, Tiff made a comment and she said, well, if he's taking him pro bono, I don't understand why they should still be collecting funds. Like, you know, shouldn't they be going towards, and I didn't catch where she thought they should be going to. And I commented and you guys happened to miss it. And what I said was, what you have to realize is Sandman's attorney, he is going to have a team of attorneys under him as well as paralegal staff that he's going to have to incur the expenses of.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just his time and energy. It's a group effort. So that's where that goes. Some of that money can go to, you know, but I hope that it's an overwhelming amount of support that shows for him.
Yeah,
and comes from him.
It's like ProHawk VJ or whatever, right?
Dan, thank you so much, brother. Brofist to you, dude. Thank you so much. I haven't been able to check on that stuff.
Most of the time, they use stuff like this for a gigantic fundraiser. You know, like you see in the case of BLM, you know, when the money started to flow, where did a great deal of it wind up?
Let me see here.
Somebody's account. Personal account.
People like Bernie Sanders and that particular party.
Politicians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bunch of rich white people.
Sure.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because I think it's been going on since like 2015, 2016. They'll get a flood of donations whenever something happens. They save most of the money and they're building infrastructure. They're getting organized because every time this happens, I mean, it's to the point where it's on an international level, where in foreign countries they're having protests about something that happened in America. And it's like every time it happens, it's like they've evolved due to that's where most of that money, I think, is actually going.
They got a new level now. They're corporate. Like, they're getting corporate money. Like Nike, fucking...
It's a power thing.
Amazon.
Like, they want to develop a power base so they can start getting into government and they can start doing... instead of the red party, blue party, green party, they want the black party for BLM. No one said black party, but it's still the concept of where that's their party, which is kind of scary, honestly.
Well, basically, you know, I'm trying to think of his name. I keep thinking of Grandmaster. I cannot remember his name. He wanted to be the face of that. Yeah, he wanted to be the face of the quote-unquote black party. And they're not going to let that happen because they're tired of a lot of the things they used to use to control people because it's too tiresome to maintain. And it's no longer necessary.
Who's that? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, Black Lives Matter doesn't represent true Black Americans anymore either.
True. That's very true.
I don't know that they ever did.
I'll be honest, all the Facebook fights I've been getting in over Kenosha, it's all been with white people. So, like, I don't know. And I've been posting in, like, large groups as well, and it's like, I don't think you guys really represent what you think you represent, you know? Because polls even showed that, you know, the, like, older black folks that actually live in these areas, they like their police. They don't want to be ran by criminals.
Megan, what's up? I see you, bro fist, sister fist.
So it's been like 3 months of rioting now. I mean, what do y'all think? Like, is it that the Bernie bros are those types that are dissatisfied or looking for an adrenaline rush? Is Is it like an excuse to act a fool? Is that what most of them are? Because when
some
you
of them
look at
are.
the ones going crazy, like most of them aren't like of the darker persuasion. They're usually white people and they're just going bonkers, and you'll have a lot of people that's, oh, it's isolated, like, but it's kind of widespread. I'm just kind of curious how many of them are just disaffected people looking for an excuse.
Okay, so I have a theory behind that all. So, Black Lives Matter. In the very beginning, it wasn't so much as a movement as it was a recognition. When it turned into this movement, people decided, these white people in the streets right now are the ones that decided, oh, let's jump on this train and pretend to be, all pro Black Lives Matter. Now, I've been watching the Portland riots for a long time. They will attack black people because they want them to not do damage or do harm. There are two categories out there right now. The ones that have a head on their shoulders and a civil mind. And then you've got the ones who are out to destroy. Now, the ones who are out to destroy, talking about the Black Americans, are the ones in places that are looting. Those are the ones that are out to destroy. The ones that are in Portland, the ones that are in all these other places where it's a bunch of white people will attack black people. They don't care. If you look at all the Portland riots and watch them every night like we have, all the way up until about, I'm going to say midnight their time, all the black people disperse. It's only the white people left. I think all those people have just, they were never brought up correct. There's no discipline in the home. There was no...
And bullied in school,
real
or,
their lives. Or the bullies.
So look, guys, hold on. I'm about to add Discord to the chat on the screen. And I'm wanting to know, do you guys think I should just add the general Riot Buddies chat from Discord? Should that be on the screen or no? I don't know. I guess it's, it's one of those.
Want to do.
I know. Everyone responds with like, "It's your stuff, dude." And I'm like,
I
well,
hear you. I don't
I
see
have-
an advantage or disadvantage either way.
all right, guys. Well,
What if you made a chat just for when you're streaming?
all right. Well then, okay. Well, all right.
What are
So-
the advantages?
If you're gonna do that through Discord, you might want to put a disclaimer in about things that are or are not approved, because someone might accidentally or intentionally do something to get you to catch some shenanigans.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's why I think maybe you should just make a channel or a typing chat for just when you're streaming, and people can comment in there.
I'm calling it live stream chat. It has been created. All right, cool. All right, so I'll add that.
I do got to say, Unspecified, I'm really glad you're doing this, because with all the sickness that's going on and kind of fear and everything that's going on, it's very isolationist. And you feel from social media that if you say your piece, just what you know to be true, like you get attacked, you're called names, and it's just nice that there are places where these kind of discourses can happen. It's very important.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and I'm glad you appreciate it, and I'm glad we're doing it, man. Because I got to be honest, man, I'm in the same boat. That isolation is real.
True.
And it's a part of a bigger thing, I think. And I think it affects us all differently, but some of us needed it, and now I think all of us don't need it anymore.
I love it.
Crypto on YouTube says this is better than the Super Bowl pregame show.
Holy crap, that's awesome. Whoa, I think we have... Discord is officially on the screen. What's up, Discord? Nice. Awesome. It's called the live stream chat over on Riot Buddies on Discord. So if you're a Discorder and you're watching, or you're watching on the replay, it's a thing now. Wow, cool. That is super cool. Sorry for interrupting, because we all were getting into some really good stuff.
Landon, you're familiar with the admin user console, right?
Mm-mm.
No.
Off the top of my head, that did not ring a bell.
Get familiar with the user with the admin user console, what that gives you the ability to do is mute individuals, also designate mods and admins in basically your Discord group, which can kind of help you
No joke.
to moderate the conversation. If somebody's saying something vindictive just to get your channel canned, you just mute them, or you basically give them a timeout.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
yeah,
but
no, I
they
have
can
that
be
set
ejected.
up on my. I have that set up on my Discord too.
Yeah, at the very least, it helps you vet people as well.
So where do you find it, and what do you do?
amen on the vetting a proper way. Sorry, I went MIA. I had to mute myself a bit. Creepy hearing a voice that's not been present for a few minutes. Out of nowhere, out of the bushes.
Tiff has a theory.
I've got a theory.
I've got a
Let's hear it.
disclaimer. I haven't heard it.
She got it. Oh, disclaimer, haven't heard it.
I
got my beer.
Fell right off the back of it. Okay.
Oh, Tiff's
What's
there.
up, guys?
Hey,
I just got back from work.
Tiffy.
Yeah, she just got back.
So, and this is just a crack theory, crack shot. Don't. But what if Trump was waiting to okay, so nothing's been done, right? What if he waits until November 1st or 2nd, and then he sends everybody out all right, anybody that's out on the streets, they're going to jail tonight, and then they're not able to vote.
10-year sentences for anyone breaking curfew.
1 year or not 1 year, 1 month mandatory jail time, and then they're not available to vote. What is that? What?
I wouldn't like that because that's not a good precedent. Plus, it kind of denied.
Right.
It would be everything the left has been saying about him forever.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to be told to do that because literally the people in charge want you to like Trump. They really do.
No, it's not, of course.
Don't
because
respond to
then
30 seconds later. Respond to now.
You don't.
30 seconds later.
The audio is so much better on Facebook than it is on Discord. You would think it would be the other way around. The clarity is incredible on Facebook.
And I was only being half serious, but I was just trying to think. I'm like, what in the world? What could possibly be?
Have you been thinking about that for a while now?
Well, about 10 hours or so, I'd say.
I think a lot of it is that Trump doesn't have a lot of jurisdiction, really.
Right.
To do a lot of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would lean towards the side. I would be fine with him kind of supporting local law enforcement and then having it be prosecuted federally. But I don't know, because it's a hard line because you don't want federal troops or police to deal with kind of local matters,
No, that's more for the National Guard on the state level. That's federalism dictates by law. It should be the governors and the mayors who are directing law enforcement and calling to, if you're a mayor, your governor for additional to help subsidize your law enforcement. And then if you're a governor and your state's hitting the fan, you contact the feds. And just because you contact the National Guard, that's mostly state. So directed by the state, the governor, they come from the federal government, yes, but they're not the Marines or the Army. They're there just to see day-to-day living. They're not there to, ensue martial law.
Right.
But in some places, I don't think that would be a bad idea for a week, because that would at least give them time to recoup, stop things, reset, prevent the crowd from continuing.
Kelly, thank you so much. Y'all are so sweet. And Angelia, y'all are so sweet. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Kelly, thank you so much.
If you didn't do it, I was going to do it.
How are you guys getting your profile pictures on there? Are you connecting with your Facebook, or is that?
No, I had you gotta customize your account.
Oh man, I didn't customize my account. I'm not cool.
You gotta make it all custom, man.
No, man. Both of us don't have no profile picture.
They gotta make it yours.
Do I have I had to get rid of mine. Y'all, my phone is so bad. I can be on Facebook for 2 seconds and then it kicks me off and I can't take any more pictures and it gets rid of my photos. It makes me very sad every day.
Oh, that would piss me off, not
It
make me
does.
sad.
It really
I give you
does. I'm like, I
props
don't
for
like
staying
being
calm.
outdated into
I almost feel
obsolescence.
like it's a technical like op to see if
Feel you.
the phone can make her lose her mind.
I've been fighting with mine right now. So right now, Tiff, I side with you. I'm sorry, Landon. I'm sorry, but it is frustrating and it is disheartening.
Let me see here.
The phones.
More little kids.
$4.99 from Kelly S.
Well, there is a thing out there that deals with Apple cell phones. It's a tech paper that basically says that after so many years, the Apple phone is designed to slow way down.
I know.
Yeah.
It's engineered obsolescence.
Updates also.
Engineered
Not to mention
obsolescence.
With Android, I used to root my phones because when they come from the factory, with the factory hardware that they have more RAM than what the actual RAM shows on the system. They have more CPU power than what the phone allows, and they have many more settings. Like anything you can think of to do on a phone, you can do it's like jailbreaking a Fire Stick, for an analogy. The only thing is I cranked one of my phones up too fast. I fried it because it was processing so quick, it just burned its little heart out. But let me tell you, it doubled the power and the speed of the phone. It was ridiculous. But you're right about these companies. It's a money making scheme. These corporate Apple and Android. After a couple of years, it's always after a couple of years that it happens too. You know.
Well, it used to be that they would build like washing machines that would last your lifetime, but lately the business model has been like they'll spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to figure out how many steps can you get out of a Nike shoe. At what point is it that they're okay with buying a new one, or like how many minutes or hours should you be on your iPhone before you'll be willing to invest another $2,000 on one?
Right.
I mean, it's like how often do you go buy a new ladder after you have one? You know?
How often do you what?
Buy a new ladder after you already have one?
Yeah, that's well put. If it's a good one, you don't have to.
Oh, a new lighter? Yeah, that's smart.
Ladder.
Oh, ladder.
Oh,
okay.
lighter. A lighter. I thought he said ladder because think about ladders.
That makes more sense. I was
Yeah,
like,
okay,
well,
lighter.
and
Well
then you gotta
put.
replace those lighters, but I get the point.
Fully.
They're sturdy.
That's why you have. That's why you have 7 different lighters that are at 7 different levels. Because naturally.
Holy crap, Peter, dude, Brofist, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you so much.
I hear that beeping too, though. You're talking about.
Well, it's whenever people join the Discord, it automatically dumps them into the chat, and they're probably disconnecting from that.
By the way, I lied. I didn't get a Miller. I got a Bud Light Lemonade. Trying it out.
Ooh, nice.
Oh man,
nice.
Landon would have some suggestions if
almost
you're
a foo-foo
open-minded.
drink.
Suggestions?
Beer wise.
Oh well, I mean, I drink a lot of I don't really drink a lot of beer, but when I do,
I don't either really.
Give me a Blue Moon. Say Blue Moon.
I like
IPA.
Blue Moon and Belgian wits and whatnot. I like IPAs. I really like dark stouts.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You should try Angry Orchard, dude.
You guys ever try Fat Tire?
Oh, I love Fat Tire.
Never heard.
Cane Break.
Yeah, man.
Do you see the?
Some people just think that stuff's gross, but I love it, man.
No, it's not gross. I love that stuff, man.
I love it too. It's full body, man.
When I can't find a good beer, but they have I always get Cane Break and Fat Tire confused, but Fat Tire was one of my OG favorites, one of my first favorite beers.
Indicator.
Definite
Fat
OG
Tire.
for sure.
We will drop the link if for those that we were asked how to donate. Thank y'all so much, first of all, and if you're not in a position to do it, then don't do it. But we do appreciate it, and we will drop a link. So thank y'all even just for being here. We're very happy. So happy to have you. Yes.
Yeah, it's nice to see people donating too, even if it's not my.
I
channel.
feel cheesy because I'm still from my dad and I were talking about it the other day. He's like, you're going to have to forgive me. I know you got to go between the streams and stuff. But he's like, this is weird to me. And I was like, oh yeah, no, it's weird to me too.
Oh, it's weird to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is
I don't feel like I just...
none of this is comfy.
I don't think it's supposed to be.
Hey guys,
But-
I have a question for you. Pertaining to the National Guard, is it the Warsaw Pact? It would be a bad precedent to set to be utilized, but in theory, isn't that what allows the federal government to mobilize a National Guard and put them at a state if they so choose? Is that the act?
I never knew that.
Or
See,
clause?
No,
Warsaw.
I was hearing Insurrection Act.
Isn't that like
Insurrection? Is it insurrection?
Insurrection
Yeah, it's
sounds-
insurrection or a
See,
natural
you guys know more
emergency.
about this than I do because I just
Like-
thought
Thank
that
you.
posse comitatus was
No,
in place
like-
and that had never moved.
But
If there's a
it
natural-
is. But the Insurrection Act is
It's
kind of like a,
insurrection.
by the way,
Loophole.
in addition to the posse comitatus, we're just gonna put this little loophole in there in case we need it.
Yeah, it's insurrection
hasn't
or
been used.
Katrina hitting or something like
Yes.
they can, but there's only it's intended. There's very few times that the federal government can put troops in states because that was like a precursor to the Civil War kicking off. Is the federal government told sent troops into Virginia and they're like, what the hell?
Insurrection Act
Yeah,
of
I don't
1807.
think it's gonna happen. To be
1807.
honest, no matter how bad things get with this.
Oh no, it can't.
You'd have to
it
have a
can't.
huge body count and like civilians in genuine danger and like them looking at what kind of like munitions we're going to use because there are also regulations for like they're not just going to like carpet drone strike stuff like where there's certain tiers of weapons that they're only able to deploy in certain situations too for like military things with that sort of regulate. There's a lot of stuff that's built into the Insurrection Act.
Megan is saying it's hard for her to hear. She's got her volume
The
turned all the
Insurrection
way up.
Act of 1807 is a United States federal law that empowers the President of the United States to deploy U.S. military and federalized National Guard troops within the United States in particular circumstances such as to suppress civil disorder, insurrection, and rebellion.
Thank you.
Civil disorder right there.
Also, with the Patriot Act 1 and 2, if a Council of Five deems you a terrorist or a threat, they're allowed to use military troops on you.
Assets.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not limited. 5 people say you're a terrorist, they can drop a bomb on you.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter where you are.
What did it take
Predator
for
drone
Waco?
your ass.
Yeah.
Oh, something about Waco. A fun
What
fact.
did
I
it
don't know if you
take for
guys-
Waco? Yeah.
Did you guys know at Waco, the ATF and I think an FBI task force went in there. They used psyops. They played over loudspeakers like the most heinous sounds and music. They would just blast it every single night for nights on end.
Well,
Did you know they did that?
At first, they were playing the music, and the people actually liked the music because that's the kind of genre
Yeah,
they're into. And then they
Yeah,
started
exactly.
playing
That's
other
right. He
things.
started jamming out to it with them. Yeah, he played the guitar.
It's interesting
You're right.
you bring up
And
Waco.
then they changed it.
Because you have Waco where they kind of were declaring their own thing. There was even the ranchers not too long ago that kind of declared their own thing.
Yeah,
And then
like
there
the
was
Bumblebee
Chaz
whatever.
that was handled entirely differently.
Completely different. Yeah.
like
Total opposite.
Social experiment 2.0 here.
Have you seen the Freedom Tunes thing? Where it was, I think it's called if Chaz or Chop was right wing. It was basically the U.S. military like bombed the shit out of it. It's cartoon,
Nah.
so it's making fun of it, but basically
No, I
kind of
didn't.
shows the hypocrisy of it.
I didn't
I
see
know,
it.
right? They'd be calling it a Nazi
funny.
stronghold or something.
Wow, look at the numbers in that top right quadrant of the screen on that road or whatever that is, avenue. That's a
So
lot
where
of
is
people.
that though?
Oh
I
my
can't
gosh,
do
I
it.
see it.
Is
That
still
is a
DC or what is
lot of people, boy. Whoa.
Is
Where is that,
anyone
though?
familiar? I'm sorry. You're saying?
I just don't know where that is. What's Fox 12? Where's that?
I've got some.
That would be a local news network, I guess, near where is that location?
That's
Top right,
Fox.
Lando?
That's Fox. I believe Fox. Give me just a second. It might be Fox 8. Oof. Hold on. I'll tell you.
That's not DC. Is that
No, that's not
Wait.
DC. I can't see it right now. Hold on. It's Portland.
there's
That's
bikes
Portland,
blocking a
Oregon.
road? That's Portland?
That's
Okay.
Fox 12, Oregon, and that's in Portland. Fox 12.
Man,
The
they
top
always
right
always
is
go back.
Portland.
I'm surprised they have that many numbers
All right.
during the
Big
day.
DC to me, but
Is anybody in here anywhere near any of the riots going on?
We
think it's a little too
streamed
early
the
for that.
riots.
I've got a brother that lives in Kenosha.
You know all the camera guys?
What about Kenosha?
I said I have a brother that lives pretty close to Kenosha, but I'm in Tennessee.
Is he being safe?
I basically told him to keep his ass inside.
Yeah, last night things calmed down, I heard, right? A little bit.
I wish we could hear you a little bit better. Clean.
Ooh, which one? Clean? Okay, I'll turn him up.
Yeah, it sounds more like he's far away from his mic than volume itself, but I'm not sure.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I just want you to be heard, man.
Appreciate it.
You deserve a voice.
Does anyone know why Chopped wasn't seen as a real threat? And what is it? Oh, I can't remember what now. The one with the school bus that caught on fire. Those people. Yeah.
It was under the guise of a protest.
Wake.
They were saying that they
those
were
people.
actively protesting there.
The
And-
media spun it.
Do you know
The media
why?
spun
though?
it.
Why one was a threat and one was not?
Is that a
One was protected by
It's a thin veil of legitimacy as they're protesting, they're being peaceful, people are, persecuting them, they're actively protesting, just leave us be. It's an enshrined constitutional right. Like there was this thin veneer over all of the massive turd pile that was
there
the
any unity?
situation.
Was there any unity?
Not for the people that actually lived there.
Totally
That's
off
correct.
topic, guys. Ashton, I just gotta say, dude, you sound like a chilled Nicolas Cage.
There you go.
They want to take his face off.
I love that movie, man, and I love Nicolas Cage. Steve,
Con Air, Nicolas Cage.
you could just rattle off any Nicolas Cage movie. I probably love it.
Gone in 60 Seconds, Nicolas Cage.
All Nicolas.
The Rock. You are right. I was trying to come up with one where I was like, nah, you're right.
Best Nicolas Cage movie. Like, what's your opinion?
Wait. Go back. What was that?
What do you guys think is the best Nicolas Cage movie? Like, that's something I never really hear discussed a lot.
That's so subjective, man.
I haven't even thought about it, to be honest, because I'd have to think deep for that one.
Con Air was definitely a good one, but
yeah, that is. Amen. That's a good one.
It's got to be The Rock. It's got Sean Connery in it.
Well,
thank you for saying it.
It's got a lot of good actors in it, but
like Sean Connery turns everything into gold.
He does.
Like, even the one where he's a CGI dragon with a horrible script, it's still amazing because of Sean Connery.
Yeah, it's true. All right, let's see. So, holy cow. All right, so I'm gonna think about my favorite.
How long is the Facebook stream been going?
We're getting
oh
close.
No, I'm totally not paying attention to time. We have 15 minutes, roughly 15 minutes, 18 minutes until.
Only allow you a certain time.
Do what?
Only allow you to be on there a certain time.
Just trying to be
It cuts off at 8 hours. It only YouTube will allow me to stream for 12 hours, which is why I was like, oh no, because Facebook will just chop the feed. About 10 seconds after the 8-hour mark.
Those
so if you stop, when would you restart again?
Yeah, I totally would. I've been putting off the bathroom and stuff, but that's neither here nor there.
I didn't even think about that.
Well, if you need a break for a while, what would be a good time to start again?
I probably would just turn everything back on. I plan on covering all night tonight. So you guys, thank you so much. Everybody who has decided to join the Discord and join the chat, bro fist to you guys for being in this voice
Landon's
chat.
a hoss. I've watched him stay up multiple occasions. He pulls through it.
He does, like
Well,
a champ.
God's work showing us what's going on, guys.
Today's show is brought to you by the Discord group chat because holy crap, man, y'all carried me. Like, just pure excitement just to hear and talk to other people, but and then theorize and like minds talking about real honest stuff. It was, I mean,
Yeah, I
dude.
just thought this would help make it
Yeah.
more real if we all can kind of be involved in some way or another, and you don't feel like you're just sitting alone in the room. You know what I mean, man?
Ironess.
That, and also we could use it as a tool for sourcing as well. You know, if stuff's
Yeah.
going on, you
No,
know, somebody
absolutely.
mentions something, one of us can research, send that info
Absolutely.
into Landon. It's a great line of contact also to scan the feed of comments. Like when we're
Y'all
screaming
here?
25K, somebody's coughing. They're all right.
Steve, we've got you, brother. Just,
Nice.
let's see.
Good to meet y'all. Good to meet y'all.
Do you have headphones at all?
If you could turn down the
Turn down
audio on
volume.
the stream.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, because I can hear the stream coming through.
How's
how
this?
crazy.
Is that better?
So we may lose some folks. Uh-oh.
I mean,
I'm just gonna mute you for now.
Condenser mics definitely help, but I don't know if everybody has a condenser mic.
Right.
Oh, Landon, I sent you a picture of something funny. So when Tiff came in, she's like, I have a theory. I made a little sketch of just imagining her just busting through the door. I have a theory.
That is
In, like,
exactly
a
how she does it too. Anastasia drew you because this is how she imagined you when I have a theory. And that is exactly the aura of the energy. It's like, boom, bust in. I have a theory.
What?
Can you post it in the live stream chat?
Yeah,
I've got it. I'm gonna, if I can, hold on. Boom. All
Damn,
right.
OK Corral. We got the OK Corral going down. Gunshots.
It's like, boom, Tiff, I have a theory.
Wishy-washy feedback. Where's that?
Busting through it. Like, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right, so what's going on?
exactly.
Steve Brody, you're feedback, buddy.
Uh-oh.
I think he went to go
unmute
get a
him.
headset.
I have to unmute him.
Let me hop on Discord to see where the feedback's coming from.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I think he hopped up to get a headset. If you right-click on him, you can server mute him temporarily.
I don't know the difference between server mute.
Server mute is
Who is it?
The whole server, and
Steve
regular
Brody.
mute mutes him just for you.
Steve Brody.
That's Steve Brody.
If you want to, you can click on his name, right click on his name, and mute him yourself.
I
Yeah,
did
that's true.
for now. Steve, I've got you muted for right now, brother. I don't know really why. I guess I'm waiting for the...
Oh, God, thank you. I was looking, if you guys know in Discord, just so you know, if there's a person whose mic, you know, if they left the room and feedback's coming, press and hold on their name, and you can customize everyone's individual volume that's coming through your headset or device, just so you know, in the
Cool.
app. Yeah,
Cool.
that's a helpful feature I just noticed.
I have mine on push to talk, so y'all never hear me unless I talk and I push my control button.
Oh, I love that. That reminds
that
me of when
can't
I used to play a game. We would have to press the control button to
Yep.
speak. It was called TeamSpeak back in the day.
Yep, I
We
used
had
to have
forums.
TeamSpeak and TeamSpeak
You had
2
Team? Yes.
and TeamSpeak 3.
Yes, me too, bro.
Me too. Me too.
I used to play a little bit of Eve. Not that anyone knows what that is. No one knows what Eve is. Golly.
What are you talking about, dude?
Exactly.
You can connect your Spotify to your Discord. Wow.
You sure can.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can show what you're playing in your status. Right, that's what it says.
Whoa.
Connect your Spotify
I wish
account
they
and
had a
display your
bot.
music in your status. That's what it
That
says.
is so enter MySpace type stuff.
So the real
Right.
question, Unspecified, is did you ever use Ventrilo?
Ooh, you got me.
I have used Ventrilo also.
Yeah, that was like the first one.
That is old, yeah. Wow.
I think I just aged myself.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Sue. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, thank you. And Daniel. Daniel, thank you so much.
So, any guesses on like how crazy DC is going to get tonight? Because you know all the people that were acting a fool. Like, they've been asleep, and the more moderate types are out, on the steps and doing the singing and speeches and stuff. But like, once night falls, they're gonna like wake up and get amped out and start. Like, how bad do y'all think it's gonna be?
Well, let's scale it from 1 to 10, and then let's hear everybody's 1 to 10. 1 being like pretty cool, pretty chill, not really much more than hooting and hollering, and then 10 being all out, buildings burning, Molotovs, rubber bullets.
Steve says he thinks he
split.
fixed his mic.
Because I think the shooting that did quell some of these people, they might be a little bit more nervous to act out. But then there's also some of those people that they're just going to get amped up and be even worse. So it's kind of a split.
They're going to get angry about it, even though they may be at fault. But also, I read something that there were several other GoFundMe accounts set up for the 17-year-old whose name is escaping me. And
Kyle.
Three of the Kyle,
The ultimate Chad, Kyle.
Yeah, 3 of them were linked back to BLM.
Yeah,
so
I
I thought
resemble that remark.
3 of them were linked back to BLM and were fake.
I'll give it a 2 for tonight.
The ultimate Chad, Kyle.
Somebody has to turn down their volume on their screen.
I'll give it a 2.
All right. Where do I do this? Where
Somebody,
the heck?
I think it's Random American now.
Where do I do this?
Steve's is good.
I'm good? Okay. Thank y'all.
I'm going to shut down my speakers here.
I gotta go because I have work for an hour
What's
and
up?
then I'll be back again. So
Awesome.
Good
Have a good day at work. Be safe.
Well, I'm glad to hear from you, and it's awesome you dropped in.
Hopefully we'll see
I'll
you
be back in-
soon. Tonight, things may heat up. I'm not too sure.
It's Friday.
So let's see. In the chat over on YouTube.
Card or anything?
Holy crap. Somebody said a 20. 10 and then a 20. And then there's
20's
7,
like
10,
four.
5, 7, 7, 8, 6, 10, 100. Holy crap, man.
So, Unspecified, I think you more than anyone would probably know because you're streaming every night. Like, have you noticed over the last few days, has it seemed, except like in Kenosha where it's the hot spot, like Portland and Seattle, has the numbers been decreasing and they're like migrating to DC? Do you think that's a thing?
I think everything's been
Hey,
divulging down to DC.
Yeah, man. Come on over.
Steve, bro.
People gotta be
Yeah,
mindful
man.
when they have mics
You want me to
on.
come over to you?
Party is
Sure. I'll be right over.
All right.
He means well.
It was good to meet your friend.
Sounds like you need some Discord mods.
Yeah.
Yeah, Random American, we're still getting like echoes
It is a
from your
birthing. It
speakers.
is a birthing
Yeah.
community. We'll get there.
I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about. I think that the whatever, if there are organizers, which I think there are, the higher up controlled organizers, if you will, and I think we saw them a lot. You know, you had main players, blonde hair guy, African American gentleman in Portland. He was always at the source of some kind of trouble or. Do I still have everybody?
Yep.
Okay. And then in Seattle, you had an organizer, TK is all I really know that person by. And then who else?
Raz.
Well, Raz is kind of he was
pivotal. He was influential for a moment.
not anymore though. So the people I'm talking about are influencers and organizers that you see in the midst of the trouble in these groups. Like in Seattle, for me, what I've seen is TK going into residential areas, leading marches into neighborhoods, and then in Portland, there's this blonde-haired African-American gentleman who just so happens to be at the center of all the turmoil and controversy, like where that guy got kicked in the head or unconscious. He just so happened to be there, which is very odd. It's fishy. And then to see all of the Portland tactics immediately ensue on night 2 in Kenosha, and then all of Minneapolis night 2 and 3 tactics happening on, you know, it's just I do see a pattern, and
Have you heard that apparently Portland was pretty calm, I guess, a night or two ago? But there's a busload of people who got arrested, like 70-something people on the way over to Kenosha.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
So the theory is that they were from Portland trying to incite stuff.
Yeah, they're definitely moving around and it's all organized and shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Something's working behind the scenes to organize.
They're using Facebook to do the majority of their communications. I bet you that much too.
They were using a lot of Discord until Discord started saying nope.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't know. I mean, Discord still is.
So you guys worried about things happening in DC tonight, or just in general?
It's
in
a
general,
Friday.
but specifically DC, I would say.
After last night, I feel like, I mean, they would be prepared, because attacking people that were coming out of the White House and shit like that, like,
But
exactly.
them having a big thing today, I feel like they have stuff prepared for it.
Like, there's a victim mentality to it, because they'll get new recruits, basically, and they send them into, like, the street or places they shouldn't go. And then the police will interact with them, and then they push the envelope to the point that the police have to take steps against them. They're sent to, you know, holding cells, immediately bailed out, and they become weaponized in that sense too. And you know, them having a big police force, that's actually really good for the rioter part of the protest, because there'll be a lot of footage they can clip. It'll, you know, develop sympathy. It's more likely that, you know, there might be a police that, heaven forbid, makes a mistake. Those dudes are, and the men and women in the police are absolute units, because night after night after night, like, they're shouting at them, telling them horrible, like, they can't defend themselves verbally. They can't escalate the situation. Like, heaven forbid someone in DC makes a mistake.
Yep, absolutely. And
Yeah.
and I don't know how they do it. Honestly, I'm a very passive person. But after so long, like if somebody's sitting there in my face, name calling, things like that, I get real frustrated. So how these officers are able, they've got to be tuning it out. But then you have to be very hyper, you know, I don't know, just paying attention. So, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank because I'm nervous being on the screen, but situationally aware, you know, their senses need to be very keen so that they can be aware of any threat. And so they really can't afford to tune them out. So I don't know how they
And the
handle
cops
it.
have to stay
What-
together too. That's
What
how
usually happens is it comes out in other areas. You know, I mean, that's why there's heavy cases of you know, law enforcement having marital problems and other issues, because your brain is going to deal with it sooner or later. And that's like, you know, you can have a guy who's normally passive, and he goes on a call and he is like a freaking monster because the call before he got to you was absolutely horrible.
Right.
And some of these law enforcement officers, after spending like a week at this riot or protest, all of a sudden it's so traumatic they don't want to be law enforcement anymore.
Right.
I mean, plus they think the community's against them, you know.
It's compartmentalization, by the way, where the things you're
Yes.
talking, like the barriers in their brain with their psychology, it'll start to leak and break into their marriage and friendships and stuff, because it's very difficult to be a police officer. I mean, there's well over 100 of them that have potentially permanent eye damage from the
Right.
lasers that
Yeah.
are being used. And like, they've found like nails in the mortar fireworks that are, you know, if you think of, I don't know, Columbine, where they were putting nails on the gas canisters, like, these cops are getting like really messed up, and they're night after night. It just blows me away.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fucking IEDs anyways. Sorry, didn't mean that. But yeah, they're using basically IEDs, you know. That's what they're building.
It's just
Yeah, they're villainizing the very role to be a cop.
And the other thing is, they have a tendency of putting victims up on a pedestal. I was talking about this with Landon the other day, and I know people are not going to like this, but there, it's kind of like somewhere, I don't know, somewhere between the 70s and the 90s, people stopped raising their kids to be tough and self-sufficient and started raising them to be victims. Now, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but in all of our feelings, we got caught up feeling sorry for ourselves and not getting very much done.
The birth of PC culture had a lot to do with that.
Yeah. And add to it the fact that, toxic male masculinity is such a threat to society. I say that in satire. So now we have all these young men that are totally normal. Like men's job was to protect and defend. So having more testosterone, it is normal for men to be more aggressive. I don't really see a problem with one man to another man fighting it out. Well, no knives, things like that.
It's actually legal in some states.
Hand
It's called
on hand.
mutual combat.
Yeah, well, and I bet people you know what I mean? I bet overall they're better for it. But but they want to blame guns on everything, but it's like this is not there were stabbings, there's skateboard assaults, there's I don't know, it's just
I mean, people, they have guns there too.
oh yeah.
Unspecified, I think someone said the Facebook stream ended.
I forgot to tell them bye.
Yeah, I was just there.
Popsicle, I even reminded
Yeah, thanks for catching that.
Yeah, thank you for catching that.
Ashley.
That's okay.
That's totally Syl that caught that, by the way. Props to Syl.
Yeah.
Dude, thanks. Crap.
A timer, no, honestly, a timer would be helpful. Like if you have to keep track of either the 4-hour or 8-hour mark, do a timestamp, set an alarm or a timer on your phone for that amount of time.
Yeah.
And then you'll always be prepared. You won't even have to think about it or get shout outs. That might help in the future.
I unfortunately need to restart. I have to restart both streams.
You're fine, man.
So
Yeah.
so you guys don't have to leave this chat.
Okay.
But I'm gonna close out the YouTube show and then I guess restart. You know what? All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Guys in Discord, don't go anywhere. Both streams are gonna restart right now. So, Brofist, make sure you're subscribed, ring that bell, and we'll see you guys in 2 seconds. Okay? Make sure you ring the bell. I'm gonna give you a
Standing
second.
by.
And just in case you need, or reload I don't know, go to the homepage or something. I don't know. We'll be back momentarily. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We love you guys. See you in a bit.